ABC News, good afternoon. I'm Mike Lorrigan. The state opposition is calling for a full investigation into claims levelled against a controversial construction union which has allegedly been infiltrated by bikies and underworld figures. A damning report by 9 newspapers claims criminals and bikies acting as CFMEU delegates have been employed on federal and state government-funded projects, including Victoria's $100 billion Big Build infrastructure program. It comes a day after the union's secretary, John Setka, announced his immediate resignation. Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, David Southwick, says a construction enforcement watchdog is long overdue.
Enough is enough. If this isn't an industry that's fallen apart because of control of a thug union CFMEU, then I don't know what is. And the only way to restore confidence back in the industry is to bring in laws, bring in a watchdog that can clean up this union.
And in a statement released yesterday, John Setka said the allegations against him and the union are false. The ABC has contacted the CFMEU and the state government for a response to the allegations published today. 2 people have died in a house fire in Melbourne's east overnight. Mietta Adams has more.
Arson and explosives squad detectives are investigating the circumstances surrounding a house fire in Donvale last night. Emergency services arrived at around 4 o'clock this morning to Craig Road. Sadly, 2 people were in the home at the time and died at the scene. Their bodies were recovered from the house after the fire was extinguished, but are yet to be formally identified. The ABC understands 2 males lived at the property. An arson chemist and detectives are attending the scene this morning. Anyone with information is being urged to contact Crime Stoppers.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says his government has offered help to authorities in the Philippines as they hunt for a man suspected of killing 3 people, including an Australian couple earlier this week. David Fisk and his partner Lucita Cortez were just days away from returning to Australia after a 2-week holiday when they were found dead in a hotel room alongside Lucita's daughter-in-law. Mr Albanese says there is only so much his government can do as this is a police matter.
We have a presence in the Philippines and we have offered whatever assistance is required to the Filipino authorities. We work very closely with them.
US President Joe Biden has been addressing a rally in the key swing state of Michigan. It comes as he tries to allay fears about his fitness after a series of recent gaffes. Mr. Biden has taken aim at Donald Trump, saying he poses a serious threat. He says Donald Trump's rambling speeches have been given a free pass by the media.
Think what he's been talking about. Hannibal Lecter, he says, is a nice guy. Trump would rather be electrocuted than eaten by a shark. You know that whole thing? Remember that? Poor Donald. He can't even watch TV this week because of Shark Week.
A court in the US state of New Mexico has thrown out manslaughter charges against actor Alec Baldwin over the death of Helena Hutchins on the set of the film Rust. The BBC's Emma Vardy reports.
It emerged earlier today that this box of bullets, this new piece of evidence had emerged, a box of bullets that had been given to police. Now, in this box of bullets, it's alleged it was supplied by the ammunition supplier to the movie set of Rust. There were mixed up bullets between live rounds and dummy rounds. And this cast a lot of doubt on the trial and the events leading up to the shooting. Now, previously, the armourer in the film Rust, she's already been convicted for involuntary manslaughter. It was alleged that she was the person who'd mixed up the bullets, and that's how a live round ended up in the gun being used by Alec Baldwin. But the emergence of this new piece of evidence cast doubt on all of that argument.
To sport now, and Carlton captain Patrick Cripps will play in his 200th AFL game today when the Blues take on the Western Bulldogs at Dockland Stadium. Carlton sits second on the ladder, having won 4 of their last 5 games. The Bulldogs have made 2 changes, with Cody Waitman and Caleb Poulter coming in for James O'Donnell and Aaron Norton. In today's other games, Hawthorn takes on Fremantle in Launceston. Sydney hosts North Melbourne at the SCG. The Crows face St Kilda in Adelaide, and Melbourne takes on Essendon at the MCG. Now, quickly to the weather for the state. Scattered showers, mainly on and south of the Divide. Isolated showers in the northwest. A cool to cold day with slightly below average temperatures. For Melbourne, partly cloudy, a medium chance of showers increasing to a high chance about the Dandenongs, a top of 13 on the way. It's currently 13 degrees now. This is ABC News.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
The Cats have got it back together. They're playing their best footy of the year, according to their coach, Chris Scott. Collingwood lose back-to-back Friday night fixtures. Is their back-to-back premiership quest in jeopardy? Did the tribunal get it right, upholding Isaac Heaney's one-week ban? And should the game look to the NRL about greater transparency around player movement? Plus, Adam Simpson departs his post as West Coast coach. Who should be the Big Birds' first phone call to fill the vacancy? All of that ahead right here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
Rowan dumps it on the boot, tumbles it to Stengel, and he'll pop it through. His second. And the Cats are going to down the Pies and move to third on the AFL ladder. Geelong will make it 3 in a row. Well, Collingwood have now dropped their last 3. And for the last 2 premiers, their seasons are trending in opposite directions. Geelong by 20 points.
Oh, there's a bit to pull apart out of the Friday night fixture, as there always is. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. As you heard in the opener, Corbin Middlemass, the coaching icon Mick Malthouse, and the premiership pyre Luke Ball. And it didn't damper the premiership celebrations from 2010. The famed 14th year anniversary finally rolled around, but the Collingwood clan got together, including our own Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball. G'day, boy.
Hi, Corb. Yeah, it was a great night. Yeah, and we thank the club, Ned Kelly and the club for organising it. Better late than never, as you say. It does sound a bit funny when you say it like that, doesn't it? And I think a few people have been pretty quick to point out that ironic too, having it on a Friday night against a team that beat us the year after, although we did beat them in the prelim, of course, to get there in 2010. But it's a great night. Great to, I know Mick was working, but ducked his head in and addressed the team. Good to see some of the boys that we haven't seen for a while. And not more importantly, but equally as important, a lot of the staff that had, played key roles, from the boots started right through. So, yeah, it was a terrific night at the footy.
Oh, I felt like it's and Ben Cameron mentioned this on our program during the week, it really summed up the group perfectly, that let's not wait for any excuse to have a party. So we could wait for a 15th year or wait for a 20th year if we missed the 10, but to hell with it. Let's get together right now and have a celebration. Do you do something every year anyway?
Yeah, well, I think that's the point too, that we tend to sort of gather once a year anyway for anyone who's around and can make it, usually in December, for lunch. It sounds like you think that the famed Rat Pack might be having an influence on that. Not there. Why do we need to wait for a big milestone? But I mean, the other good thing was there were kids everywhere there last night too. So for my kids who've never been out on the MCG, I'd finished playing before I had kids, and a lot of others in the same boat. So Chris Dawes flew in from New York yesterday morning. So it was great.
Mick Malthouse, he covers a fair bit of ground. There's no doubt about it. He was down there pre-game last night with his Collingwood Chargers and was able to catch up with Alan Tuvey and Nick Maxwell for us. Worked the game in the ABC box, went to the celebrations afterwards, and already, as we're in the ABC studios this morning, he's down in the Apple Isle ahead of Hawthorn and Fremantle today. How is lovely Tassie? Mick, nice to see you.
G'day, Corby, Bally, and all our listeners. This is heaven down here. I love Tasmania. It is just... It's undiscovered, and I hope it stays that way. Only 500,000 people, and it's just a beautiful day. A little bit of cloud out on the hills, but bright, sunny day. All the players are in there having a bit of a kick around the ground at the moment. A lot of people starting to queue up outside, ready to come in. So, looking forward to a very good game. But it was good last night, Bally, and I'll just add on a little bit. When I first arrived at Collingwood in 2000, Simon Pressure came out, was the only one that had a child. Last night, it was like you're trying to get to 30 million people in Australia very quickly, you blokes. I mean, you put a what is it ever? And remarkably, most of them are the same age.
Yeah.
Although Presty's now a grandfather, so
He used to.
he is, and but it was fantastic to just see some of the faces of people who it meant so much to, who were volunteers, and this goes for every football club, and we know it's all around Australia that most of the country clubs have just volunteers, and believe it or not, AFL clubs had volunteers. Unfortunately, like a few weeks ago when I went to Perth, there's a few missing, and they're never going to be seen again because they've passed, but never forgotten. It was a wonderful evening.
Mick Moldhouse, of course, the famed, and I mean Hall of legendary coach, of course, with us as always here on AFL Saturday. He's in Launceston ahead of that game between Hawthorn and Freo. Luke Ball and I are in studio. We will be working the Bulldogs-Carlton game, which is a juicy one with Patrick Cripps playing his 200th later today. And for some of our network, you'll be off to the Hawthorn-Freo game. For everybody else, it'll be Sydney-North Melbourne. There is some breaking news out of that game. Sam Wick's lined up in the VFL, so he was actually named in the 23. He played VFL this morning, along with Caleb Mitchell and McAndrew, the other two emergencies, which means that Luke Parker is in. So Luke Parker, who was initially named as an emergency, coming back from that heavy suspension he copped in the VFL, he will start in the seniors today and play league footy for Sydney.
Just shows, doesn't it? There you go. I mean, we 4-6 weeks ago, it was, is this it for Luke Parker? But I think with a player with that quality and calibre, you just knew that the moment was going to come, and now it's clearly off the back of a couple of down weeks for the Swans, albeit back-to-back close losses. It's not a bad position to be in, is it? To be able to call in Callum Mills, a skipper, and then ex-skipper Luke Parker, premiership player and champ. But it sounds like the Swans, have said, righto, now's the time to really start to, get serious and hone in, and you'd feel like poor old North might be on the end of a good response from the Swans today.
Lot to get to, Mick, out of last night's game. Obviously, you worked it with us on ABC Sport. The Cats started the year 7-0. They went 1-6 in the middle and then have won their last 3 games now. Meanwhile, you look at Collingwood's run, they've won only 2 of their last 7. The one thing that really stood out last night was the uncontested marks. So Geelong in the end finished with 145 marks, 139 of those uncontested. It was actually the third most amount of marks that Geelong's ever taken in a game. This is a team that obviously came into the competition as one of the inaugural clubs in 1897. What did you see last night? How did we get to that finish that Geelong winners by 20 points?
Well, Corby, I'm looking at the record in front of me here, and I was looking at it last night during the game, and there's a quote. We had a lot of pretty frank conversations about the team we want to be. Now, that's Craig McRae. I reckon that part of that was we need to be more aggressive. I thought they were super aggressive early, Collingwood, and I know that Geelong jumped out of the blocks, but Collingwood fought their way back, and there was a contest. The ball movement was finals like football. So Collingwood aren't far away from it, but they've fallen again for a side that's looked at them, and it's the two brothers, the two Scott brothers. You've got to think about. I reckon Chris would have been ringing Brad during the week. What got me was that Geelong. It's hard to beat Geelong with Geelong because it's got a narrow ground. It's a cigar shape, not a lot of width. Last night they used every inch of going wide, and when they couldn't go, and they used it soccer. And I'll use this one. There's a lot of teams that like to go wide, but they put the ball in the air for too long across the ground. You look at the great soccer sides; they use the player in the middle, and then they deliver a 20-metre or 30-metre kick and another 20 or 30-metre kick. Geelong did this and made Collingwood virtually their heart rate slowed from 170 to probably 110, thinking, well, at some stage you're going to come to us, and in the meantime, we're getting our breath, but we've lost this frenetic approach that they had last year, where they forced sides to overkick the football, jumped in on them, pushed up the ground, forced the error on the third or fourth possession, and scored. They're not doing it. Their players are falling back. Geelong are able last night, and was Essendon was able to move the ball around the ground until they found that opening in the middle, and then just went into the forward line. Probably I think it was 15 or 16 more times than Collingwood. That's dangerous. That is really dangerous for Collingwood. That they're going to have to get their press back, where they press right up on sides, because you are allowed to have 18 players out there, believe it or not, because they've got 18. So how you can allow 6 or 7 easy possessions in a row that sets the other side up. Now, it didn't look like Geelong were going to make hay in that sunshine while it was going into that third quarter. But then they found their way in, and then from there on in, Collingwood were just chasing. So I reckon the Pies need to get back to their basics of their... It's not a matter of how many times you get the football, it's how many times you take it off the opposition.
Yeah, and that's the big question. I mean, he wouldn't have needed to call Brad because the blueprint's there, isn't it? And it's going to be a real challenge for Collingwood now. I mean, they come up against Hawthorn next week, a really good kicking side as well. And the method's there, how to beat them. You take the chaos game away from them, which is what you're talking about, Pick. That's what Collingwood want. They want the ball, in chaos, in motion, and then they can keep coming back to the ball, commit numbers to the ball. The pressure's the big thing that's dropped away for the last month or so, and that's what's making Darcy more. And everyone's got the blowtorch on more a little bit, but that's what's making him look and also rent in terms of a defender because the ball's coming in without pressure. So I think that's the big challenge, and it's going to be a challenge just to, from a game plan point of view. There's mechanics to it, and then clearly there's a personnel issue. So I don't think they'll change the way they want to play and defend. But now they're in a position, though, where they have to find the people, the players, that can execute that, because that's not what's happening at the moment.
It's not. I don't think it's all doom and gloom for Collingwood. I know that the list, I've just got it here in front of me. Yeah, they play Hawthorn, they play Richmond, where they should win. That Carlton's an interesting game. Sydney away, Brisbane and Melbourne. And there's going to be a lot of other sides playing each other as well. There's a few things that come out of last night. So I thought the Conning played a pretty good game. Then you look at Cameron's tap ruck numbers; they were massive. That's got to be addressed. Not the fact that he gets his hands to it. It's more the case of where it's going.
64 to 22, Mick. Yep,
yeah. But the other one,
is smashing.
If I can just say, Corby, the one position I thought was, wow, am I seeing things here? And I thought he was outstanding. Was I think his name in back pocket on Cameron last night. Quainer. He was. His body work on him and not allowing him to get up the ground and that sort of stuff was out. I know he kicked 3 goals, but he wouldn't have been on him for all those 3. That was a wonderful move. I don't think Collingwood are far off being the side they want to be.
Craig McRae was asked about the marking game in particular last night in his post-match press conference.
Yeah, that was interesting because they kicked the ball around and really didn't go anywhere, and if anything, at times they kicked it back to us. There was no territory gain from it, but then this is the thing we weigh up. You go, so for 3 quarters it didn't hurt us. There was no scores from relatively low scores from that phase, but then there's potentially a cost of energy. Whether we got that right or not, that's something we'll reflect on.
They're an interesting conversation, Collingwood. We'll come back to them in just a moment. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport with Corbin Middlemass, Luke Baller and Mick Malthouse down in Tassie. To celebrate the winners, I'm very pleased to say we're joined by a man who is certainly a contender, if not in many people's estimations, the favourite for this year's Rising Star from the Geelong Football Club. His name is Ollie Dempsey, and he joins us on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Ollie, appreciate your time.
G'day, guys. Thanks for having me.
How do you put it into words the morning after?
Oh, no, very happy with that win. It was a good feeling the next day when you have a big win like that. So, very happy.
What was Chris Scott most pleased about when he pulled the group in post-game?
I just think about how we played and how we played our brand of footy, and we didn't let them dictate how we moved the ball and just played our brand, really. And he was really pleased with that, and just that we've got 3 good games in a row that we've played our way, and we're still building, and we've still got a lot to improve on, but we're going well, I think.
Ollie, congratulations on the way you've played and fit into that side. It's been quite remarkable, really. It's a premiership side from 2 years ago, and all of a sudden you find yourself in there, and you're a very, very important part of it. Just tell me how you feel about the fact that when you looked up the ground and for most of your career, I suppose, when you've looked in at Geelong and you've seen Hawkins at full forward, you go and play with him, he's out of the side, and the side's got to find a way to win. So have you noticed anything different about the forward line now that, say, Hawkins, who's been such a prominent part of it for 15 years?
Yeah, thanks, Mick. It is obviously a bit of a change, definitely. But we've got a few young guys down there, like Shannon Neal to step up and play well. We kicked a couple of goals yesterday, and Ollie Henry and obviously Jez down there. So it is obviously a different look, and we're very excited to get Hawk back whenever he does come back, and he plays a massive role for us. But I think all across the ground, it's really a bit of a change of age and change of guard with a few young players coming through, which is exciting for us, I think.
And what about your role? Have you got pre-season? Did you have any idea where you're going to line up and how? Well, clearly you're playing seniors now and look like you're totally established. But was your role defined before the season started?
Yeah, no, not at all. I played forward all pre-season, so and obviously in the last few weeks and in 6 or so weeks I've switched full time to the wing. So it's been a big change for me mid-season, but I've loved the change, and the way we play our wingers is a bit different. But
tell us about how, when you say different, how do you play that differently?
We sort of play more forward side on our wings, and a few of the Collingwood wingers commented on it last night. Actually, we played a bit different, and I don't know. I guess it's just how we roll it. With maybe it's just my positioning, and the other wing is a bit more defensive. But we sort of it's a lot like a forward. Scotty just tells me to back in my instincts and sure. Play the way I play. So I'm having a lot of fun doing it.
Ollie, you must be feeling really confident in your body and your fitness. You must have had a really good pre-season. I think I saw that you played 100% game time last night, which is pretty unusual these days in modern footy. So you must be feeling, really, really confident in the work that you've got behind you.
Yeah, I definitely do. I feel it this morning in my legs, that's for sure. But no, I didn't go off last night. But I feel like the off season and pre-season had a big one there, and worked really hard at my fitness, and I feel like I'm capable of doing that, and they put the trust in me to not take me off. So it was. I'm feeling really good, thank you.
You mentioned the young players. I mean, I think the beauty of the last couple of weeks has been a good mix of, obviously Paddy coming back. We know he's such a critical player for you, your captain, but we have to ask about a player like Lawson Humphries as well, who I think in his third game last night, first game at the MCG, big occasion. Gosh, he just looks like he's a 100-game player, doesn't he? The way he moves and his decision-making with ball in hand.
Yeah, he's a gun, and he's just another one that our recruiters seem to find out of playing reserves footy in the Waffle, which is an amazing story for him. And now he's one of our key players in our side, and was last night, and was really good for us. So it's good to see him going well, and he's been playing well all year in VFL, and finally got his opportunity, and for him to step up like that, it's amazing to see.
Often the recruiters get the plaudits when something like this happens, Ollie. I think maybe give you opportunity to give a shout out. Obviously the way you've come on this year, and Humphries and some of the other young players as well. Who have you worked most closely with in terms of development coaches? Perhaps give them a bit of a shout out.
Yeah, I think Nigel Lappin's a big one for me. Him in my first couple of years, he was obviously the forwards coach, and he's now a full-time development coach, and he's head of our academy group, and he's unreal with it, and he's been really good for Lawson, I know, and especially me. Like I worked really closely with him in my first 2 years, just building good habits, and even this year, and he's been so good for me, and even just James Rowley and Stephen King coming in this year for me, and all those our assistant coaches have been so good for our development and getting through that.
Ollie Dempsey with us from the Cats, up to third on the premiership table. Your coach spoke last night, Ollie, about the 15-metre kicks that weren't paid last night, or the policing, really, of the 15-metre kick to constitute a mark. Did you notice that out there as a player last night, that it was officiated differently or more than it had been throughout the year so far?
Yeah, it was obviously a bit of a change. We noticed it having a few calls in the first quarter happen like that, and we sort of, it's hard to adapt mid-game, but we managed to, and I guess that's just how they officiated on the night, and if that's going forward, I guess, but I don't know, a few different calls went that way, but it's all right.
And you've been asked a lot about the Rising Star, I'm sure, at the moment, and the natural reaction for a footballer is to say, look, we're hoping for bigger and better, and I understand that. Obviously, the premiership is the ultimate quest, but now that you're in it and we're in the back end of the season, do you want to win it? Is it something that you think, gee, I'm right in this, and I'd love to be the Rising Star winner?
Yeah, definitely. It would be an honour to win that award, and it's pretty good. There's a lot of good players to have won that in the past, and I'm really blessed to be in the opportunity to be one of the favourites, I think, now. I don't look too much into it, but yeah, it's something I will just try to keep playing well and play my role, and if it comes off the back of it, then it comes off the back of it. But yeah, it's definitely something that would be an honour to win.
It is year 3 on the list for you after being on the rookie listed player back in 2022. We hear all the time about your basketball background, former point guard and everything else. How much footy had you actually played before you got the chance to be drafted?
Yeah, not a lot, to be honest. I just sort of played my year 12 year when I was 18, and that's when my first year back since really under 15s, and I was no good in under 15s, so I was very small. So I just sort of played 6 games of Kerry footy in year 12, and then got thrown into the Cats, so I got blessed with the opportunity and just been developing ever since, really.
6 games, and you got drafted from that point. What motivated the switch? Why did you decide to head back to footy rather than the basketball path?
Initially, it was just playing with my mates. Like a lot of my mates played footy, and they made the switch from basketball to footy. So in year 12, I made the decision to do that and have a bit of fun with it and focus on my studies. And I guess I played a couple of good games down at Carey and got blessed enough to have the opportunity to play at the Cats. But it was just honestly just to have fun with my friends.
I understand you played basketball with a couple of pretty handy ballers in your younger days. You're going to keep one eye on the Olympic team and perhaps a few guys that you know there?
Definitely, yeah. I played with Dice and Giddy a bit back in the day, so still catch up with Dice whenever he comes down and saw him last week when they played in at John Cain. So that was good to catch up with him after that, and they're excited for their Olympic campaign, and I'll be definitely watching that closely because I do love my basketball still, so that'll be good fun.
Exciting for them, and perhaps a little September campaign for you to follow thereafter, Ollie, and maybe a little bit of a gong too. That's not too far around the corner. Congratulations on a magnificent year so far. It's been great to follow your story, and appreciate your time today.
Perfect. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate having me on.
Ollie Dempsey from the Cats. What a story.
He's a beauty. Yeah, what a story.
6 games of school footy and ends up on the list, and now he's the rising star favourite.
Yeah, and deservedly so. Deservedly so.
Yeah.
Hey, look, when you analyse Harley Reid, we know, we're told how great he is, and I've watched him a couple of times. Yeah, he's had a wonderful, let's say, under-18s to go in, and he's played the odd, really good game. I've got a funny feeling Dempsey's kicked. Did he kick 5 in 1 week? Did he kick 4? 4 or 5?
I think so. Yeah, he's had a few days where he's kicked multiple goals.
See, I don't necessarily think that he should, he probably doesn't, but other people should not worry about talking about him. When you look at the others, okay, they've been rubbed out, this and stuff, but I don't reckon that they are substantially any better.
Yep.
In fact, the season he's had such a consistent season. From day one this year, the day we got into that senior side, he's played really mature, consistent football.
Across multiple roles too. Yep.
Absolutely. At a level with a side that's now third on the ladder. So, you've got to earn those spots to get in those teams.
I agree. I think that's a key part too. Yeah, I think playing in a team that's up there and contending against a team, we know where the Eagles are at, and even the Bulldogs are struggling a bit now, and Sam Darcy after that suspension's come off a bit, hasn't he? So, I agree. If he continues to finish off the year strong, all of a sudden that sort of doomsday event where we were talking about, the asterisk next to the rising star, I disagree. I think he'll win it on his merits.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse. Your calls. We will open the talkback lines for the first time. So Friday night fallout, 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That's 1300 558 222. All right, the questions from last night. So the Cats are up to third on the table. What are they capable of in 2024, Geelong? Are they a premiership team? Are they a prelim side? What do you reckon, Mick? How far can the Cats go?
Well, they need to improve in a few positions, Corby, for me. I know that the ladder to me, I don't know why it looks so false. I don't know if it's because a couple of sides have stood out, albeit the fact they both got beaten last week. The bottom sides are really weak, which gives a bit of a leg up. You look at the draw. I look at Geelong's draw, premiership side 2 years ago, and I know they finished outside the 8. But I look at the draw and think the double up they've got. They must have a hand in it.
What's false about it? How would you stack, I guess, the best teams in it if you were putting them in order?
Okay, so I've been trying. Actually, I'm looking for the next 6 weeks and have a look. Look, Sydney are a standout at this stage. There's no question about that. And it's very rare the side gets through a year without having a couple of hiccups and drops games. So we know that. Sydney, and I think Parker, by the way, we're talking about Parker, he needs to be in the side to stiffen them up. They can be very, very good, but when things turn quickly on them, they don't seem to, like in the last couple of weeks, they haven't been able to get back in the game, albeit the fact that they've lost it on the last kick. Carlton, to me, excellent all over the ground. They just need to convince themselves they can win big finals. Fremantle, now I don't know whether this is because I just don't think there's enough great players playing it that makes great sides. Fremantle, to me, if they finish in the top 3, in top 4, they will deserve it because one is any side that can come from Perth and finish in top 4 deserves it because Corby, you've been back and forth as in your job. I've done it as a coach, and let me tell you, it is so difficult. So Essendon, look at their percentage. It's not even 100. They're in 4th spot. Geelong last night, Collingwood I reckon went off the boil in the middle of the ground, mid to late second quarter through the third quarter. So it didn't have the capacity then to put pressure on a Geelong side that is, I reckon, horribly slow through the middle. Horribly slow. And that's where sides that I think that's where, if Brisbane have learned anything from last year, the reliance on just one of their 2 players to kick goals. Rayner was a disappointment. Hipwood was a disappointment. Danaher was a disappointment when he wasn't playing well, and it was left up to Neil. So they, hopefully, for their sake, they've learned a lot about their game. To me, the 8th side is a top 4 side, GWS. They need their side. I know Kelly's out at the moment, but their win last week was back to what they played in the first part of the year. I think they're a top 4. Collingwood are a top 4. I know that they're 9th, but I believe that Collingwood are the side that can, if they can make it, they're right in there. Everyone else, out.
Yep. Quickly on the Cats, Bally?
I think the midfield's still a question mark, isn't it, against the real teams, including the ruckman. So, really well coached, and that's why, full credit to Chris. He's thrown the magnets around. Stewart's gone in, stiffened them up. But I think they're going to be hard to beat. You want to play them. They're going to be hard to beat, but I just think, they're very, very top end through the middle. They might come unstuck against the Sydneys and the Carltons.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. George is in Hobart. He's the first of our callers. Hello, George.
Just wondering how many weeks do you think Cameron deserves for the dangerous sling tackle on Dacos?
It was a bit of a horse collar tackle from the American football sort of expression. We did comment on that last night. What do you reckon?
Did it get paid a free kick? I was standing up behind. No, it didn't.
Don't think so.
I thought it might have been advantage. Yeah. Well, I think. It sort of looked pretty spectacular in a sense, didn't it? But probably at no stage.
His body over.
Yeah, probably at no stage was he in real danger in terms of what they look for in terms of head high sort of contact. It was a sort of a violent looking act. Yeah. But I think
so. American football do have a rule that you can't rip someone by the collar and tackle them in that fashion, which is what Cameron did last night. Is it something we need to look at?
Potentially, yeah.
How many times it happened?
That's the thing. It doesn't happen often.
First time it's happened all year.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, both were travelling at serious velocity, weren't they? So it was a combination of that. And
I reckon we should add a few more rules to it mid-season. just go another.
But
4
to
or
answer
5.
the caller's question, I don't think he'll have a case to answer.
Does he have a case to answer, Mick?
No, not at all. Because when he did it, it was far from flogging him into the ground on his head.
Yep.
His body, yes. But no, there's no case to answer there.
Michael from Tasmania is the next of our callers. Thanks, George, for that. 1300 558 222. Hello, Michael.
Yeah, just interested in hearing Mick and Luke what we've got to say for the second time in a few weeks. Geelong with a non-concussion test on Tom Stewart, who looked like he could hardly walk when he left the ground, and 4 minutes later he's back on. This is outrageous, I think, by Geelong.
And Chris Scott didn't want to answer either, did he?
So this is, we can play that. Here's Chris Scott last night on Tom Stewart's concussion test, and what happened there?
Yeah, no doubt their clearance stuff was dominant. Yeah, I thought,
That's most definitely Craig McRae. This is Chris Scott.
The feedback to me was that he was fine. I think did he have a cut? Yep, so he had to get that sorted, but no, the feedback was that he was fine.
Do you have to undergo any sort of concussion testing?
It's a question I can't answer, and to be brutally honest with you, I just refuse to answer those questions. One, because I don't know, but most importantly, I don't ask. I don't want anything to do with that stuff.
It's not the first time it's happened. Obviously, we saw Jeremy Cameron after his heavy collision against Port Adelaide earlier in the year. Had a quick chat with the doctor, stayed out there. AFL ticked off on that. And again, last night we saw Tom Stewart in a heavy collision. One player was concussed. The other one returned to the field inside that 15-minute period, so didn't even go for the SCAT-6 test, which is the second phase of the concussion test.
Well, until we get the rule right, and there's another rule change, but and this has got to be a non-football, as in it's got to be a health reason, is to have the player that's in those sort of things, they have to leave the field because you've got enough on the bench. Not yesteryear, Corby, we only had 2 on the bench. There's enough players. They go on the ground. That player goes to the ground, goes into the rooms, and is tested by an AFL official, an AFL doctor. That we're going to always question the coaches, the integrity of the doctors, and we've got to get rid of that notion that some are cheating, some are lax in their definition of it, whereas others are a bit more stringent. That'll persist while we have these sorts of incidences.
What do you reckon, Bawley?
So he came off the ground.
Had a chat with the doctor. He actually had a cut.
He had a bit of
on his eyelid. So somehow, as he sort of closed his eye, opened his eye, you could see the blood trickling outside the eyelid.
Well, that's because the heads collided and it was right on his eyebrow. So you're going to split there. That's the easiest place to split on in any sport is on the eyebrow there, because it's bone hits bone and you've got a very thin layer of skin.
But apart from that, he had a quick chat with the doctor and went back out there after a couple of minutes.
Look, so it's hard to talk about, isn't it? Because you don't want to sound like you're questioning doctors, and I think that's where Chris Scott's coming from with that. But Mick's right. It is always going to be a talking point until we have some sort of uniform, objective ruling towards it.
One other thing that was clearly a talking point out of last night, not just the 15 metres, which Chris Scott was fired up about in his post-game presser, and we spoke to Ollie Dempsey about it a short time ago here on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. The holding the ball interpretation, and it's been hot all year, but particularly last night, the one where one arm is tackled and the player then has one arm free, and the umpire basically deems in that moment, if you've got an arm free, your prior opportunity is gone. So the clock starts ticking from that point. They want you to dispose of the footy however possible, and just to make an attempt. You don't even have to do correct disposal at that particular stage. As long as you try and drop the ball in the direction of your foot, the umpire's happy for that, and the umpire should call play on in that particular moment, which is very foreign to us as a game. The one that got us last night, though, was Nick Dacos, who was on his knees, he was tackled, had one arm being held, and had the footy in his hand, and the umpire said, look, that's holding the ball. Which makes you think, Bawley, the only other thing that Nick Dacos could have done in that moment was just drop the footy on the ground in front of him.
Or not pick it up. And so that's where we'll get to, if we want to keep pinging that. And if that's what they want, that's what...
Bawley, but he didn't pick it off the ground, Bawley. He'd had it, and he went to his knees with the ball. Corey, just one thing that you just said there.
Yep.
Get rid of the ball. Still sideboard him. That's his only thing that he did was attempt to kick the football. In fact, it's almost likely that he did scrape the ball with his boot anyway, because he had one arm trapped and he tried to break that, and then he put the ball onto his boot, or tried to, missed it, and he got free kicked. So it's so contradictory what you're saying, not what you're saying, but what the AFL interpreted. Get rid of it. Well, still sideboard him. Tried to get rid of it. Dacos had unless he headbutted it, he had no hope of getting rid of it, because his legs are on the ground and he's got one arm trapped. So that rule there has got to be reinvestigated at the end of the season, to say, because players are going to become very smart. They'll hit and tackle and they'll grab your arm. They'll get their bodies close to you as possible so you can't get a kick away, and within a split second you lose the football to a free kick. I don't know whether that's the design of the rule.
Well, yeah. So it comes back to again who we're barracking for, in a sense. So if you wanted to play devil's advocate there, that's just the perfect tackle. So should we be rewarding a perfect tackle in a game now where players are so good across the board, generally speaking, so good at standing up in a tackle and getting a disposal clear? So it's a bit of that. I don't know really where I sit. I mean, sometimes I feel like if you're good enough to pin an arm and execute a safe and perfect tackle, then you should get rewarded in this game. In a game where it is so hard to do that, generally speaking. And you see the Crippses of the world take on 3 tackles and still get a disposal clear. So
you weren't as outraged about it last night as others?
I must admit, I need to see the Dacos one again. But the side bottom one... Yeah, ultimately, again, so 9 times out of 10, I reckon he's strong enough and good enough to get a disposal there. So maybe that one, it's just bad luck. Okay. Just been pinged.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Ron is the next of our callers. Hello, Ron.
Oh, good morning, gentlemen, and thank you for your program. The Nick Dacos tackle on the wing, you're familiar with rugby league, particularly Michael Malthouse. That, in my view, was a chicken wing tackle, which has been outlawed in rugby league. Because he pulled the arm back and up, and that's a chicken wing tackle. And in that sense, instead of the umpire holding the ball, he should have actually protected the player welfare by saying, how can we make sure that this player's shoulder's not dislocated? And you remember Melbourne Storm was accused of chicken wing tackles. Well, they got rid of them in rugby league for that reason, because you dislocate the shoulder. I've been in your comments, gentlemen.
Yeah, well, Dacos went to ground, which meant that the player who was standing up inevitably was in a position where the arm didn't go down with the arm, so therefore it looked like he held his arm up and maybe twisted. He didn't. I agree with you. The chicken wing tackle is so dangerous, but that didn't happen with Dacos. Because his momentum took him to the ground, the player tackled him, stood up. That appearance will always take place because the player didn't go down the ground with him.
Yeah, and we do penalise the chicken. I mean, you think of some famous ones. Obviously, Chris Judd got suspended for it. Or that one where a player is defenceless on the ground already. Yeah. And a secondary motion is put in place. So again, I need to see the Dacos one again. Well, yeah, because players don't do it. That's right, because they know they get suspended for it.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Baller, and Mick Malthouse, AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. A bit to get to. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Is the Pies premiership defence? It feels like it's on the ropes. Is anyone willing to call it? Feels like we got so much deference and respect for Collingwood given what they've done. They need to win 4 of their last 6. Can they still defend their flag, Mick?
McStay will come in next week, if he gets through this week. He's not going to be the panacea for everything. He's going to be a player who's going to be able to give some contest in the air, which they lacked yesterday. I think their midfield is better than what it played. They'll wake up to what sides are trying to do. They'll win. I believe that they'll win these games. Hawthorn is a danger. Yep. I'll be watching Hawthorn today, and I've been most impressed with Hawthorn, but they should beat Hawthorn at MCG. They played Richmond, they should win that. Yep. They play Carlton, that'll be a massive game. Carlton and Collingwood games, notorious endings, because you can't, there's no use trying to pick that one. Sydney's going to be dangerous and hard to win up there. They've got it all over Brisbane. Brisbane can't play that. They harassed Brisbane unmercifully. They were far better than one kick last year grand final. And it gets down to Melbourne. Now, no Petrarca. Gawn will be hobbling into that round. Collingwood a good record against Melbourne. I still think Collingwood will make it. And with the bye, it takes the advantage away. I know you've got one extra game in the top 4, but it takes away the hassle, and particularly with Collingwood's year of getting players up, losing them and getting players up. They might peak at the right time.
Yeah. Well, in finals too. If they can get in, finals we know is more of a chaos game. Uncontested to contested flips, which suits them, so you wouldn't want to play them. There's an asterisk on. There's too many ifs at the moment, I think. If McStay can come in, if their mids can recover a bit of form.
Who's going to... I think the question you've got to ask at this stage, on the ladder, who do they replace?
Yeah, I'm talking about winning it. Yeah, I'm talking about winning it. I think they can sneak in too, Mick. I think they've got enough talent and enough pride to get in.
So who comes out, Paulie, with that ladder?
Well, that's a good... Exactly. I mean, that's the question, isn't it?
Is it Port?
It's probably Port, yeah. Or Brisbane or the Giants, yeah. I mean...
I can't see...
That's right. Yeah.
It'll be Port that'll come out.
Yeah, work cut out for them.
Let's take a lightning round of calls here on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. 1300 558 222. Pete's in Ballarat. Hello, Pete.
G'day, gents. I'll be as quick as I can. The couple of pretty ordinary holding the ball calls last night, but meanwhile, throughout that game last night, I reckon I saw the ball blatantly thrown a dozen times, and not one of them were called. A couple of times directly in front of umpires, and it's making a mockery of our game, the way the ball is tossed around these days. Some games you might as well be watching rugby. Fair dinkum. And, you know...
I will be tonight. I'll give you the tip.
Far more concerned with that than I am with, you know, is he holding the ball calls. I don't think the umpires had it that wrong in the first place. I just think that the league's reacted badly to it.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate your call. 1300 558 222. Craig is in Warrnambool. Hello, Craig. You got us, Craig?
Just ringing about the push in the back rule.
Yes.
I mean, Kruger, got pushed by Colin Jansky and then put on a bit of a show and put some cream on it. And then you got Cameron in the background with the last goal, pushed Henry out of the road in the back. But nothing was said. I mean, are they allowed to push him in the back, or they're not allowed to push him in the back? And it happens all the time, and it's totally confusing.
Yeah. Corby,
and the commentators don't say anything, but anyway.
Yeah. I'm with you. We see a lot of players down in their tackles land on players' backs, and it's just called play on. That's gone out the window as far as the falling on the back. And the push in the back, the blatant push in the back with 4 umpires. You've got one sitting down there watching that play. I'm with you. The players are getting away far too much as far as that push in the back go.
Thanks, Craig. Mark's in Tasmania as well. Hello, Mark.
We should be recording from Tasmania. We get that many people from Tasmania,
we
Corby.
do, don't we? We do. Hello, Mark.
At one end of the ground, would that affect the umpire's decisions and with injuries as well?
Mark, just start again for us. Sorry, from the top.
Sorry, fellas. With the way the game's played now, it's like the players are all at one half of the ground. How would that make it harder for the umpires to make decisions and cause more injuries?
Given the congestion, what do you reckon?
Yeah. Well, I've got no doubt, Mark, that it's part of the reason for the additional umpire, because you're right. I mean, the way that footy's played these days, we talk about nearly every player is within 80 metres of the ball, the way that teams defend, certainly these days. So, hence the extra set of eyes on them, I guess. So, from an umpiring point of view, I mean, you could argue either way. You could argue that they should pick everything up, or that the extra set of eyes creates a bit of confusion, and that might be one of the reasons why we're seeing some eye-raising decisions this year. From an injury point of view, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know what the data. I think certainly about halfway through the year there was a bit of a thought, wasn't there, Corb, that injuries were up a little bit. I just think the game's just played at such a frenetic, dynamic level these days that's just an unfortunate byproduct of that.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate your call. Kim is from Hobart. Hello, Kim.
Hey, guys. I'm just on my way to actually umpire a senior game of footy and be listening in every week. Look, from an umpire's point of view, we're actually frustrated with all the laws and the changes and all the interpretations and trying to go in players' minds and their intentions. But we're asking a lot of us umpires in split seconds to make all these decisions, and even listening to you guys today to watch heaps of games, you can't even agree on a lot of things. So the expectation that we, in a 0.5 of a second, are going to be able to pick up all these things that you're after, it's just impossible for us.
Good call. Can I just ask, as you go to the game today, what are you finding most challenging at the moment from an umpiring, from an adjudicating point of view? Is it
definitely holding the ball.
Yep.
The AFL just won't give us a black and white answer. If we get new umpires that come in and they'll ask for opportunity, and the first question they'll ask is, how many seconds is prior opportunity? And we don't have an answer. It's, if they do this or if they do that. From our perspective, it was black and white and said, if you had the ball for 2 seconds, that's your prior or something like that. That would get far more consistency. But we have a list of about 10 different things that have got to go through for holding the ball, and it's just impossible.
Thanks, Kim. Really appreciate your call. It's a good perspective as an umpire who's on his way to officiate a senior game today. 1300 558 222. Don is on the road. Hello, Don.
G'day, how you doing?
We're well, thank you.
Look, I'll be really quick. I'm 70-year-old, but when I started playing football as a kid, my father and coaches, the most important thing they said to us is, get in and win the ball before anybody else does. The game is umpired towards tackling and not the bloke who wins the ball. That started when South Melbourne moved to Sydney and started getting rugby people to teach them how to tackle. And the game has now come where we support the tackler. And I heard Luke or someone say that before. Bugger the tackler. Look after the bloke who wins the ball. And I'd like to see the umpire make mistakes, or the bloke in favour of the guy who's won the ball, the mistakes in favour of the buffhead running around doing the tackle.
Good on you, Don. Appreciate your call. I'm going to let that stand as comment. It's a great call, bit of energy from Don. 1300 558 222 is that talkback number. It is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport with the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse, the premiership player Luke Ball, and myself, Corbett Middlemas. More of your calls coming up, plus a bit of cool hand Luke and mixed messages on the way next.
The ABC Tennis Podcast is your Australian serve of tennis all year round, be it on grass, clay or hard court. Join myself, Catherine Murphy, and former Australian tennis players John Millman and John Alexander as we unpack results and storylines from the Grand Slams and beyond. It's the podcast Australia's Alex Demonor listens to.
No, Alex is a big listener to the ABC Tennis Podcast.
Find the ABC Tennis Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
on AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
The champion bloke.
failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
Straight off it, I like it, Corb. Yeah, a little bit of a change up this week. Well, I think Isaac Heaney, clearly the big talking point this week, given the fact that he's on the top line of Brownlow medal betting, Mick, and I'm going to tackle the discussion around Brownlow eligibility. Now, there's a presumption here that Isaac will be there at the pointy end come the last Monday in September, so let's say that he is. I'm going to zag a bit because there's been pretty consistent talk this week around the fact that needs to change, given the way that incidents, I guess, are policed these days. And now, for the incident itself, I still have the belief that that's a classic careless. I spent a couple of years on the match review panel, and I know they added a rule or added a little sub part to that rule this year and notified the clubs to the point where if something happens off the ball, I just think that that's a classic careless. And yes, he got him high and should be penalised for it, but I don't think that was for me that's a fine, not a week. But putting that aside, I think that the whole talk around the fact that we need to soften the fairest point from the Brownlow, I'm not a believer in. I think that we need to hold firm there. I think whoever ultimately wins it, and often there's a hard luck story. We know that, but that's been the case for over 100 years. But I think whoever ultimately wins it, the fact that they've been able to get through such a brutal season, obviously play at a high level and play at a very, very fair level as well, I think we need to protect the sanctity of that. So argue what you want about the specific incident. I think you should have got off, Corb. I know you think differently.
Yep.
Got off with a fine, not a week. But I think in terms of changing this award that's got and there's lots of other awards, he'll still be eligible for the coaches, the players, the MVPs, all that sort of stuff. But as hard as it might be sometimes, and as hard luck stories as there might be, I think we need to stick with the best and fairest for the Brownlow medal.
I like it. That's Cool Hand Luke. So eligibility changes overblown this week. 1300 558 222. It has had support from the likes of Patrick Cripps and I think Simon Goodwin and Brad Scott all adding voice to it this week about possibly changing eligibility. What do you reckon, Mick? It's been 27 years since we've had a player poll the most amount of votes and not win. That obviously is excluding the exceptional circumstances in 2012, but certainly when it comes to a suspension in the season, it's been 27 years since we've seen something like this anyway.
This is one of the rules that thankfully has survived the umpires. It's an umpires award, and by definition there they're looking for best and fairest. It should not be touched under any circumstances, and it stays as it is. The guy that recruited me to Richmond, his father won the first one for Richmond with, I think, 3 votes.
Wow.
And they were done by then. I think the coach voted one. They had 1 vote each to give over the journey. He won. That was you got your book in front of you, Corby. I think it was Noel Judkins' father. I can't remember his first name, but it'd be Judkins.
Yep.
And he won it in the 20s or 30s.
Stan Judkins.
Yes. How many votes? 3.
I'll look it up. It was the 1930 Brownlow medal.
Yeah.
I'll come back to you.
Might be 4. But anyway, nonetheless, Paulie, you're on the money. But the thing is, what will come and go, Paulie, is the Coaches' Award will be done every year.
4.
And
4 votes.
4 votes. Yep. And so that means he was judged best on the ground 4 times. Yep. I think they only give 1 vote.
Okay.
And it'll come and go. And it's like white ball cricket. You know who won it on the year, but you forget the 10 years down the track you don't, but good tests, you'll always remember who won the test. And I think that Brownlow medals, regardless of what anyone says, is the most prestigious award. It should stay as it was intended by best and fairest by the umpires, and never to be interfered with.
It was actually the first year that we had a tie as well. So 3 players won that same year with Harry Collier, Alan Hopkins and Stan Judkins were all part of that. So as a result, with 4 votes,
it's quite amazing going back when you go back through finals and Brownlows, and the simple fact that in itself, I got a funny feeling that he won it, and those guys were added on later on. I'm not 100% sure.
In 1980, with the...
So I don't know how they chose Judkins to win it with 4 votes, and the others got 4 as well. Perhaps he played less games. I'm not 100% sure, but Yeah, but if he had less games, Bally,
Right.
so
Yeah.
let's say he played 13 games or 14 games, the others played 16. But it's the intrigue about these awards is its history, and that's what I just think that you don't dabble with the rules of history.
100 years, of course, this year since the Brownlow was first awarded when Kaji Greaves won for Geelong back in 1924. So the Cats are actually wearing a retro jumper to commemorate that this Saturday night against the Bulldogs. Just on the actual suspension of Isaac Heaney, so you said you felt like he shouldn't have got a week for it. You felt like careless was more appropriate than intentional, Bally?
Yeah, that's where I sit on it.
Yep. What do you reckon, Mick?
Off, totally.
Yeah, so on the other way.
So
I appreciate that.
I look at where his opponent was drifting down for a start off. He's tried to cut and grabbing hold of him.
Yep.
All he's done is try to cut his arm away from being grabbed. It's hit him in the face. If you have a look where the player was that got struck, he's probably at his hip height with no intent to hit him in the face. He didn't look at him to go. And we've seen too many through this year where they actually physically punch him in the face to get a week or get fined. He should not even have gone up. Ridiculous.
Yep. Greg from Warrnambool's the next of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, Greg.
Yeah, Mick just answered it. It's the umpire's fault. You've got to be within 5 metres of the ball to grab a player. If you grab them outside that, and all these taggers, they need to stop that. And then this would never have happened.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate
it. I think the 5 metres is not a rule either. You just can't grab him without the ball.
I appreciate it. I mean, you guys have played the game. You've seen this so many times. And obviously, Mick, coaching for the better part of the last 40 years or whatever it has been now as the most capped coach in the history of the game. But, I mean, ultimately, if you flip it, and we spoke about this a couple of weeks ago when it came to Walsh and Dangerfield, is it reasonable for Jimmy Webster to expect to be bopped on the nose in that kind of fashion when Heaney throws his arm back? And I appreciate that he's hitting in a downward motion. He didn't intend to hit him, but ultimately he did. He made contact.
And you get blood noses, but you get blood noses in football, Corby. You've got 36 players running around the ground. So they say it's out of play. That's not out of play. That is not out of play. He's on the lead. He's actually physically in the play. He might be 40 metres, 50 metres off the kick.
Yep.
But he is not. The ball's not up the other end, and he turns around and whacks him. Or even if he backhands him. Look, if he backhands him and the ball's up the other end, because he's grabbing a hold, I can understand. But he's on the lead to make position. So a bloke's grabbed him. He's trying to fend him off. You expect to get a blood nose. I guarantee, Bally, if you've played 200 plus games, you would have bled probably in 50 of them.
Yep, out of the nose too. Yeah, no, I can sympathise with the blood nose, but I just think. Yeah, I'm not saying he's not guilty of something. I just think it was a classic careless action.
So I guess for everything that we're doing when it comes to head trauma in the game, and we're basically kids that were taught from when they were little to fly for a ball and everything, and then we're telling players in midair they've got to change their decision making process and not clash into each other. And Peter Wright and Callum Brown are getting 4 and 3 weeks for causing basically accidental incidents that leave somebody concussed on the field. And then we have this in a striking manner. Isn't it easier to clean up an action like that than it is to clean up a collision? And yet we're holding guys culpable for almost a month worth of footy for a split-second incident that is very much a football-type motion. And yet throwing an arm out is something that we can easily eradicate from the game, particularly when it makes contact with somebody's head. I would have thought that's easier to clean up than it is the other.
You learn from 7 or 8 years of age when you first go from junior footy into a contesting football that you are taught to chop the arm to keep it away from on a tackle. If you're getting tackled, you chop the arm. He's on the lead. He chops the arm. And it hits him in the face. So I want to ask you then Corby, how many weeks did Schultz get? Because he made the Geelong boy bleed.
Well, that's
because that's it. It's a contest. It's a contest in the air.
I think it's a good point. We're either right, but I'm in the camp where right. That was too many weeks. I think that was by the book those weeks based on the what happened to the.
I think it's been a complete bugger up the whole year. A lot of the weeks and the fines. That's where they've got to sit down and get this right. It's right all over the shops, like a dog's breakfast.
And the other thing, the Swans, they've had problems with head trauma in the past with the McCartans. They were very strong, basically saying, look, we need to clean up these incidents in the game when their players were left concussed. Now they've had 2 incidents, one where Parker picks off a player in the VFL. Not only did they challenge it at the tribunal, they didn't accept the umpire's decision, took it to the appeals board, and then they've done the same thing with Heaney this week to try and defend their player. So interesting that the Swans, on one hand, they're very worried about head trauma in the game, and then when their players involved, they're doing absolutely everything they can to try and have it overturned. Some of our audience are off to the footy. We're back for another half hour for everybody else after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is calling on Russia to stop interfering in the domestic affairs of other nations. It comes after 40-year-old Kira Korlov and her 62-year-old husband Igor, both Australians born in Russia, were arrested in Brisbane and charged with preparing an act of espionage. Russia's embassy in Canberra is accusing Australia of trying to stoke anti-Russian sentiment, but Mr Albanese says Russia has lost all credibility.
How about you try to stop interfering in domestic affairs of other sovereign nations? This is a country that has no respect for international law, and they should be regarded with contempt, which is what I have for them.
Explosive allegations have been levelled against a controversial construction union one day after its long-serving Victorian secretary resigned. Danushi Dias reports.
In an explosive report in The Age this morning, underworld figures and senior bikies are alleged to have infiltrated major construction projects in Victoria and New South Wales. After a months-long investigation, 9 newspapers and 60 Minutes claim criminals and bikies acting as CFMEU delegates have been employed on federal and state government-funded projects, including Victoria's $100 billion Big Build road and rail infrastructure program. The allegations come a day after John Setka announced he's stepping down effective immediately as the CFMEU's Victorian secretary, citing allegations in the media. The ABC has contacted the union and the state government for comment.
In a statement, John Setka says the allegations against him and the union are false. US President Joe Biden says the media has given Donald Trump a free pass. Mr. Biden has been holding a rally in the key swing state of Michigan. It comes as he tries to allay concerns about his mental capacity following his poor debate performance. Mr. Biden says Donald Trump is full of praise for the Russian President Vladimir Putin.
When he invaded Ukraine, here's what Trump said. I'm not making this up either. He called him a genius and said it was wonderful. What in the hell is going on? But people would rather talk about how I mix up names. I guess they don't remember that Trump called Nikki Haley Nancy Pelosi.
A judge in the U.S. state of New Mexico has thrown out the involuntary manslaughter case against actor Alec Baldwin over the shooting death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Here's Ali Crew.
The US actor was charged after a gun he was holding went off on the set of the film Rust in 2021, killing Ms Hutchins. Alec Baldwin's lawyers successfully argued the state withheld evidence in the involuntary manslaughter case. Live rounds of ammunition were turned over to state police in March as evidence, suggesting the ammunition came from a prop supplier rather than the film's armourer. But that evidence was withheld and the judge ruled the charges should be dropped as the concealed evidence would have been favourable to Mr Baldwin's case.
2 people have died in a house fire in Melbourne's east overnight. Mietta Adams has more.
Arson and explosive squad detectives are investigating the circumstances surrounding a house fire in Donvale last night. Emergency services arrived at around 4 o'clock this morning to Craig Road. Sadly, 2 people were in the home at the time and died at the scene. Their bodies were recovered from the house after the fire was extinguished, but are yet to be formally identified. The ABC understands 2 males lived at the property. An arson chemist and detectives are attending the scene this morning. Anyone with information is being urged to contact Crime Stoppers.
Firefighters have contained a fire at a storage unit in Sydney South after more than 12 hours. The blaze at a 2-level storage unit near Kirrawee destroyed the building. There were no reports of any injuries. Police are investigating after a boat capsized on the New South Wales far north coast, killing 1 man. Emergency services were called to the north wall of the Tweed River in the early hours of this morning after 2 people were seen clinging to an upturned boat. A man was retrieved from the water and taken to Tweed Heads Hospital. The other man couldn't be revived. Local Dale Hack has told ABC Radio North Coast he watched the incident unfold from nearby Point Danger.
People were looking from the headland and I just drove down to Duranbar Beach and I noticed it's been washed up on the beach and unfortunately there was a deceased person, paramedics and police were present.
And flights may be disrupted today in Adelaide because of heavy fog this morning. 10 arrivals and 8 flights leaving the airport were disrupted. In a statement, the airport says visibility has improved, but passengers are being urged to check with their airline about any potential delays. You're up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
The road to an Olympics or Paralympics is rarely straightforward. It's filled with pain, pressure and expectations.
The gold is always on my mind.
For me to go to the Olympics would be everything.
Being able to bring home the first ever gold for Australia would be a very, very proud moment for me.
ABC Sports documentary Countdown to Paris follows 5 Australian athletes in their quest to make it to Paris 2024.
I knew straight away that qualifying for Paris was what I wanted to do.
The desire to make an Olympics never goes away.
Countdown to Paris is available to watch now on ABC iView and the ABC News In-Depth channel on YouTube.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bawley. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Fun day of footy coming up. The Bulldogs and the Blues under the roof at Docklands in the twilight spot. Patrick Cripps playing his 200th game. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport with Corbin Middlemass, the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse, and the Premiership Pie Luke Ball. The early games, so we have Hawthorn and Fremantle where Mick Moldhouse is at York Park. There is no late change there. Harry Morrison, the number 1 for the Hawks, is the sub, and Michael Walters is the sub for Fremantle, so he will start as their tactical sub. And there has been one late change, which we reported earlier, that Luke Parker is replacing Sam Wicks in the Sydney team. Luke Parker will start as the sub, coming back from that VFL suspension, so he's playing in the seniors here. And Curtis Taylor is going to start as the sub for North Melbourne. The 2 games tonight, of course, Adelaide hosting St Kilda. The Saints with that big win last week over the Swans, and it'll be Melbourne without Gawn, without Petrarca, up against Essendon at the MCG. All right, let's get straight into it. In our second hour, it is now time for Mixed Messages.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
Very simple message. We've just had another coach bite the dust. He was up for contract and he was given another two years. Remarkably, and I'll say that remarkably. I'm sure that one would have been enough to keep the heat off any board, but the board must take responsibility. Right now we see some football boards do an excellent job in protecting the coach. They're the ones that put their neck out and reappointed him or whatever it may have been for 1, 2 or whatever years. When you give a coach an extra 2 years, you should live with those 2 years and not start pulling pins, and you should know what you're going to get. Your homework's got to be done. I feel that a decision last year was made incorrectly and the board should have accepted it and run with it. If they're going to move the coach on, they should have a desperately good look at themselves.
I like it. Mixed messages. A little one for boards of footy clubs, and so they've cut Adam Simpson short, not just by the remaining 7 games this year, Bawley, but with another year to run in 2025. So I guess the next question is, who do they call?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to think. It's a good point, clearly, yeah. Is the out that Don Pike had just arrived, it was his first year, he wanted to just see, give it 1 year into the job rather than coming in.
But he hasn't given it a year, though, Bully. He hasn't. He's given it 2/3 of a year.
Yeah, well, we're hoping that it would be going better.
What do they gain? I'll just ask you, Bully, what does a club gain? On top of your head, just what does a club gain by, with 7 left, to move the? And I know there's some reasons. So, there's the credibility of the club, there's supporters, there's the money that gets paid in there. I know all this, but what do they actually gain? What does a team gain?
Well, no, you just answered your question. That's why it happens, isn't it? Clearly, to appease the other stakeholders, from the club, and especially when you're a big, powerful club, the noise just gets louder and louder until something has to give. Now,
it is a fascinating conversation though as to what they got out of this year. So rather than sacking him last year, when the results were dire, they decided to go on again, and they've given him 2/3 of a season. And you think, what do you get out of it? I mean, really, the big, brand new shiny toy they've got is Harley Reid. He's obviously out of regional Victoria. They've got 3 years to basically try and impress to him that this is the footy club for him. It feels like they've just set fire to the first year because they didn't want to pay out the extra year, and instead it's just been a gap year. It's been a complete waste.
Corby, can I just come in there, what you just said? I just reckon that we don't do this enough. We call it a sacking. Now, perhaps that is the word, but at the end of last year, going into the last round, maybe 3 or 4 weeks out, you say, we're not renewing your contract, we're not sacking you, but we're just not, you're not being renewed. Now, I guess that in one sense is a sacking, but it's also far cleaner, far more, I guess, telling that we are just parting ways.
Yeah.
And we've had 10 great years, you've won a premiership, but we're just not, we're going, Don Pike's coming on, or new CEO's coming on, and we're moving on. So therefore there's no back pay damage of, because you get, this is what annoys me most of all about it. Being sacked doesn't mean you're a bad bloke. Now, Adam Simpson is not a bad bloke, and yet because he gets sacked, there's all this innuendo that, he might have been lazy. He may not have picked up with the game. He just accepted losses. He just did, and he's no good. Well, he is a good bloke, and he had his methodologies, which were good enough to win a premiership. And as I wrote in my column, in 4 years they will be doing a get together, a reunion to celebrate the 2018 premiership.
Was this handled well, Mick?
I don't think it was handled well at all, because the board itself, we've hardly heard from him. Don Pike, even to offer him another game, it's, look, I think if Pikey had his day again, I don't think he'd first of all be doing that. They've left it what? Because Melbourne beat them by 54 points. They've had some big hidings. They've got a reasonable side in now, but it takes time to get the side back together again before it starts playing good footy. So, no, I don't think they've handled it well.
Adam Simpson moved to try and clarify some of that farewell game chat on Talking Footy back on Wednesday night.
Yeah, I buggered that one up. Pike and I had spoke beforehand, and he sort of asked if it was on the table, and I wasn't quite sure at the time, and I think I might have projected the wrong message there, because I wasn't really keen at the time, and I wasn't as clear as I should have been. So by the time we got to the press conference, I reckon that was on me, that one. Whilst I could have done it, I just don't think I needed to. So really keen to get to the ground, mainly for the fans. I really appreciate what the members have done for our club, and for me personally, the last 12 months they've sort of had our backs a little bit. So I'd like to acknowledge that pre-game. I don't know, I might toss the coin or something, but yeah, I'll get out of the way pretty quickly.
That is what he's doing. He's going to toss the coin before the game tomorrow up against the Brisbane Lions. The Chief Executive of the AFL Coaches Association, Alistair Nicholson's been good enough to join us on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Alistair, appreciate your time.
G'day, guys. How you going?
It's never a good time. Well, thanks. It's never a good time for a senior coach, obviously, when their tenure comes to an end at a football club. Was this handled well by the West Coast Eagles?
Well, I think what you said is exactly right. It is always a challenge, and I think what we found, and even in my experience as a player, these things have great challenge with how they go through. And I think it's from the senior coach point of view, but I think also, and in my role, there's also a number of assistant and development coaches and their families that sit under that as well. So, look, in regard to this, I know Adam's keen to have a sort of a quick goodbye and then really have a break. And look, I know Don, has been a coach and had a lot of sympathy for that. But hopefully now the West Coast pull together, and as Mick says, there's sort of 6 games is quite a long odd time to go and make the most of it. But it definitely makes an impact on the whole coaching profession, not just the West Coast.
But as a way to handle it as a footy club, is this the way to do it, or can they do it better? As a CEO of the Coaches Association, what did you make of the actual way that West Coast executed this?
Well, I think there'd always been dialogue with Adam, and particularly last year, and I think that's critically important. I think where that doesn't happen, and we've seen some recent examples with that, with, say, St Kilda and Brett Ratton and Truck Ratton at Essendon. So there had been some dialogue there. And I think Adam did say it was mutual agreement, but I think it was also a long road to get there. So the challenge that they'd had and the losses along the way mean that it was incredibly challenging situation. So my view is it never seems to end well, and it impacts not just the senior coach, but a lot of coaches. And I think that's why what brings for me is it brings some attention to it, which is, in a weird way, a good thing. And then we bring the conversation to, well, have we got the right rewards and the right support around coaches? Because it will continue to happen, even though the intention might not be to do it in a bad way.
Alistair, just when I see a player retire and I see him go off into the sunset, and I know you guys with the Players Association look after the player to a degree, and they may get lost for a little time, and maybe they get lost after a few years and they don't come back into the system. I always get this impression with coaches, they seem to be bulletproof, which they're not. Certainly their family is far from bulletproof. They're the ones that actually wear this, they'll wear this pain for a long, long time. And I can speak through experiences here, and there becomes bitterness at times. The families feel lost, the kids feel bullied. Where and what resources do you have to help out these people for whatever duration it takes to get back to normality, if there's such a thing as normality after you coach a football side?
Yeah, I think I think coach health and some of this stuff, as you talk about with transition, is one of the most important issues in the game. And, I think over the last sort of 20 years, as you've said, we've really sort of put some good things in place for players. But arguably the demands on a senior coach are even more. And we have the ability to support as much as we can and keep contact and refer services. But I think the overall transition for a coach, and even if it's an assistant or development coach, I think that's an area that needs a lot more resource around, so that as people transition out, they've got enough support services around, whether it's psychologists or, something we've proposed, having like a retirement type fund. So if you've been in the industry 20 or 25 years, you do need some downtime to then potentially go into another area. So
are you going to back track that?
No, well, I mean,
sorry,
yeah,
no.
Well, it'll be a big 30 plus years. But,
well, we're not a lot of us are alive.
Yes, but I think these are the things where everyone sort of really goes, oh, did West Coast do this right or not? And I think what's really important is let's just stand back and look at the coaching profession overall. And I think everyone agrees that the scrutiny and the demands are as much as, a CEO of an ASX company, but have we got enough around these people when they're in the role, and then particularly when they transition out? And Mick, that might not be. So I think Adam will probably feel okay in a month. I'm going, how's Adam in 3 months? How's he at six months? And then where is he sort of in a couple of years' time? Now he may move back into the industry, but he's also taking a lot from the period that it's important to work through. So coach care and how we actually support coaches in an industry, and that's the Coach Association, the AFL and clubs, needs to be an absolute priority, because people are demanding more from their coaches. The competitive balance of the competition means that you can't stay at the top for too long, and the coach is often the one in the middle of all that.
Alistair Nicholson with us, the Chief Executive of the Coaches Association on ABC Sport.
Oh, I'll just a couple of quick ones before you go. The media side of it, obviously, both social and mainstream. How disappointed were you in that? And do you have any sort of recourse as an association, or is it a matter of putting a bit of a mark next to the publication that chose to go down the path that it did?
Well, I think it's hard. I thought it was unnecessary. Recourse is hard. Obviously, media are a big part of it. There's obviously sort of accreditation and some of those regulatory things, but I think the best thing was that, other coaches got out and used their platforms to sort of talk about what they thought about Adam, and even some media outlets. So I think, that's important. I do think, I know that the coaching group is, sort of more and more conscious of the amount of media that gets done and the campaigns that occur, and I just think as an industry we've just got to be really conscious of that, because what we don't want is potentially coaches not sort of coaching for a long time. You know, they might be in it 4 or 5 years as a senior coach rather than 8 or 9. And then we also want to keep attracting people into the profession because, you know, we're the biggest sport in Australia, but we can't go and cherry pick a coach from the UK or the US or whatever. So we do need to make sure that people are looking at going into it and going, yep, I know there's some challenge in it, and I know I'm up for it, but we also need to be going, well, when that media piece almost tumbled over the top, that, you know, we're actually able to go, you know, we need to make sure this is not getting there.
Yeah, and just quickly with the disappointment, obviously, of one coach moving on, you know, inevitably the opportunity arises for potentially new and untried coach. How much of a role do you and the organisation play in, for instance, a Dean Cox or an Ash Hansen or a Jamie Graham potentially putting their case forward to take up a senior coach role?
Yeah, so there's obviously relationships there where guys have been working on their own professional development and their career aspirations, which we might have been helping them with. Probably what we try to do now is just make it sort of consistent for all. So, and then that's working through with, you know, understanding, okay, West Coast, what process are you going on? Let us understand that so that can be communicated back. And then if we do have questions or things happening about them, we try to deal it with as much as possible. But, you know, we all obviously have to respect that, you know, everyone's a member and everyone's got an equal chance. And so we try to be impartial on that. But, you know, as long as a good process is run and it's timely, that's really important, because there is then a knock-on effect to other roles and things like that. But, yeah, and I think also someone going that role probably then needs to be conscious of every football club is different. And, you know, you talk about media over there, that, you know, that's probably something that someone going into that role is going to have a bit of a think about for the interview process, but even, you know, how they're going, you know, year 1, 2 and 3, because as Mick knows, and as the guys say, and guys and girls say, you never quite realise until you're actually in that hot seat just what's involved.
Alistair, really appreciate your time.
Okay, thanks very much.
Alistair Nicholson with us, the Chief Executive of the Coaches Association. It was a hot exchange, and certainly one which caught the attention of everyone in the footy landscape when Mitchell Woodcock, one of the senior journalists at the West, asked a question to Adam Simpson in his farewell presser.
Adam, is there a moment that made you realise that you feel like it's time to move on?
Probably your 300th article. Woodcock. No, not really. It's what, you know, and you guys can be cruel sometimes, really. I mean, you got to keep that in check, because we're human and we have families. So you want more access to our players, treat them with a bit more respect would be a good start.
So quite pointed there. He's speaking about the West Australian in the newspaper, who then followed up the next day with the back page that said, "See you, Simo," which was basically, look, don't let the door hit you in the backside on the way out. But interestingly, and it should be pointed out, Adam Simpson is actually does paid spots in his by Channel 7. So Channel 7 is, of course, the parent company of the West Australian 7 West, which is Kerry Stokes' empire, and appeared again on Channel 7 on Wednesday night. So as much as there was this ongoing feud between Simpson and the West, it wasn't so much for him to basically say, hey, look, we're not going to support their media entity and what they're doing. So he was obviously speaking about the coverage that he got on the back page. What did you make of it, Mick, as a former coach, to be able to, you know, had the 64 games that he previously, or last 64 games he'd coached, and highlighting the fact there were only 8 wins after he departs as a premiership coach after 11 years?
Yeah, well, as I said to you, I don't know if it was on air or off air, Corby, I've been writing for that paper this year, and my article this week was just giving a little bit of balance compared to what was in the paper the previous day. And I'd like to think that article went through fully. It didn't. It was only a couple of lines, but significant lines. And you know, my daughter is my ghostwriter, and we weighed up. I just think that there's got to be a fairness and an understanding. And Adam Simpson nailed it on the head, which I've never said. I've said it, but I reckon he nailed it. You're quite cruel, and don't forget we've got families. And it's they're the ones that cop it all the time. And I put this to anyone. Before you make a comment, and I should be talking about myself at times, just remember that when people are listening, they have got families, and what sort of impact does it have on them? Now, there's nothing wrong with being critical and upfront, and it's absolutely what you see. But when it starts to get nasty, then any wonder that players and coaches alike start to look at that person and go, now, what's your agenda? And what do you really know? And, of course, the high and mighty, and let me tell you this, Corby, there's a lot of journos out there that can't take it. You know, they're great at giving it, and they just can't. Yeah. And they can't take it. And the first moment they do get a little bit of a bump on the nose, they go crying. And so you've got to look at both ways. So, and I know this also. Football, cricket, any sport, you need journos or the media to promote the game for the public, and then you've got the performers. And you never forget that one's no more important than the other, because we can't exist without one another.
We do have rabbit ears as a media industry. There's no doubt about that. We can be a little sensitive at times, no doubt. If you were Don Pike, Bawley, who would you be ringing?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the obvious, the first thing they've got to decide is experience versus untried, in a sense, and whether they actually need to delineate between the two. It'll be best candidate, obviously, but there's a clear link between Don Pike and Dean Cox, who's highly regarded, going to come out of a good program in the Swans. Ash Hanson's another one, and these are all players that have got links to the Eagles, haven't they? And Jamie Graham, we interviewed, got down to the last 4 or 5 for the Collingwood job as well, was probably a bit raw, but is cutting his teeth over there and in WA as well. So you feel like they will have some pretty good candidates to pick from.
Jared Schofield too.
Absolutely. Yeah, neglecting to mention the person that's going to sit in the seat for 6 weeks now. He's got a really good record at state level.
Nathan Buckley said last night on Fox, "I'll take a call from anyone. I still don't know if I've got my hand up to be a coach again, but it is something that I'm looking at." When he was pressed about it on Fox Footy last night. Who would be your first call, Mick? Can you give us a name or how you would go about it if you're Don Pike?
Right. There's just two ways. Yep. One is, do you want the new coach as a new coach to grow with the inevitable first round picks that they're going to have, because they're going to be on the bottom for the next couple of seasons, not on the bottom, but in the bottom 4 or 5, so they'll bring these young kids through. So someone who comes in, grows with them, or do you want someone who's a great teacher and gets hold of those kids and teaches them? I'd go Mark Williams every day of the week for that.
Yep.
And then I'd look at exactly who Bawley just mentioned before in Cox, Hanson, Schofield, Josh Carr and Jamie Graham.
Quick one to finish. Adam Uze this week spoke about player movement in the NRL and the fact that their players announce ahead of time that they are moving clubs, despite the fact they're still contracted to their current team. Here's a little of what Adam Uze said midweek.
I feel for the players when they're going through this, that they've got the weight of the world on their shoulders and they're carrying it and this burden for the whole season. I think we're at a point right now, I think we're, as an industry, we could be ready for that. I doubt whether, and for example, if one of our players decided at the middle of the year that he was going to leave and he spoke to the playing group, spoke to our leaders, and but then the buy-in, you'll sense the buy-in. So I see the weight and that expectation and the burden that carries. I think by releasing that, I think they'll play better anyway. I don't see any reason why we couldn't do it.
Sounds like a man that's looking for some answers from a few players. Would it work, Bawley?
Oh, I'm not sure. Would he still pick them? Would he still pick them to play? I mean, that's part of it. Yep. Are we mature enough to do that? If so, then I don't see why not. I think different clubs, if you're a club down the bottom, then maybe you wouldn't pick them. Whereas if you're a club up the top, then you're picking your best team to win, aren't you? So
no, you've got to pick the Bawley regardless of where they come from, because that's just the nature of the game. I had one. I'm not going to name the player. I had one player when I was at Carlton who clearly was not engaged because he was embarrassed that he was going to go, and he knew, I knew, and everyone else knew he was going to go, but he couldn't say I'm going to go.
Would it work,
Mick? And I hate it. Right. I really do hate it. I'd rather that discussions take place later in the year than early in the year.
And very quickly, Mick, is it true that you said you hope Carlton win a premiership for Patrick Cripps in the next couple of years during the week on our show?
I would love to see that happen for Paddy Cripps. I just think he's just an extraordinarily great young bloke and almost achieved everything except that one medal.
Paulie and Albedy's 200th
looking forward to
today.
it.
You're calling the Hawthorn Freo game. Good luck. Thanks, Mick. For everybody else, the Swans and the Roos. Now.
Tennis goes all year, and now so do we. Join me, Catherine Murphy, every Friday on the ABC Tennis podcast. I'll be joined by former players John Millman and John Alexander.
Well done, JA. You picked the winner.
We'll bring you up to date on all the big stories, as well as how the Aussies are faring on the tour. You'll find the ABC Tennis podcast on the ABC Listen app every Friday, with bonus episodes available during Grand Slams.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows boys are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Colin, what a practice!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Take your moment. This is that moment. Listen to the roar. The pressure's certainly gone up. Punches the air with the right hand. That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out. Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it? Wherever you are, do not move. We're going the full journey. 'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps. Goal. Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Whacks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, he'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
They've spent much of this season proving they are almost unstoppable, but the rest of the competition of late has proven the Sydney Swans are in fact human. Back-to-back losses for the Premiership favourites, both close ones. Today, they host Saturday afternoon footy against North Melbourne, themselves having had a rare win last week over Gold Coast. It's an unusual, unexpected contrast in momentum as the Swans welcome back their skipper Callum Mills and now Luke Parker, each for the first time this season, and are out to arrest their fortnight-long form slump. Welcome to ABC Sport. Welcome to the Sydney Cricket Ground for the Swans and the Kangaroos. Brett Sprigg is my name, and I'll call the action today, as always, alongside Daniel Garb.
Good afternoon, Spriggy. Nice to be with you. SCG Saturdays, always enjoyable. I reckon 4 to 6 weeks ago, this was the most lopsided encounter of the season on paper, but things change pretty fast in footy. We know that. The Roos have shown that they can knock off anyone on their day, and the Swans are vulnerable, but I'm expecting something different from Sydney from the start today. Spoke to Nick Blakey yesterday. He said to me, enough's enough. It's time for us to land the first punch. Enough of everyone bringing their best against us from the start. We're going to do it. So look out for that today.
It feels like an opportunity for a statement today for The Swans, who still sit well above the pack, don't they, despite the couple of losses in recent weeks. Conditions as the Swans make their way out, led out by Callum Mills for the first time this year. And by the way, they are wearing their Indigenous jumper to signify NAIDOC Week. So they take their place at the Randwick end of the SCG on this fine day. A few light clouds overhead, but mostly blue skies and no rain forecast. For the Swans, as I said, Callum Mills back in. Isaac Heaney, who was unsuccessful at both the tribunal and the appeals board of having his one-match suspension for striking overturned. Sam Wicks was initially not named, then brought in to replace Heaney when the appeal was finally quashed, then omitted again and played in the VFL earlier to allow for Luke Parker to be a late inclusion. So it's the first opportunity since his 6-week VFL suspension for the Swans veteran, his first game for the season and the 184th game of his career. There's no question the Swans get plenty of experience back today, but Luke Parker will in fact be their starting sub. For North Melbourne, they get a big one back today as well. George Wardlaw, the Rising Star favourite, back from concussion. Will Phillips is the one to make way. The sub, as he was last week, is Curtis Taylor. You can text us here on ABC Sport, as always, 0437 774 774. As we welcome our expert today. Firstly, a dual All-Australian and captain of the GWS Giants, Alicia Eva. Welcome.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's great to be back.
Great day for footy here, and alongside you in the ABC Sport Experts chair, former Swan and Blue, Jason Saddington. G'day, Sado.
G'day, Spriggy, Garby, Alicia. Garby, you mentioned that 4 weeks ago coming into this game, well, Swans by how much? What sort of massacre a win for today? But it's turned into a more fascinating contest over the past couple of weeks. The Swans with a couple of losses, out of form after they'd looked unbeatable for pretty much the whole season. And then the Kangas, their last month's actually been really good, super competitive and great. They got the win against the Suns last week. So it's a different dynamic. We're coming into the game for a look. I'm looking forward to it, actually.
And what does that win give you, Alicia? Obviously, you can have results where you're getting close and you're being competitive for 3 quarters, whatever. But to actually win a game of footy, as it was just their second win of the year last week, they're a young side, the Kangaroos. What does a win give them?
Well, it gives you confidence that you're on the right track. It gives you confidence that, their last month of footy or last 5 weeks of footy has been really strong. And some of their losses have been, they haven't been blowouts by any means, and certainly not against, average sides. They've been competitive, and I think a win just goes to show that they're getting aspects of their game right, and they need to keep going so they can compete against the best sides of the competition. So, yeah, they come into this game, definitely not the favourites, but I think we should all expect it's going to be pretty competitive from the start, but those comments that you made earlier, Garby, what Blakey said around the Swans looking to throw the first punch, that's going to be critically important today. And if my memory serves me correctly, when the Swans were beaten earlier in the season by Richmond, their pressure factor was really, really low. And then the next week they came out firing really strong from the start. So I would expect that again, the Swans to start making sure that their pressure rating is really, really high from the first centre bounce.
It's happened through much of this year, hasn't it? But officially since round 10, the worst first quarter side in the competition, the Sydney Swans.
Yeah, and I mean, what we've seen them be able to do off the back of that, though, is have these huge scoring runs throughout games. And they did it last week to St Kilda as well. They were a little bit sluggish to start. They put plenty of goals on, had this big lead, and then coughed up the game really late, the Swans. So, that throwing the first punch piece, Alicia, and you probably look at that with the midfield, and that's probably the area that they are a lot stronger today when you look at the two teams. The midfield for the Swans, I mean, Grundy has been in fantastic form for the year. This is a massive job for Tristan Cherry to be able to compete and at least minimise what Brodie Grundy can do in this game, and he's the person that's going to set the scene, as well as with Heaney out of the team, who's been so influential in the midfield. Rowbottom, Warner, who have been fantastic, Goulden. Will we see Mills in the midfield, or will he be half-backs? Probably a bit of the question. And it's great to see Parker in the team too, obviously as the sub, but when he comes on, we're going to see him forward, or is he going to be more of a midfield? So, I mean, some great inclusions for the Swans, but I think the midfield and that commentary around we've got to come out and throw the first punch, be interesting to see other Swans actually going to do that.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Sato, when you speak about that throw the first punch in centre bounce. North Melbourne last week were actually number 1 in the competition for pre-clearance pressure and winning the ball at the source. So we're talking about Simpkin, we're talking about Davies-Uniacke.
Yep.
These players, they get to work, and that is a real strength of the North Melbourne side. But this is where Sydney have really just got to, if they talk, if we're talking, they're 2 games ahead, clear on the top of the ladder. Theoretically, you would expect this is going to be a 4, 5, 6 goal win here, but it's got to start in that midfield group, and it's got to start with the likes of Rowbottom. It's got to start with, of course, Grundy that you spoke about. It's not just his tap work, but what he does on the follow-up is critically important, and I'm very much looking forward to that matchup today, Grundy v Cherry, as you mentioned.
It's also Clarkson versus Longmire. So obviously in a past life they were teammates at the Kangaroos, and then in the past, I guess, decade and a half have been prominent figures in the coaching ranks. It's just the second time Clarkson coaches against Longmire as North Melbourne coach, but the overall head-to-head, which goes back now 13, 14 years, is for what it's worth. Clarkson 14, Longmire 9, 1 grand final apiece. So regardless of where the Roos are in the big picture, there's always a certain headliner there, Garvey, around Clarkson and Longmire going head-to-head.
And for a lot of North Melbourne players, their first game on the SCG, it's only their 3rd game here in North Melbourne in the last 6 years. They don't play here often. They haven't beaten Sydney since round 7 2018. It's been a long time since they've enjoyed a win over the Swans. Just on Tristan Xerri, who you mentioned, Sado, his 50th game today, picked 72 in the 2017 draft. This year, he is 4th in the comp for tackles and 8th in the comp for clearances. All players. Yep. He is one of the most underrated performers of the year. His 50th game today, and he's having an excellent season. Can't wait for that battle with Brodie Grundy.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, he's got to bring his best, and he's going to be a fascinating matchup. The other one I've really liked about North in the past month is their defence, I think, has been really solid. Aidan Corr's probably playing his best footy that he's played since he's been at North Melbourne. Combin's been a revelation down there as a player that's been at the club for quite a few seasons, but more as a forward, had his injuries. He's been terrific. Archer's really shown that, as a lockdown, beat your opponent type defender, he's been brilliant. And McKirch, obviously, is that ball winner in his first season, has been brilliant for them as well. So their backline's really come to the fore, and I think that comes with that experience. They're all generally haven't played a lot of footy, but they're starting to get more games under their belt, and I think that's a little bit around North Melbourne across the whole board as well. They're just building games, and I think it's starting, like you said, Alicia, to give them that confidence that, okay, if we get it right, we can compete with the best and start to be a much more competitive football club.
Got Combin is actually top 10 intercept mark in the competition at the moment. So they've certainly got some strengths out there on the park, and it's good to see that they're finally stringing consistent, strong football together, and not just the up and down, and that's really promising for North Melbourne supporters. And there should be a lot of North Melbourne supporters watching today, excited to see how their boys go against the top of the ladder. So I can't wait to the start of this contest, and I hope everyone listening at home is looking forward to it too.
The opening bounce is just moments away on ABC Sport. Your experts, Giants captain Alicia Eva and former Swan and Blue Jason Saddington. We'll get a feel for things downstairs with Declan Byrne very, very shortly. But North Melbourne, they're a young team, the youngest, if not one of the youngest in the competition. And we spoke about the Swans and that triumvirate, Heaney, Goulden, Warner, of course. No Heaney today. The fact that whether maybe certain shortcomings, not just their slow starts, are lost in the fact that we talk up those players so much, and whether, well, hey, if it bleeds, we can kill it. North Melbourne have to be perfect today on the SCG if they are to beat the ladder leaders. The teams, the captains meet for the toss. It's Luke McDonald and Callum Mills in the middle. So Callum Mills, as we say, in for his first game of the year. We'll keep you across Hawthorn Freo in Launceston as well. So we'll give you regular scores from what's happening there at York Park. Callum Mills, meanwhile, has won the toss, and the Swans will kick to the Southern or Randwick end to start Saturday afternoon footy here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The 5th member of our team, well, he broke the biggest news in footy today. Declan Byrne is Barry side for us this afternoon. Declan, g'day.
Yeah, I've had calls from all the bigwigs around the AFL media. They wondered how I got it. It's get down early to the VFL. That's your trick. I'm looking forward to seeing what Luke Parker does today when he gets on. He was warming up with the forward group, so we'll see if that's where he does line up when he comes on. Really good conditions down here. It's coolish. There's a bit of breeze going across the ground towards that outer Bondi wing, I suppose you'd call it. About 15 degrees, but dry. Good day for footy. The crowd maybe a little quieter than usual. The big clubs have been here in the past 6 to 8 weeks and have meant that it is packed out here at the SCG. So maybe still filing in, but ready to go down here. Excited to see the return of Mills and Parker.
Maybe because it's Kids Come Free Day today at the SCG, Declan. So if you're like me and you have small children, as you do as well, you want to time your run. Make sure you bring the kids at the right possible time. Not always for the opening bounce is the best time to do it. So
and you're bound to be running late with the kids, too, no matter what time you want to get out of there.
Exactly. It's my young bloke's first game today, so he's another debut today at the SCG. The Swans and the Kangaroos. Final thoughts, Sato, Alicia?
I think just the experience of the Swans and a bit to prove over the last 2 weeks. I think the Swans here at home would just be too strong for the Kangas.
Yeah, I'm with you, Sato. I think Swans by around 6 goals.
They're out to make a statement after a disappointing couple of weeks. It's the Swans and the Kangaroos on ABC Sport. Here is Daniel Garb.
Callum Mills in for his first game of the season, the Swans captain, after 10 months out with that Mad Monday mishap injuries. Lining up on the wing up against former Swan Dylan Stevens. First bounce has taken place and the Swans win it. McInerney the handball to Warner, who took a bounce and then left the football behind and allowed Simpkin to pick it up. Handball to Davies Uniacke. He takes a bounce. Cruises through to centre half forward. Long ball inside the square off hands and through for a rush behind. So the Kangaroos with the first score of the afternoon at the SCG. 25 seconds in, they are one behind.
It was explosive from Warner out of the middle, just left the footy behind. It bounced straight back past him.
Quick clearance, quick turnover. As Blakey finds Goulden sliding out to mark at right half back for the Swans.
Interesting to see Mills start on the wing. McInerney started inside for the Swans.
There is the first touch for Mills. He receives the ball from Goulden and now drives it long up the members' wing of the SCG. Amati goes up, takes a chest mark on the logo. They'll start to surge forward now for the Swans. Kangaroos with the first score are behind in the opening 60 seconds. Amati a long way from home, defensive side of the wing. Points it towards the flank now. Down there, Hayward taps it away from McDonald, and now a little there for the North Melbourne club. Gets it away to Simpkin. He can rebound the football from half back, and the mark is taken on the wing by Zerha.
Zerha up to left half forward. There's a lead on from Bryn Teakle. Doing a nice job as the backup ruck and patrolling up forward for North. The mid-season draft pick, formerly of Port Adelaide. Teakle kicks North deep into attack off hands. It spills to the back. Curtis roves it. He was well tackled as he tried to kick by big Brodie Grundy. That affected the effort on goal through for a behind. So North, 2 points. Sydney yet to score. 2 minutes gone in the first. And John Longmire, I've noticed, sitting on the bench today after a couple of losses. He said, that's enough for the coach's box. I'm going downstairs.
Might have been the coaches that told him to get down to the bench.
Roberts overcooks the kick out here. Makes Lloyd work for it. Hand pass out in space. It missed Fox as well. Scooped up down there by Darcy Tucker. Intercepted though again by Lloyd. His hand pass picked off. It comes to Bailey Scott for the Roos. Kicks inside 50. Roberts just marks the intercept. It just went the required 15. The Swans can start again from the last line. Short kick goes centering towards Rowbottom. And now all the way back to Tom McCartan. Switches coming back here to the western side. A little too wide for Melican. Goes to retrieve it and runs out of room. Boundary throw in at left half forward for the Kangaroos, who have scored the first 2 behinds of the game. 2.5 played in the opening term. Saturday afternoon for you on ABC Sport. The Swans aren't throwing the first punch. They're still dancing around the ring.
A bit more of a jab at the moment, isn't it? Jab.
Been a bit scrappy.
Sherry and Grundy jostle for front position. Grundy wins out. Rowbottom's handball is not clean, and then Sheasel was well tackled.
Just both teams, when they've had the footy, they're looking just be patient at present, take their time, try and find the free options.
Ball up left half forward. Simpkin wins the clearance. Back inside 50 for North. Lloyd's there. Knocked it to Roberts. Now back to Rampy. They clear their defensive lines over the head of Comben and McDonald. Well picked up by Papley. He fell to the ground in the middle of the SCG. Then handballed it over the top to Hayward. Further on to McDonald. Pokes it over the top for Amati, who didn't quite take the mark and wasn't affected either. McDonald wins it back, but then his handball is scrappy. Back to Davies Uniacke and now McKercher, who finds Tristan Sherry at left half back.
North can start again from there. Kicks to the wing. Zerha, but coming late. Mills. Loose footy picked up by Eddie Ford. Back to Zerha. He can dribble his kick down the wing towards half forward. Left behind there by Bryn Teakle. Ford goes on to it again for the North Melbourne side. And now back to Simpkin. Coming back inboard now on the wing to find the mark of McKercher.
They've been very good at winning the loose ball at the start of this game, North Melbourne. Whenever it hits the ground, they seem to have the extra number around it and winning that ball that's on the deck.
Powell for North Melbourne. Still waiting for a first goal in this game. North have 2 behind. Swans yet to score. High inside 50. Blakey with no real contest there. Gets back and takes the mark at fullback.
And I dare say North Melbourne have got the loose numbers in between the arcs because Sydney have just flooded all of their numbers back. That's why North are having to be super patient when they enter inside 50.
Blakey went short to Lloyd, and then Florent gave it to Goulden. With a long ball, he finds McDonald on a long lead at left half forward. Now the Swans are starting to get in their groove. McDonald goes short to McInerney. Inside 50 now for Papley. Smart kick, 20 metres. Papley plays on quickly from outside 50. Has a look at goal and kicks the first for the Swans. Tommy Papley just gives a little bump on the way through in his celebration on Tom Powell as well. Papley with the first of the game. Swans 1 straight 6. North 2 behinds, and that was from long range.
Well, I like that. I actually like that from Tommy Papley because the ball was pinballing in between the arc end to end then, and he's taken a mark maybe, 49.5 metres out. But just to roll off the mark there, give himself a little bit more room to work with and have that shot. I mean, that's what ignites teams, early goals. So, of course, Papley gets it done.
It's a birthday goal as well for Tommy Papley.
Happy
he turns
birthday.
28 today.
Well, he definitely enjoyed the celebration of his birthday, didn't he? Straight into Tom Powell, just give him a little cheeky knock. That's my first goal, champ. What are you doing out here?
Tom Papley, the birthday boy, with the first goal for the Swans and runs straight to the bench. Declan Byrne, down to you.
Mills is off as well after 5 minutes, came off blowing and got high fives from just about everyone down here on the bench, so they're happy to have him back.
They're readjusting to AFL level, I'm sure. Restart back in the middle. Davies Uniacke, the hand pass to Sherry. North win the clearance again. High inside forward 50, 2-on-2. Lucky in the contest, wins it to the outside. Zerha tracks it in the pocket. Hand pass back to Toby Pink, who runs out of space for a throw-in front of the Bradman stand at the Paddington end of the SCG. Right full forward for North Melbourne, who trail by 4 points. 6 going first term, ABC Sport.
Those inside 50s and the way North move the ball is going to be really important for them. They need to be able to find some targets.
Larkey doing the ruck work, but Grundy wins it cleanly. Sheasel gets hands on the footy. Been quiet in the early stages. Harry Sheasel, players fall on it. Ball up inside 50 for North Melbourne.
Round the ground in Launceston. Dylan Moore has kicked the first. It's the Hawks 1 straight 6. Freo yet to score.
Grundy and Larkey wrestling inside 50. Grundy wins it clearly. Scrappy kick, though, to try and exit defensive 50. Eventually falls away of Lloyd. He just throws it on the boot. Tumbling effort to centre half back for North Melbourne. Picked up by Aidan Corr, who guides it to half forward, but that is straight down the throat of Braden Campbell. Ill-directed, and Campbell marks just behind the wing for the Swans.
Slow surge forward here for the home side. Campbell on his preferred left side. Thumps it towards half forward. McDonald goes up there for the Swans. Has he paid the mark? It's going to be here. Advantage paid as Warner fires on goal and misses near side. So it's a quick advantage, and it will be a minor score. The Swans 1-1-7. North Melbourne 2 behind. 7 gone. Opening term. ABC Sport.
I think the free kick was for a Shepherd in the contest to go the Swans' way. It didn't capitalise with the advantage.
The former Swan, Dylan Stevens, brings it back in for North. Off hands, though. Falls the way of Florent. Has Blakey in support. It wasn't the best handball, though. Blakey does well to recover. Give it back to Florent on the wing. Now Tom McCartan to Jordan. And McInerney needs to get rid of it quickly. Does so inside 50. But sitting underneath it is Aidan Corr, the former Giant. Played 90-odd games here in Sydney. 98, in fact. And he goes to McKercher.
Wide of the pocket. And here for Scott. They can play on. From the flank to the outer side. Melican wins it down here. Grundy has Curtis for company. Kept alive just. Now comes back again from McKercher. North Melbourne are away. Sherry. Hand pass back here. Sheasel. Hot footy this time for Callan Dawson. Swans now left. Get away well here. Rowbottom. Underground hand pass off to Hayward. Bust the tackle. Gets it away here again. Adams overcooks the hand pass. McDonald gets it back to Hayward. 55 from goal. Pops over the top here. McInerney is all by himself. 40 out. Slight angle right hand side. Plays on. Finds a Marty in the pocket. A wider angle, but much closer to home. Joel Amati obliges with the mark. 25 out at right full forward.
It's good to see Amati get his hands on the footy early. We saw a few weeks back he had that big bag over in Adelaide, and he's probably just struggled to kick some goals since.
Just 1 goal in 3 games since that not out in Adelaide.
But he's had a couple of involvements early and a couple of marks, which is good to see for Amati.
North with the first couple of scores of this game. The Swans here looking for the first couple of goals. Joel Marty misses near side. 1-2-8 Sydney. North Melbourne are 2 behinds. 9.5 play the opening quarter. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Logan McDonald with 5 possessions early. He's been busy as McKercher brings the ball back in. And that cultured left foot. He picks out Darcy Tucker.
He's one player had an incredible month for North. McKercher averaging 30-plus disposals. It's pretty impressive for a first-year player.
Made his debut here in Sydney in round 1 away to the Giants. You can see then the class that he had. You'd expect that when you're taken with pick 2 in the draft. North send it up to the wing. Grundy leaps at it off hands, gathered by Simkin, who was front and centre, but they've turned it over North. Warner picks it up, moves it towards half forward. Grundy does well to knock it forward. Tucker's under pressure inside defensive 50, finds some space on his left, but then turns it over straight to Tom McCartan. He had it spoiled away from him. Rowbottom was there, got it to Blakey, but there's good pressure from North Melbourne. Wardlaw was able to intervene on the logo. Group of Swans around him, and he turns it over to Rowbottom. Sends it to half forward. Tucker gets it and handballs to Jackson Archer.
Archer can send it wide to the wing here. Coming late with the contest down there. Lloyd competes with Scott on the outer wing again. It goes on in turn to Paul Curtis. Inside 50 in a hurry. Toby Pink in line up from 40 and slot the finish as well. The North made the most of that chain for their first goal of the afternoon. North Melbourne 1-2-8. The Sydney Swans are 1-2-8. 11 gone first term on ABC Sport. Your experts are Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva.
Well done, Bailey Scott there. The kick out to the wing, it was a switch kick that hung in the air for a really long time. Could have been intercepted there by... I'm sure who that's
Lloyd. Yeah, Lloyd.
But Bailey Scott used his body really well, protected the drop zone, and then ran onto a loose scramble, finds a target inside 50. So well done, North Melbourne. I think moving the footy is going to be hard today unless they change angles, because the Swans defend this ground really, really well. So they have to change angles. They're going to have to use the width of the ground. They're going to have to play with some run and dare, and they hit the scoreboard there. Well done, Pink.
Around the grounds in Launceston, Fremantle 2 straight 12, Hawthorn 1-1-7. Same stage of play there early in the first quarter.
11 minutes gone, scores level. Excellent pressure here from North on the wing. It looked like the Swans were out a couple of times. And they won the football back and were able to kick a goal. But the Swans have won the clearance through McInerney, who's starting in the middle of the ground. McDonald, not sure if he took the mark or if he won a free kick. Doesn't matter. He's got it at centre half forward. He plays on quickly. Logan McDonald doesn't go for goal. Looks for the lead of Hayward. Not the best effort, but Archer didn't deal with it cleanly. So the Swans can pick it up in the pocket. Robbie Fox, the handball back to McDonald. He can have a snap-on goal. It's across the face of hands. It might have hit the behind post. It's going to be a boundary throw-in just next to the behind post. Swans attacking the right of your radio dial. The ABC Listen app to the Rand weekend. Scores level, 12 minutes gone in the first term.
Umpire tosses it back in. Adams provides a Shepherd. Grundy left it behind there. Bailey Scott come up for North Melbourne. Kicks beyond defensive 50. Through the hands of Larkey. Spills to the wing. Numbers are in red and white. Roberts hand pass wide here again to Lloyd. Releases Campbell. He can drive the Swans back inside forward 50. Sherry gets up there. Spoils his teammate down there in Charlie Gomben. And now it's worked away this time through Wardlaw. Skids it to the outer wing. Pink back to Ford. All the way back again here. North can go from half back, and it's marked here by Davies Uniacke.
Really good kick from Dylan Stevens to find him. They're looking composed here in the SCG North Melbourne. Davies Uniacke goes wide to Wardlaw.
In general play, defensively, both teams are getting numbers high. I think you mentioned that earlier, Alicia, and it's just meaning when teams are going forward, they've got to slow up.
Wardlaw kicks long towards the right forward pocket, but Brady Grundy was camped underneath that one. Was able to take the defensive mark, but that's a poor kick. Looking for James Jordan in the other back pocket. He's missed him completely. One bounce over the line for a boundary throw in our left forward pocket for North. So, mistake there from the Swan star ruckman.
Almost scored a point.
There's been a few missed kicks early.
Well, even you come back to the McDonald one going inside 50. It was a really clunky kick to the pocket.
Pressure on disposal, particularly for the Swans early on. Grundy down to McCartan. Quick hand pass. Campbell dumps. Loses the football. Sheasel goes in hard for North. Overruns it in the end. Comes here for the Swans. And McInerney off to Mills. Catches and gets it away for Fox. And Robbie Fox out of trouble here with a kick back to the broadcast wing. And again, Jordan up here to find McLean. Ed McLean attacking side of the wing. 1, 2, 8 apiece early on here at the SCG. Saturday afternoon footy. Mills to find Papley, their only goal kicker so far, who marks. He is still behind that right half forward area, about 80 from goal.
Yeah, North got numbers back. Cherry's just sitting in the hole.
So Papley, the birthday boy, sends the Swans inside 50, but Cherry, as you say, Sato, was able to pick that off. Defensive 50 and take the mark.
Yeah, and the Swans, they couldn't come inside and try and shift the ball around the 50 because North's forwards had pushed up and they really covered the corridor. It made it difficult.
Cherry goes short to Aiden Corr. 1-2-8 apiece. 14 and a half minutes gone here at the SCG. Ball goes short, barely the 15 metres. In the hands there of Tom Powell at centre half back.
Powell assesses the options. Called to play on now. Oh, waste the kick. Was picked off by Fox. Now Papley, though, makes sure of it. Retrieves it 65 out. Bombs it long inside forward 50. McLean's running back there, but it pounces away from him. And goes out of bounds for a throw-in. Left-hand side of the behind post. So a stoppage inside 50 for the Swans. It wasn't quite the desired result from Tom Papley nor Hayden McLean, but I'll have a chance here with the stoppage to break this deadlock. 1, 2, 8 apiece midway through this opening term on ABC Sport. Back in it comes. Grundy out of the ruck, snaps himself, just trickles off his boot and goes off to Aiden Corr on the last line. And he will kick his way out of trouble, although Roberts comes in late with the contest there on Shields. Out of bounds again for a throw-in right on the junction of 50. 1, 2, 8, Sydney and North Melbourne here at the SCG. Meanwhile, in Launceston, it's still Freo leading Hawthorn there by 5 points.
I'm sure the kick efficiency, I don't have the numbers right here in front of me, both teams, probably not the strongest it's been for them across the season. A lot of missed kicks.
Scrappy game so far, but Tom Papley has it just outside 50 for the Swans. Another tumbling effort into attack. North are able to pick it off. Here's Aiden Corr. Pokes it over the top. It's a clever kick to Harry Sheasel, who was marked in the right back pocket. He might just win his second club champion award in his first 2 seasons, Harry Sheasel, the way he's going. What a superstar.
Yep.
That kick put Dylan Stevens under a little bit of pressure, but he was able to mark just inside defensive 50. The former Swan Stevens, who played 43 games for Sydney, picked 5 in the 2019 draft, now just working his way into this North Melbourne side.
Drives it long beyond defensive 50. Reaching from the behind there is McCartan, and it's offhand over for a throw-in.
Well, I think that's actually a good result for North Melbourne. If taking the stoppage, I mean, they clearly don't want to kick long to the Swans' numbers behind the ball, but there's got to be movement, shorter options, so they can hit a shorter kick. Right then, there wasn't any, so out of bounds is probably a good result there.
Sheasel extracts the football here, thumps it high towards 50 now for North Melbourne. Rampy with the spoil from the side. Campbell wraps up the opponent down there. Footy comes to Pink. North are away here. Bustling through again. Wardlaw gathered under pressure though again. Rampy gets it away. Adams comes inboard looking again for Jordan. Missed its target. Scott mops up there for North Melbourne. They can go back inside forward. 50 down the corridor. And again Lucky. Strong grab. 20 out directly in front. It was nice work there from Darcy Tucker to find the target inside forward 50, and Nick Larkey will take his shot from 25 out directly in front.
Another missed kick. Turnover, the Swans coming back in the corridor, overshot the kick. And it's just that kick efficiency again. It's not just the Swans that are doing it. North have been the same, but on this occasion, North have managed to make the most of that turnover and a punishing kick going inside 50. And once Larkey gets that front spot and can run and jump at it, he's not going to drop that ball.
He kicked 3 against the Suns last week. Nick Larkey was goalless a couple of weeks before that, but he makes no mistake here. And the Kangaroos have their second and the lead. 2-2-14. The Swans are 1-2-8. 18 gone to the opening term on ABC Sport. Your experts are Giants captain Alicia Eva and former Swan and Blue Jason Saddington.
And it hasn't been an open game, hasn't been a fast-flowing game, has it? There's not a lot of space out there. When teams are winning possession of the footy from a mark or a free kick, it's very slow. There's a lot of numbers congesting the ground. There's not a lot of movement, like you said, Alicia, from the attacking team to try and generate some movement. We're not seeing a lot of handballs to get the game going. It's take your time, wait for an option, nothing's on, chip short, nothing's on, go long. And it's a very slow, stagnant game, but what both teams have tried to capitalise on is that turnover. When they do miss that kick, that's when they're trying to make the most of that time to score.
The voice of Jason Saddington on ABC Sport. North lead by a goal. Chad Warner just the one possession early on They've won it back north through Sheasel. Gives it to Luke McDonald, who slips over, but it's time to get back on his feet and then give it to Sheasel, who slipped over again. So the Swans can win it back. Rowbottom sends it inside 50. Bouncing ball. It'll sit up for Logan McDonald, who eventually gets hold of the football and slams it through from half a metre out. Logan McDonald with his first of the game after 2 games in a row in which he failed to take advantage of a kick to win it for the Swans. That'll settle him early. 2-2-14 apiece here at the SCG.
Well, I think you could put a goal assist down to Harry Sheasel's football boots then, because he slipped over twice whilst in possession of the footy, and then as he fell over just cocked the footy up and the Swans pounce on it, and Logan McDonald gets a goal from the literal goal line. So that's not what you like to see as a coach. But well done. Sato, you mentioned teams are punishing on turnover.
Yeah, well, that's the game at the moment, isn't it? The SCG skate rink in the middle really cost the Kangas. They were going to win the clearance. They were going to kick it and go inside 50 again, but just couldn't keep his feet. Ball spilled out.
I know it wasn't the final siren, but that was heart and mouth stuff there. I thought he was going to butcher that goal. Like McDonald, he gets it there for the Swans. Scores back level, waiting for a clearance. Jordan, pressured there by Liam Shields. Hot footy on the outer wing of the SCG, picked up by Wardlaw. McKercher onto the bouncing ball, now has Robbie Fox for company. Off to Warner, goes the fend here, and Eddie Ford, though, wraps up Warner on the follow-up, and that will be holding the ball. In fact, it's going to be... He's pointed the wrong way, has he? Yes, it is going to be a North free kick, so it's holding the ball. Eddie Ford, the tackler that time on Chad Warner.
That was a really important tackle there, Ford, because the Swans had all the numbers out on that far wing.
And he can send them forward inside 50. Pink, second bite, reels it in. Takes the mark deep in the right forward pocket, 45 out.
The Swans defence just probably caught out there. There was plenty of time for them to be able to get a third man up, but just a little flat-footed. So when the ball went in one-on-one, Pink was able to just outmanoeuvre his opponent and get the Dukes up and take the mark. It's been a really strong start for Toby. As a key forward, kick the goal. Here's a chance to kick his second.
Debuted in Sydney back in round 1 against the Giants. Toby Pink, he kicks from 45 here. It's on its way. Just got the carry, I reckon. Yes. Goal umpire says yes, that'll do it. 3-2-20. North are out by a 6-point lead here. Swans keep responding. It's 2-2-14. But North go ahead again through Toby Pink. 22 gone in the opening term. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Meanwhile in Launceston, time on there in the first term. Fremantle 2-2-14 leads Hawthorn 1-3-9. A reminder, you can hear a full call of this game via the AFL Extra button on the ABC Listen app. Had a text here as well, 0437 774 774. Jan from Uara saying, great call, go North, keep believing in yourselves and in each other. That's very inspirational. We need Griffin Logue back, says Jan. Declan Byrne is our VFL man. He played in the twos again, Griffin Logue, for North Melbourne.
He did. Third game back from that ACL last year, so he's pressing now to make his way back into that North back six.
The North Melbourne resurgence carrying on in the first quarter here at the SCG. They're up by a goal and they've won it in the middle again through Wardlaw. Tumbling ball inside 50 through the hands of Toby Pink, who's kicked 2 goals in this first quarter, the former Swan. Carried by Goulden. And now McCartan just outside defensive 50, a right half back. His kick misses. Hayden McLean. Sherry's able to gather. Short to Wardlaw. Guides it into attack. There are Swans there. Campbell can gather. Darts around a couple of North attackers. It sends it out wide to McLean. Well played by Hayden Campbell across half back.
Gordon very quiet, only the 4 touches. That's a quiet quarter for him so far.
And Warner still just the 1.
Yep.
Logan McDonald with 8 4-score involvements in a goal. He's been Sydney's best in the first term.
North by 6 points. Florent across half back for Campbell. The Swans with a series of kicks now to find Patley. Lays the hand pass off here for Warner. From the bullseye he goes. Down the middle here. Adams goes back with the flight. It was watchful. Had all coming the other way, his teammate. Oncoming traffic, but Adams tumbles and takes the mark. 40 out directly in front.
Well, it's one of the first times the Swans have been able to get that handball overlap game going, and I think that's why Warner and Goulden haven't been in the game, because it's so kick mark, or just long down the line. It's not what suits them. The Swans are great when they're up and running. They're getting that forward handball and the run through the middle. That's what happened that time. They were able to get that chain going. Warner got on the end of it and the kick forward to Adams. Great courage to go back with the flight.
Taylor Adams was the sub last week against the Saints. Here he is, kicking from 48 to level things up again. He misses the left-hand side. So it's the Swans 2-3-15. Kangaroos 3-2-20. 24 gone opening term. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport in the bright Sydney sunshine.
Colby McKercher brings it back in for North. Goes to Dylan Stevens in the left back pocket. Swans back in numbers. Stevens goes towards Eddie Ford, but well read by Tom McCartan. He closed quickly to spoil. Knocked it over the boundary line forward of the wing for the Swans. A round of applause for Tom McCartan's foresight there from the Sydney Swans faithful. North Melbourne 3-2-20. Sydney 2-3-15. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Here's Brett Sprigg.
Meanwhile, Hawthorn leads Freo by a point in Launceston. They've taken back the lead there at York Park. Back in it comes here at the SCG. McLean goes defender on Davies Uniacke. He's lost the football though. Stevens to Simpkin and never under pressure. Got it away here. We'll come back to Simpkin, who retreats inside defensive 50. McKercher spills it now. Fox closes him down. Needs some support. Runs here away from Aidan Core. Football is regathered here by North Melbourne. It comes back to Wardlaw, who can send it back to Davies Uniacke as they switch to the members' side, North Melbourne, and keep a 5-point lead here. 25 gone in the first term.
They've mopped up really well down back a couple of times now. North, when it looked like the Swans were going to get a goal, they've been able to get the numbers in and maintain the possession.
Davies Uniacke, high ball to the wing, off hands. Eddie Ford picks it up, gave it to Wardlaw, but he was closed down by Warner, and his kick just squeezed off the side of the boot and bounced a couple of times over the boundary line in front of the North Melbourne bench, who I think they just ran 4 changes at once. 4 off, 4 on. It was like an ice hockey game. North 3-2-20. Sydney 2-3-15. Cherry and McLean doing the ruck work. McLean palms it down to Goulden, but Simpkin wins front position opposed to him. He gave it straight to Warner though. In the end, the Swans gather it through Adams and Goulden. Roberts is under pressure in the middle of the ground, but with some composure. Spots up Rowbottom on the wing, who handball to Warner.
Warner has space to bounce. Now sends it long inside. Ford 50, 2-on-2. Back to McDonald. Got the separation. Reels in the grab. 20 out directly in front is Logan McDonald for the Swans.
Well, great forward craft, Logan McDonald. The kick from Warner was definitely a great kick as well to his advantage, but McDonald just protected that drop zone, got the body work on his opponent to just push him out, protect where the ball was going to drop. Really strong contested mark. Great forward craft, Logan McDonald.
Callan Dawson lined up on him. He's now on the mark. Lining up here for his second goal of the game. Recently signed that new 4-year deal. Steers it through from 35 out and brings the Swans back to the lead. 3-3-21 and North Melbourne 3-2-20. 27 minutes gone in the opening term on ABC Sport. Your experts, Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva.
Well, you mentioned it earlier, Sato. Warner has started to come into the game in the last 5 minutes. He's getting a bit more ball in hand, and the last 2 score involvements, of course, have come off the back of Warner. So Logan McDonald then, and of course Parker going back with the flight earlier, were the recipients of a lovely kick inside 50 by Chad Warner. So we know he's a damaging player as a mid because he can go forward and kick goals, but he's equally as damaging in between the arcs because he sets them up. So North Melbourne are going to have to closely watch him, and we'll just keep an eye as to whether a nice friendly tag starts to stick to him.
Sydney regained the lead by a point, late stages of the first term. Logan McDonald with a big quarter, 9 disposals, 5 score involvements and now 2 goals. Felt like he was building into a big game. Maybe today's the day, as Warner wins it again. Gives it to Goulden. Driving ball inside 50, looking for Amadi. It's slapped away from him by Aidan Core. And then the Swans knock it over the boundary line, left forward pocket. 3-3-21, North Melbourne 3-2-20. Yeah, he struggled for goals in recent games, Logan McDonald, but his form was starting to build despite the late misses late against Fremantle and St Kilda.
Back in it comes. Sherripp in front competes with Grundy, but he hit the deck and explains why he gets the free kick here as he received a shove. So we'll be with Tristan Sherry.
This has been an even battle this quarter. We spoke about him before the game. Cherry and Grundy feel like they're probably 50-50, if not maybe Cherry slightly ahead on points.
Swans by a point here. To the outer side they go. Blakey crashes the pack late. Gordon Rose with a hand pass coming wide. He was being held on that occasion by Zerha. So it's a free kick going Errol Goulden's way. Just forward of halfway on the Bondi wing, as Declan Byrne calls it. Going inside forward 50. Amadi leads out to the pocket. Did he control the grab? No. It's been pushed to the advertising hoarding as well. Both he and his opponent down there, Aidan Core, a little worse for wear. It's going to be a throw-in though after all that.
Yeah, Marty claiming it was a one grab mark, but obviously the boundary umpire and the field umpire thought it was a double take, the second take across the line.
Ooh, yeah, the leg of Aidan Core sort of drives Amadi into the fence in the dying seconds of this opening term. Free kick here for a hold going the Swans' way. Sheasel, the guilty party. And this will, in fact, come after the quarter-time siren. So it's going to go the way of Tom Papley on his 28th birthday to extend the Swans' lead to 7 points at the first change.
Interesting here. So he's on the boundary. Obviously can't run out across the mark, Papley.
Off a couple of steps, wheels around, across his body, misses to the far side. So it's a 2-point ball game at quarter time here. 3-4-22 plays North Melbourne 3-2-20. Saturday afternoon footy at the Sydney Cricket Ground for the Swans. McDonald kicked two, and Tom Papley kicked the first goal of the game. Meanwhile, Toby Pink has two for North Melbourne and Nick Larkey has the other. The Swans by 2 points at the first change. Meanwhile, it's about to be quarter time in Launceston at York Park, where Fremantle 3-2-20 leads Hawthorn 2-3-15. A reminder, you can find full coverage of that game on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL Extra button. Here, though, Saturday afternoon footy at the SCG on ABC Sport.
So what's the most entertaining thing about sport?
All the stuff that goes on beyond the final whistle, of course.
Correct.
In a brand new show, Tony Armstrong and Catherine Murphy go deep into the weekend's biggest stories with special guests and self-confessed fanatics.
Join us for the weekend that was in sport.
Heads up for Monday's Experts.
That's us, Tony.
Of course it is.
I knew that.
Monday's Experts, 9:35 Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Now the Swans are starting to get in their groove. McDonald goes short to McInerney. Inside 50 now for Papley. Smart kick, 20 metres. Papley plays on quickly from outside 50. Has a look at goal and kicks the first for the Swans.
Archer can send it wide to the wing here. Coming late with the contest down there. Lloyd competes with Scott on the outer wing again. It goes on in turn to Paul Curtis. Inside 50 in a hurry. Toby Pink in line up from 40 and slot the finish as well. North made the most of that chain.
Sheasel gives it to Luke McDonald, who slips over, but it's time to get back on his feet and then give it to Sheasel, who slipped over again. So the Swans can win it back. Rowbottom sends it inside 50, bouncing ball. It'll sit up for Logan McDonald, who eventually gets hold of the football and slams it through from half a metre out.
Warner has space to bounce, now sends it long inside, forward 50, 2-on-2, back to McDonald, got the separation, reels in the grab. Lining up here for his second goal of the game. Recently signed that new 4-year deal. Steers it through from 35 out.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Saturday afternoon footy at the Sydney Cricket Ground on ABC Sport, where the Swans 3-4-22 leads North Melbourne 3-2-20. Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb calling you the action. Your experts are Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington.
Well, coming into the game, we spoke pre-game. Garby, your interview with Nick Blakey, and he said enough is enough. We've got to throw the first punch. Well, no punches were thrown for me through that quarter. It was just a bit of a arm wrestle, a lot of jabs, a bit of dancing around the ring, but no punches thrown in the end. And if you had to give the points to a team, to stick with the boxing terminology, North Melbourne take the points in that first round. The context of the game, the Swans a bit to prove and the favourites to come out and try and blow them away and throw that first punch. They didn't do it. And North Melbourne had the game played probably the way they needed it played, to really contain, scrap and fight a little bit, and make the most of your opportunities and go in the break, with a pretty much an even contest. That's a massive win for North Melbourne. And whether it's Alistair Clarkson's coaching that said, hey, if they want to play this game or they want to give it to us early, let's just take away that opportunity for them to do it. Well, North Melbourne did that. For the Swans, their midfield struggled. We saw Warner get into the game as the quarter went longer with a couple of handball receives and inside 50s. And McDonald and Amadi both have looked dangerous up forward for the Swans. But for North, their midfield's been quite good at containing what the Swans mids have tried to do, and they've punished the Swans on the turnover a couple of times to get their scores. Toby Pink with a couple of the goals, but a really even contest, and I have to give the points to North in the first.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there, Sato, and I think some of the Swans' goals haven't necessarily come off, brilliant passages of play. They've come off, Harry Sheasel slips over twice in the centre square. They've really had to work for their goals, the Swans. So that's credit to the pressure being put on them by North Melbourne. But like you said, no team has really had a standout performer yet. There hasn't been too much breaking of the lines with any handball run and receive. Warner started to get into the game late, but it's been a pretty scrappy start.
Yeah.
But, I've been impressed with how the young North Melbourne mids and backs in particular have coped with some of the pressure. And I'm not talking about Sydney's in-your-face pressure. It's by fundamental skill error. What can often happen sometimes is that's where the better teams absolutely pounce and just put you to the sword. But a few times we've seen a few missed kicks, a few drop balls, but North have had the composure to clean it up and get numbers back around the ball and then get it back up the park. So I think that's a sign of maturity. I'd like to see, George Wardlaw, he's had the 8 disposals, 7 kicks, but he's only going at 25% kick efficiency. So he's getting his hands on it and he's getting to the right spots, but he's just probably got to clean up that disposal efficiency if they want to have better looks going inside 50.
The voice of Giants captain Alicia Eva on ABC Sport. Your texts remain welcome, 0437 774 774. Big day coming up where at the moment in Launceston, Freo leads Hawthorn by 5 points at quarter time. Coming up in the twilight game, Bulldogs v Carlton at Docklands. Later on tonight, Adelaide v St Kilda or Melbourne versus Essendon. Depending on where you are, you'll get a full call of either of those games or find them on the ABC Listen app. Thanks, Neil from Coburg, for your text, 0437 774 774. And Fran from Melbourne asks, what do you think Alistair would have said to his Chargers before the game? Thanks for the call and expert commentary. More on North Melbourne shortly. It's the Swans by 2 points. Second quarter underway. We spoke about coming off a win. Alicia and Sato, what do you think Alistair Clarkson would have said to his team before the game?
Well, it would have been don't let the Swans run the ball. Keep it a slow game. It's what they did.
An even game so far here. Swans just the 2 point lead. Bowen goes forward here for Sydney inside 50. It's dropped in defence by North Melbourne. Picked up by McLean. Papley runs by. Left foot snap. Bounced into the goal square and through. Took the agreed left turn for the birthday boy, who has his second goal of the afternoon. And despite missing an opportunity late in the opening term to extend their lead, he does so inside the first 40 seconds of this second quarter on ABC Sport. Sydney 4-4-28, North Melbourne 3-2-20.
And that's what Tom Papley does, doesn't he? I mean, when the game's not really open and free flowing, he makes the most of opportunities. And I think even in the first quarter, and he certainly did on this occasion, when he does get the chance to get the footy, he's going to try and make the most of that. And he tries to make it a bit of a faster game. He's electric, and that's the type of player he is. Well, there he's just quick across to the front of the contest, pick up the loose ball, drive the legs, and finish the way he does, and bring that excitement back into the game. With his celebrations and get the crowd up and going, and really try and generate some spark for the Swans.
Wasn't that a birthday present for Tom Papley? The ball was headed through Frey behind, took a sharp left turn, and went through for a goal. He's second of the game. Swans lead by 8 points. They scrap away for it in the middle of the ground. Dylan Stevens wins it. Wider to Jackson Archer. Now Darcy Tucker sends the Roos to centre half forward. It's punched away from Sheasel. Grundy gathers it to Warner, Florent, and now Goulden on the wing. Now to half forward. Swans looking good in the early stages of the second term. Hayden McLean has it. Goes inside 50. Papley's marked. Oh, the birthday boy may just have a bag, potentially, in terms of goals today. Tom Papley, he has got 2 to his name already. He's taken a mark inside 50, and he'll kick for his third a couple of minutes into the second term from 40 out in a 45-degree angle.
The Swans midfielders just completely outworked North Melbourne on the spread there from that centre bounce, and the ball trickled out to the wing, and they just got their numbers over.
Tom Papley, 3 times the leading goal kicker at the Swans. For his third of the game, he's got it. The Energizer Bunny delivering for the Swans on his 28th birthday. Papley with 3. Sydney a 5-4-34. North Melbourne 3-2-20. And they've got a problem in the form of the Swans, number 11 right now, North Melbourne.
Yeah, they do. So the matchup's going to be interesting, whether there's a change made here and who goes to him, because he does look dangerous, Papley. It's funny because North Melbourne's defence has certainly through that first quarter actually been quite solid and worked well together, but we saw McDonald get a bit of ball and Amati take a couple of marks, and then obviously so far this quarter Papley's the one that's popping up. So it's this interesting space with North's backline. So we've been quite good together as a group, but one-on-one we're getting done. So they need to make sure that they're working, they're supporting each other, and they're maybe getting some blocks on the Swans forwards, or be at least getting close enough to be some third man in and support.
Swans by 14 points. A recharged outfit in this second quarter. Grundy beats Sherry in the middle. Wonder what though first. Looking to clear Simpkin. Never runs the ball in the end. Sherry again for North. Adams though for the Swans. Takes on the oncoming contact of Shields. Swans go inside forward 50 somehow. It bounced out towards Warner. Lays it down here for Donald. That's a loop for North Melbourne. Tuck from Papley allows Warner to pick up and snap towards goal. It's through. Touched. And Warner just signalling to his teammates they get too excited. The goal umpire was none the wiser, and she has signalled a goal, but I fancy they'll look at this, and Chad Warner did say it was touched. And so amid the confusion, we're going to come back to the goal line here for a kick out, and it will be a 15-point break the way of the Swans.
What about another early call down on the bench? So had the scoop that Parker wasn't playing, also had the scoop that was touched before the goal umpire even.
Well, this is just breaking the fourth wall, because no one would have heard that except us. But Declan Byrne did wire us the information as soon as it came to hand about that touch. So there you go, just some of the magic of radio there. But to tackle Papley on Luke Donald was nonetheless a good one, an important one. It just didn't quite result in that Chad Warner goal.
Tom Papley, 10 disposals, 5 score involvements, 3 goals early on in the second term. I think a big game so far.
The scoreboard still says they're out by 20. They're just going to have a bit of 5 or 6 more looks at this in the arc and determine that it was in fact touched. Declan Byrne, down to you.
Chad Warner is basically the Gilchrist of today. He signalled touch straight away. I don't think you need to go to the arc when the player who would get the goal signals touch.
Yeah, he was walking the pavilion, wasn't he, Chad Warner? It's clear on the replay that was touched, so it will just be, as I say, 5-5-35 Sydney. North Melbourne 3-2-20, 6 gone second term. Meanwhile, in Launceston, Freo out by 10 points on Hawthorn, early stages in the second term there.
The Sydney led by 2 points at quarter time. It's 15 now, early stages of the second term, so North under pressure. They work it to right half back, and Charlie Comben has marked it.
So far it looks like Swans doing Swans things. Second quarter explosion.
Comben goes short to Colby McKercher. Possession number 9 coming up for him. Guides it towards Darcy Tucker, but the Swans swoop on him. The pressure is on from Sydney at the moment. They cough it up though to Davies Uniacke, who finds Larkey on the wing, diving to his left, takes the slips catch here on the SCG. He's got Liam Shields, the veteran, the 3-time Hawthorn Premiership player, just forward of the wing. Again, the Swans get back in numbers to frustrate North Melbourne. So Shields will just set this up high, just outside attacking 50 for the Roos. Pink flies at it, brings it down, but Florent was waiting for it. Got it to Rowbottom, who almost, in fact, eventually got rid of the Paul Curtis tackle. They find it in the hands of Callum Mills, the Swans, who guides it to the wing off the hands of McLean. He got a little shove in the back, McLean, from Charlie Comben, who win the free kick on the wing and play on quickly now.
He does bring it back into play here for McInerney on the wing. He just slows things down for a moment. Swans by 15 points. The wingman goes inboard to find Robert Ties. Dropped the mark, called and play on, and now bursting by 84, receives a hand pass from Curtis. Room to bounce, comes back inside Florent, lays off the hand pass. Again, Zerha running by, shares it with Pink, inside 50, back to Simpkin, darts away from Blakey, pops up at the hot spot. Now that back there is McCartan, who intercepts at full back to Sydney. So North waste an opportunity, and Sydney keeps a 15-point lead. 5-5 plays 3-2. 8 gone second term, ABC Sport.
Florent has it at right half back. The umpire actually blew his whistle before Roberts had dropped the mark there, thinking he would mark it on the wing. That's how easy a drop it was. Here's the Swans on the wing now with Lloyd. He turns it over. It's a scrappy game. Wardlaw just knocks it between his legs for Jackson Archer to come in and win the footy. He got a high tackle. Did Wardlaw as he got rid of it. So you win the free kick. On the wing, underneath the Bill O'Reilly stand, George Wardlaw. North Melbourne attacking the Randwick end to the right of your radio dial, ABC Listen app, but that's a poor effort. He's given it straight to Errol Goulden. Possession number 10 coming up for Goulden.
You can just sense North Melbourne are starting to get a bit panicky with their disposal. I mentioned in the first quarter there are a few skill errors, but they didn't shy away. Just looks like now even some of their leaders are making some fundamental skill errors.
Kick Rampy, Robert, now Warner in space on the outer wing. Hand pass inside 50 from Marty. It sits up on its point for him. He's brought to ground though by Darcy Tucker and over for a throw-in right near the junction of 50. 5-5 plays 3-2. Swans by 15 points here. 9 gone second term. To more of your texts as we go. 0437 774 774. Satellite afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Back in it comes. Grundy lost it in the ruck contest. Warner tries to pluck it free. Simpkin there first for North Melbourne. Tumbles his kick hopefully back towards the outer wing. Sits up there for McCartan of the Swans. And now Lloyd bursts away. Gordon is goal side and unmarked. His kick though is wasted. And back there is for North Melbourne. Luke. So we've got Luke and Logan for either side. Luke for North Melbourne. Intercepts the mark and now back to Simpkin on the last line here for North.
It's a perfect Saturday afternoon at the SCG. You'd think it was raining the way this game's being played at the moment. Super scrappy. And the Swans have now given away a 50-metre penalty to buy into that. Jai Simpkin is marched up to centre half back from deep in defence. He goes forward to Cameron Zerhart in the middle of the SCG. Plays on now, high ball into attack. Underneath it is Curtis. And so is Nick Larkey. It just fell into his lap. He had front position on Tom McCartan. The ball dropped shorter than everyone expected. And Larkey is marked. He'll kick from 40 out directly in front in search of his second of the game.
Well, I was about to say this slow ball movement's killing North, but I mean on that occasion, though, again, they went quick into the middle off the 50, but then went slow again, and it was just a long kick that popped inside 50, and I wasn't expecting Nick Larkey to pop up and take a mark, but I guess that's what he can do.
71 goals last year for the All-Australian and Nick Larkey.
Poked at it.
He did poke at it. He tried to guide it through. And it went through for a behind as a result. So the lead is 14 points in favour of Sydney. They are 5-5-35. North Melbourne 3-3-21. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Have you heard his Damien Barrett impersonation?
Yes.
Very good. It's a wasteful kick though from the Swans, and Blakey, it's picked off by Zerha. He's 55 from goal. They go back inside 50 again. Lucky will try again. Controls the chest mark. 35 out directly in front. Yeah, he's developed an infatuation with the veteran AFL journo and does a very good Damien Barrett.
That was a good Rafa Nadal as well, by the way.
Yeah, he has a good shot at goal here. North fans are hoping. He's missed the last one. Nick Larkey. He's lining up here for his second.
It'd just be nice to see him kick through this one. Try and kick it post high rather than just guiding it through.
Crosses the 50, kicks from 45, sort of pokes at this as well, but it's got the carry and the accuracy, no. It's missing again, same side of the post as before. Just kicked two behinds in a hurry, Nick Larkey. Swans still lead here by 13 points. 5-5 plays 3-4, 11 gone second term on ABC Sport.
It's a really scrappy game at the moment as Roberts sends it up to the wing. Underneath it is Comben and Cherry. Comben gathers it. Back to Wardlaw, further back to McKercher. Now sends the Roos back into attack with that left foot, but it's straight towards Lewis Melican, who marks at centre half back. Out wide he goes to Lloyd, who's had plenty of the footy in this game. Further forward to Robbie Fox, but again the Roos back in numbers, frustrating the Swans who want to get their running game going. Fox up to Roberts. And now he's got a man free on the wing in Braden Campbell.
Campbell, think about playing on, thinks better of it. Assesses the options here, the left footer. And pumps the Swans long inside, forward 50. And Marty is back there, reaching from the back. The mark is taken by Comben in defence for North Melbourne. So they'll start again, keeping themselves alive in this game. North trailing by 13 points. Comben can switch across here to McKercher. 37 touches last week, career best against the Gold Coast Suns. Little 1-2 hand pass out there with Sheasel. And now skids a kick forward to find McDonald here. That's Luke for North Melbourne. Still inside defensive 50. Swans by 13. 12.5 played second term. ABC Sport. Kick comes beyond defensive 50 to find Dylan Stevens, the former Swan.
They've taken the sting out of the game, North Melbourne. quieting the crowd, ensuring the Swans don't have it on their terms. It's big leap there by Bryn Teakle. Got up very high. The big man couldn't quite take the mark. It would have been a specky and a half. Ball spills to the wing. Goulden is caught high. Wasn't that a leap and a half from Bryn Teakle?
He's had great impact, hasn't he?
Goulden goes inboard to Blakey, who marks and hits the ground running. Short to Roberts, has Papley on a lead. He's the only man who's been clean with the footy so far, and he's done it again. He's spotted up James Jordan inside 50 on his own. Jordan will kick from 35 out, slight angle to the right. Well done, Tom Papley.
Well, he's definitely the most influential player on the footy field through this first half so far, Tom Papley. Everything he's involved in is exciting and electric, much unlike the rest of the game, really, across the board. But that was, you called it, Garby. His efficiency's been brilliant.
And just his awareness to know that the open side of the ground was on and Jordan was out there in a truckload of space.
Jordan for his 8th goal of the season. Straight through the middle. Not the prettiest game of football, but the Swans are just edging ahead in the second term. The lead is now 19 points. Sydney 6-5-41, North Melbourne 3-4-22.
It's probably a bit of a shame for North because the last 8 minutes or so, they probably had the better of the play and even got some shots on goal. You know, Larkey had 2 shots and 2 poor set shots, really very, very, very gettable, and ones you need your key forwards to kick, and he didn't look comfortable kicking them at all. But, you know, if he goes back and slots one of them, you know, it just brings them back closer in the game, and instead they haven't managed to capitalise on that little period where they got some opportunities inside 50, which have been hard. And then the Swans, through the brilliance of Papley, able to make the most of an opportunity. Jordan forward, and they kick the goal.
Texas 0437 774 774. Jay in Northern WA, you're reminding us, let him know which McDonald has the football. So, of course, Logan and Luke, they're playing quite close to each other as well. They're not direct opponents, but every time Logan's there, Luke's nearby. So we'll do our best to remind you which team has the ball. It's a key part of this gig. Warner off to Florent. Wide kick to find McInerney, who marks on the wing. Just forward of halfway. Warner keeps running, receives a hand pass, pops it inside 50, and it's going to be a hold here. A free kick will go the way of the Swans, and Joel Amati. And this time it's Core who gives away the free kick on his direct opponent. So Joel Amati will take it from deep in the right forward pocket, and this would start to really grow and put things beyond North Melbourne. A 19-point lead, potentially becoming 25 points, the Swans buffer.
For mine, Chad Warner's just looking too free and dangerous post-stoppage scenario. So they're all numbered off one-on-one. Sorry, I'll let you call this.
Marty on the approach, and he misses near side. Might hit the post. Alicia, as you
Sorry. So midfielders are all numbered off one-on-one at the stoppage, but then once that ball is cleared, Warner is just running out into space, completely unopposed. Now, if he's got a hard tag with him, that doesn't happen. Are North Melbourne considering it? I'm not sure. But at the moment, it just looks like he's finding too much footy in space.
North are struggling to find space at the moment. Dylan Stevens has it in the right back pocket. Swans up by 20. He goes towards Comben, who's such a clean mark of the football. What an impressive player he's starting to become. He's marked it just behind the wing. A short to Tom Powell, who just marked it in front of James Jordan. Just closing on him. Powell will guide this up to half forward. Right half forward for North Melbourne. Hayden McLean's there, opposed to Bryn Teakle. Off their hands collectively and over the boundary line. Right half forward for North.
Around the grounds in Launceston, 3:04, 3:27. Hawthorn 3:5:23. We'll go through that second term there.
McLean and Teakle wrestling for it. McLean with a clean palm down, looking for Goulden. There is Dylan Stevens, who's playing nicely against his former club. Gets it to Davies Uniacke. Teakle is mowed down by Joel Amati. He's not caught holding the ball. No prior opportunity, but a big tackle there by the Swans key forward with the cornrows. He then comes off for a breather. We'll have a ball up just forward of the wing for North Melbourne.
Up it goes. McLean down to Goulden, releases Jordan. Works it back here. Campbell's kick smothered. Bounces back to him though. Hand pass away here for Warner, who again is unmanned. Kicks up the members' wing to find Grundy in space, forward of halfway. They're surging forward now in red and white jumpers, received by McInerney. Pops it inside forward, 50, lead up Tay McDonald. And that is Logan for the Swans, who marks in the right forward, left forward pocket, 35 metres out, 45-degree angle.
And it's not so much, I know you mentioned Warner again, and I just I'm going to go back to it because I feel like he's working his way into the game in a really influential way. And it's not that he necessarily needs a hard tag, but no one went to him at that stoppage or even turned their head to see where he was. And he's too dangerous a player to just leave him in that amount of space.
Arnold for the Swans. 2 goals so far this afternoon. Here he is for his third. Makes no mistake. After a couple of tough weeks and a recent 4-year contract extension, it's a good day so far for Logan McDonald of the Swans. So 3 goals for him. The Swans are now out by 26 points. 7-6 plays 3-4 as we approach time on here in the second term on ABC Sport. And on the boundary is Declan Byrne.
No points for guessing who loved that tackle the most. Sitting, getting some treatment on his legs was James Rowbottom right in front of him. Loved that Armadi tackle. Gave him a big high five when he came off. I've never seen Rowbottom that excited, so he loved that Armadi effort.
We might have missed this, Declan, as we're going to wear, but was there a standing ovation for sections of the crowd for Isaac Heaney?
No, when you were talking about Longmire coach from the bench, they flashed up to Heaney, who's up in the coach's box. That's when he got the standing ovation.
Goodness me.
Yeah.
A big week for the Swans and Isaac Heaney. Ineligible now for the Brownlow medal. Suspended today, but the Swans doing the business without him. They lead by 26 points over North Melbourne in the second term. Bouncing ball at half forward. Braden Campbell gathers it nicely. His handball, though, is straight to Bailey Scott. He misses his mark, but McKercher is able to gather, but the Swans put pressure on him. It was McInerney. Allowed Grundy to gather. The 1-2 with Warner. Now gives it to Jordan, just outside 50. Jordan assesses his options, now goes long into attack, and McLean is marking. The Swans turning on the style now. Hayden McLean will kick from 15 out in the slight angle to the right.
They're just getting the run and handball game. And Warner's one of those players you mentioned, Alicia, just before. He's involved in that. And if they've got the space to be able to run and handball, when they go inside 50, they're beating North Melbourne one-on-one, their forwards. And on that occasion, McLean just was able to get some separation on his opponent. So North struggling one-on-one when the Swans have their ball movement, run and carry going.
No goals last week for Hayden McLean. And he has missed from the kind of range that you would expect him to have no worries with at all. So that is a disappointing effort from Hayden McLean. The Swans at 7-7-49, North Melbourne 3-4-22. We've gone 20 minutes in the second term.
Just hit time on as the kick goes beyond defensive 50 and out of bounds on the full. So despite the claimed mark of Braden, Braden Campbell does take it, so it's not marked, but out on the full. So the Swans go back inside forward 50, and McDonald runs into space and takes a chest mark. So there he is again. And he'll kick here from 35 out, slight angle to the left of centre.
Looking forward to seeing this replay, but I think he's just read the flight of the ball really well there, Logan McDonald. That's how he takes an uncontested chest mark. But might have to go down to the boundary for this. But is there a breeze that is forcing that footy to drop short?
It's swirling around a little bit. So if you look up at the flags above the members, they're going in all sorts of directions. So yeah, that was a bit of a helicopter weird flight.
Donald lining up for his fourth here. And he tugs it left-hand side for a minor score. 7-8-50 the Swans. Going to put this game away by now. 3-4-22 North Melbourne. 21 go on second term. Saturday afternoon for you on ABC Sport.
Seen that miss there. Amadi hit the post early and McLean missed one he should have kicked. Down the other end, Larkey's missed 2 gettable goals.
Time on in the second quarter. Swans by 28 points. McKercher does well to get around Papley, have a couple of bounces, but then he's turned it over straight to Jake Lloyd. Started running really hard there, Colby McKercher. By the time he looked up, he had no options. Gave it straight to Lloyd. And now Robbie Fox from just outside 50 guides it to the top of the square. And marking is Chad Warner. There's a free kick that's been paid. Well, in fact, he's just paid the mark. So Warner will kick from directly in front. And this will surely be the goal that the Swans have deserved in the last 5 minutes. They're dominating this game now.
Well, it's another uncontested mark. Inside 50 and probably inside 30.
Warner kicks his 27th goal of the season. And the Swans are breaking this game open. They are 8-8-56. North Melbourne 3-4-22. And Chad's on the board.
The North backline's just all over the place at the present. Every time it's going in there, with that occasion it's Warner who's a small, but McLean taking uncontested mark, getting separation on his opponent. McDonald's done the same. and Amadi's done the same. It's their defenders need to tighten up. They really do need to knuckle down, put some body work in your opponent, so at least if it's going to them, they've got to fight and put in some proper forward craft to take the footy.
So Robbie Fox was hit late when he disposed of the football. That's why a free kick was paid, despite Warner marking it uncontested at the top of the square.
Around the grounds in Tassie, Hawthorn now leads Freo by a point, so a seesawing game there. 4-5-29 Hawthorn leads the Dockers 4-4, 28-23 gone second term there. Similar stage of play. Back underway at the SCG. Clearance won by Goulden. Goes inside forward 50, but all reaching for it there for the Swans. Out the back, McKercher for North. Shares a hand pass wide. Patley onto it though, intercepts. Goes the fend on Stevens. Straightens up here with a tumbling kick towards the goal square. And it's going to be rushed through for a minor score. That was North's best opportunity or best option there to stop this wave of Sydney momentum. 35 points is now the Swans' lead. 24 gone second term, ABC Sport.
The Swans up to 10 marks inside 50 for the game now. Sato?
Yeah, it's too many.
Chad Warner, who started slowly up to 8 score involvements, so it didn't take him long to have an impact. Sheasel has it now inside defensive 50. Up to the wing, the kick from Harry Sheasel goes, punched away from Pink by Dana Rampey. Blakey's there, tries to knock it in front of himself, couldn't quite collect it. And nor can Darcy Tucker. Taylor Adams just shoves him over the boundary line with the football. So boundary throw in, left half forward for the Swans, who are 8-9-57. North Melbourne 3-4-22. 5 goals to Sydney in the second term, and North just the 2 behinds.
Back in it comes. Grundy and Sherry. Grundy, I don't know what there, but Davies Uniacke burst through. Coughs up the handball though. Comes to Gordon of the Swans inside forward. 50. Hayward dives out. Can't be paid the mark. Warner though bursting through traffic. Kicks on goal here and bounces it through. He weaved around one. Through all that congestion, Chad Warner kicks 2 goals in a hurry to extend the Swans lead out by 41. 9-9-63. The Kangaroos are 3-4-22. 25 gone second term on ABC Sport, where Declan Byrne is on the boundary.
Yeah, a couple of little injury concerns. Dylan Stevens back out there now, but they had to restrap his ankle. He had some trouble with that. And Mills getting some attention to his lower back. A few big conversations, but he's going to go back out there. He's just done a few run-throughs. He looks okay, but we'll keep a watch on that.
Well, the Swans' confidence just lifting, every minute that goes by at the moment, isn't it? They haven't been brilliant up until probably the last 10 minutes, but the longer it goes and the more North just struggle with their ball movement, struggle to get out of the back half, the more the Swans, you can see they're starting to get their run, they're starting to back in, that their teammates going to win the footy and get going. Their backs are starting to get more organised and they're really taking control of the game. North, they're scrambling to hold on at present.
Chad Warner, 9 disposals in the second quarter and 2 goals.
The North backs, they're just lost coming out of defensive 50. They're under pressure. They're just kicking long and wide, and the Swans are just getting it back in every time.
Swans lead by 41 points. McInerney wins it to the ground and then finds Warner at centre half forward.
And they're caught behind the North defenders at present.
He has broken this game open. The Swans dynamo goes laterally to Goulden, who looks for the lead of McDonald, who just stepped out of the way and allowed Brodie Grundy to mark. 15 out directly in front. Swans set to kick another one.
And I think Cherry getting some feedback there from his teammates just around, probably allowed too much leg rope between he and Brodie Grundy there, an uncontested mark inside 50 to a pretty handy player.
Grundy had pushed forward and Cherry was 30 metres behind him, hadn't gone with him.
Yep.
And again, it's another uncontested mark inside 50.
Brodie Grundy for his second goal as a Sydney Swan. Straight in front, 20 out. No worries at all. Grundy's on the board. Nick Blakey said the Swans wanted to throw the first punch today. They darted around the ring for a quarter, but they are throwing some haymakers now. The lead is out to 47 points in favour of the ladder leaders.
They've just pinned North back on the ropes and in a corner for a little bit, haven't they? And they thought, okay, now's our opportunity to swing the arms a little bit. And it's exactly what has happened. But they're winning the ball around the contest, the Swans. Warner's definitely involved in the game now, Goulden. But it's what's happening going inside 50. And it's not because the Swans forwards have been fantastic, although they're having very influential games. It's more the North defence is just really struggling. to compete, to beat their opponents one-on-one. They're caught behind. They're letting them get separation. And then when they do try and get out of the back half, they can't get it out.
The voice of former Swan and Blue, Jason Saddington on ABC Sport. Back in the middle, Grundy. One hit of McInerney, bust the tackle. Wasted the hand pass, though. Davies Uniacke on it with there for North Melbourne. He slips past Roberts. Shares it with Sheasel. Off here towards Curtis. Back to Sheasel through the corridor. Wide to Larkey. He can book around Florent. Goes to the outside of the boot to finish off. That is a class goal from centre bounce clearance for North Melbourne. And Nick Larkey ends up with his second. Eventually, he had a couple of misses early in this second term, but Nick Larkey has 2, and the margin is back to 41 points the Swans' way. 10-9-69, North Melbourne 4-4-28, 28 gone second term. Meanwhile, approaching half-time around the grounds in Launceston, Hawthorn 6-5-41, Fremantle 4-5-29.
Well, the skate rink in the middle got another victim there. I don't know, was it Papley? One of the Swans through the middle as he tried to gather the ball, slipped, lost his feet, allowed North to just run onto it out through the middle. I think Sheasel was involved in the chain. A bit of give, get back, give again to enable them to get that overlap going inside 50. And then Larkey, off the most difficult one he's had for the quarter, he kicked.
Almost if Sheasel and Davies Uniacke said enough of this. We're taking charge for a little bit here, and they got one back for North as Papley connects with it deep inside 50. Well done there by Callan Dawson to take the contested defensive mark for North Melbourne.
And you mentioned it, Garby, but that's what I love about Davies Uniacke. When the going's getting tough, he gets going, and that's exactly what he did then, albeit off an opportunistic slip in the middle. He did take on 2 of the Swans' mids coming at him.
Out wide they go to Luke McDonald, who's marked in game 197. Swans North co-captain up to the wing where Tristan Sherry has taken the grab. There's a whistle on the play, and there's a free kick against Nick Larkey going the way of Tom McCartan. Handball to Blakey, who wasn't looking at all. Blakey was directing traffic, and so the handball missed its mark, gathered by Paul Curtis, but he's turned it over anyway. To Callum Mills, who puts McInerney under pressure, and now they've copped it up the Swans. Davies Uniacke gathers, does well to get rid of James Jordan, who's tagging him. Gathers it once more, handball into Wardlaw in space, but McInerney closed. And now the kick into the Swans defensive goal square is marked by Matt Roberts. That sums up this game so far. Been pretty scrappy at times.
Roberts to Fox, and now Warner, who marks and just calms things down at right half back for Sydney.
Nearly wore it in the back of their head, Nick Blakey. He was looking forward, directing traffic, telling players to push out, and the handball came to him.
Chad Warner's 16th disposal is an untidy one. It bounces, in fact, it goes out of bounds on the full. On the other side. So North get it back. Comes in to find McKercher, the young Tasmanian, number 2 in last year's draft. We're going to give the Kangaroos a late one in this first half. Towards half forward, up they go. Tucker tries to work through. Curtis sockers it into the pocket, and it's going to go over for a throw-in. Deep in attack at the Randwick end for the Kangaroos. Meanwhile in Launceston, Hawthorn leads there by 7 points. It is half-time. 6-6-42 leads Freo 5-5-35. Still waiting for our half-time siren here.
Not long to go, though. North need another one desperately before the main break. Rowbottom in the left right back pocket gets it to Melican. They work it forward to Mills, the skipper, in for his first game of the season. Clever kick to Chad Warner. He's had an exceptional second term with a couple of goals and plenty of possessions. He's at right half back. Kicks long to half forward. Core and McLean wrestle. The ball falls over both of them. Dawson wants the boundary line and finds it. Amadi appeals for insufficient intent. It's not paid. Sydney lead by 41 points. They have a boundary throw in right half forward for the Swans.
In the shadows, the Bradman stand at Paddington end of the SCG. Back in it comes Grundy, uncontested in the ruck. Sherry got there late, tackles him though, and a Grundy hand pass goes out of bounds for a throw-in. Crowd have come in late, which is weird because the first 10,000 got a free T-shirt. I think was part of the marketing for today. 41 points is the Swans' lead here. Back in it comes. Left behind by Adams. Bursting through Scott for North. Just possessed by Rowbottom. Shares it with Jordan. Now Papley, who can fire on goal from the pocket. Is there a finish? He misses near side. Tom Papley looking for goal number 4 of the afternoon. And extends Sydney's lead only by 1.
He would have been off celebrating in the stands if that went in.
Jump the fence, I think, run up the aisles, high five everyone, get a free T-shirt.
Yeah.
So the siren will go shortly for half-time. Sheasel has the football. But the Swans in that second term did what they've done to so many teams in 2024. Just broke the game open with a 7-goal quarter. They led by 2 points at quarter time. They lead by 42 points at half-time here at the SCG.
3 goals to Logan McDonald for the Swans, 3 to Tom Papley, 2 to Chad Warner, both in that second term. Singles to James Jordan and Brodie Grundy, a couple of their new recruits this year. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, Nick Larkey and Toby Pink each have 2, and that makes up their full complement of goal scorers. So there you have it. As Daniel Gard mentioned, 42 points is the margin. 10-10, 70 plays 4-4-28. Your experts on ABC Sport are Giants captain Alicia Eva and former Swan and Blue Jason Saddington.
Well, Sato, I'll start. I think, 17 inside 50s. The Swans had that quarter to 7. The ball just lived in the Swans forward half, straight from centre bounce, straight back in. North weren't able to move the ball out of their D50 if they did win it back. And the other, I guess, striking stat here is that the Swans took 6 marks inside 50, and I'm willing to bet maybe 5 of them were uncontested marks. So the North Melbourne backs were under the pump. And you look at those numbers and you go, wow, we're defending terribly, but it's not just a back 6 problem. And for mine, it started in between the arcs where Swans midfielders were just outspreading and outworking North Melbourne then. So at the contest, at the coalface, you man up one-on-one and you go to battle there. But then the spread, for mine, Sydney were just all over North Melbourne that quarter. And as a result, they could get their handball game going. Saw the likes of Warner get involved. They just had too much space to work in, and it meant that they had time to hit up targets inside 50.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And you mentioned it, they spent the game in their front half that quarter, the Swans, because they really choked North Melbourne when they tried to come out of defensive 50. And they got shaky, North, with the ball, trying to get through. And they kept kicking it back, and they'd give it back to the Swans, who just kept launching back in. But and most times, somehow, off that ball going back in, the Swans forwards found some space. And it wasn't space that they were able to lead into. It was just a kick going in that was just weighted, or it was just to a bit of space, and they just had some separation or some distance on their defenders. So I'm guessing if you looked back on the footage, perhaps behind the goals as a North Melbourne coach, you might see when North exit D50, their backs weren't repositioning themselves for the ball ready to come back in, and they were caught napping and a bit flat-footed, which is why McLean, Amadi, McDonald, we even saw Grundy, they were able to take uncontested marks in that front 50. But it wasn't the Swans at their electrifying best. It was just the Swans being able to defensively probably choke North and force them to keep giving the ball back, start to generate some of their chain and run with Warner. But they were just very efficient when they went inside 50 as well, because North's defence wasn't fantastic.
Yeah, they were getting shots from easy positions on the ground.
Yeah, Papley's kicked 3. He's had a fantastic game. McDonald's been brilliant. He's had a lot of footy for a key forward and not someone that normally gets a lot of possession. But he's had 3 goals and probably should have had 4, if not 5. And then the opportunities North did have going inside, which was very rare, like you said. I think Larkey missed 2 gettable shots, but then he did kick 1 late. But they just couldn't get any ball in the front half North Melbourne.
And it just seems, looking at Colby McKerch's stats, he's had a lot of the ball because the ball's lived down there.
Yeah, but I think he's been a bit wasteful, though.
Yes, and that's... Sometimes I think when you feel like the game's on the line, you've got to do something special to get your team going, particularly if you're a talented player. And we saw the likes of Davies Uniacke try and take on 3 players in the middle of the ground, and they get a goal out of that. But to be a consistently good side, you need to do things like the team defence, things like the spread on play away. You need to do those things consistently well, so you have to rely less on your stars trying to light up the game. And that's what it just looks like a little bit for mine up here at the moment, where North Melbourne, the game started to get a bit away from them, and then you see the likes of McKercher trying to create things that aren't necessarily there, when in fact maybe it's everyone's just got to reset, number off, and understand that on play away we've got to defend better as a team and not just put all the pressure on our back six.
Yep. Yeah, you would have thought if you said at half-time the Swans are up by 42, you would have thought the Swans had brought their A-game back. But it hasn't been that case, has it? There's still a lot more to see from them, I think, in terms of what we had seen earlier in the year.
The voice of Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva, your experts on ABC Sport. The Sydney Swans here leads North Melbourne 10-10-70 to 4-4-28. 0437 774 774. Get to some of your texts before news and some of them after. Thanks to Chris, who says, good call at the SCG. Makes me feel like I'm there. Mind you, if I was, I'd be having a word with the Swan supporter with the clapper near you. Slightly annoying, says Chris. It must be near our effects, Mike. But it's all part of the fun and frivolity of the noise and the atmosphere of the SCG. Wayne from Mildura says, this is the Swans' fourth consecutive day game. The 3 losses have all been day games. Do you think there is any correlation? It's an interesting one, Wayne, and the answer is no. Well, but I guess the evidence is there, but so far no issues today against North Melbourne at the SCG. Meanwhile, in Launceston, it's half-time there. Hawthorn 6-42 leads Fremantle 5-35. I'll give you more details on that game, and of course you can find it as ever on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL Extra button. The Swans by 42 points here in Sydney. Right now, it's time for us to head to the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says he has faith in Australia's national security apparatus after a Russian-Australian couple were charged with espionage offences. Australian Army Private Kira Korolev and her husband Igor Korolev were arrested in Brisbane earlier this week. They've been charged with preparing an act of espionage. Mr Albanese says the arrests show Australian security institutions are robust.
I think our allies that we work very closely with, particularly our Five Eyes partners, will take comfort in the fact that we have caught these people. They've been rounded up here in Brisbane and they will be charged as appropriate.
Explosive allegations have been made against the CFMEU a day after its controversial state secretary announced his resignation. Tanushi Dias reports.
A day after John Setka announced he will step down as the CFMEU secretary in Victoria, 9 newspapers have reported a number of damning allegations against the construction union. It claims underworld figures and senior bikies have infiltrated major construction projects in Victoria and New South Wales, acting as union delegates employed on both federal and state government projects like Victoria's Big Build. The report claims select CFMEU officials have asked building companies to hire bikie control subcontractors or to use underworld standover men to handle industry and union disputes. ABC has contacted the CFMEU and the state government for comment.
In a statement, John Setka says the allegations against him and the union are false. US President Joe Biden is attempting to put his re-election campaign back on track with a defiant rally in the swing state of Michigan. A growing number of Democrats are calling on him to step aside from the contest because of concerns about his age following a string of recent gaffes. But Mr. Biden came on stage in Detroit to chants of "Don't You Quit," and he's promising the crowd he'll beat Donald Trump in November.
This race is about your family. It's about your freedom. It's about democracy. Are you with me? We're going to stop Donald Trump. Let's get this done.
The prosecutor in the case against US actor Alec Baldwin says she's disappointed after a judge dismissed involuntary manslaughter charges against him. He was on trial over the shooting death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins on the set of the film Rust in 2021. Alec Baldwin's lawyers successfully argued the state withheld evidence in the case related to ammunition taken from the set of the film. Prosecutor Kerry Morrissey says she doesn't believe that she let Helena Hutchinson's family down.
We did everything humanly possible to bring justice to Helena and to her family, and we're proud of the work that we did. Again, we disagree with the court's decision, but we have to respect it.
5 people connected to one of Ecuador's biggest criminal gangs have been sentenced over the assassination of presidential candidate Fernando Villavicencio. The BBC's Leonardo Rocha has more.
A court in Quito sentenced 2 senior members of the Los Lobos gang, Carlos Angulo and Laura Castilla, to 34 years in prison as co-conspirators. 3 others were given 12-year sentences. More than 70 people gave evidence during the trial, including a key witness who said the gang had been offered $200,000 to kill Mr. Villavicencio. He was shot several times at the end of a rally in August last year. Mr. Villavicencio was a member of Congress and former journalist who spoke out against the increasing involvement of organized crime with politicians in Ecuador.
Police are investigating the cause of a house fire in Melbourne's east that took 2 lives. Detectives from the Arson and Explosive Squad are looking into the cause of the deadly fire that engulfed a home on Craig Road at Donvale. Firefighters and emergency services arrived at about 4 o'clock this morning. 2 people were found dead inside. They have not been formally identified. The ABC understands 2 men living in the home. A crime scene has been set up, and anyone who may have seen what happened or have any other information is being urged to contact police. And South African golfer Dean Burmester leads the way after the opening round of the Live Golf event in Spain. The 35-year-old shot 566 for a 1-shot advantage, while leading Stinger GC to the top of the team leaderboard. Cam Smith is the best of the Australians, sitting tied for 10th after a round of 1 over par. You're now up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
Hey Google, play the footy on the ABC.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Oh, that is amazing!
Play ABC AFL.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Get the best call, the biggest experts in the game. Every round of the AFL season.
Can he bend it back? You bet he can.
On your favourite station, ABC Radio. Your home for footy. Now on your smart speaker. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
One goes forward here for Sydney inside 50. It's dropped in defence by North Melbourne, picked up by McLean. Papley runs by, left foot snap, bounced into the goal square and through. Took the agreed left turn for the birthday boy, who has his second goal of the afternoon. Grundy, just a little there, but Davies Uniacke burst through. Coughs up the handball though. Comes to Gordon at the Swans, inside forward 50. Hayward dives out. He paid the mark. Warner though bursting through a traffic, kicks on goal here and bounces it through.
McInerney wins it to the ground and then finds Warner at centre half forward. He has broken this game open. The Swans dynamo goes laterally to Goulden, who looks for the lead of McDonald, who just stepped out of the way and allowed Brodie Grundy to mark. Straight in front, 20 out. No worries at all. Grundy's on the board.
Curtis back to Sheasel through the corridor, wide to Larkey. He can balk around Florent, goes to the outside of the boot to finish off. That is a class goal. Centre bounce clearance for North Melbourne, and Nick Larkey ends up with his second.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at the Sydney Cricket Ground, where it is the Swans 10-10-70 leading North Melbourne 4-4-28. You're with Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Alicia Eva, Jason Saddington and Declan Byrne. Big day's footy coming your way on ABC Sport as always. And I've mentioned you can find alternative commentary of Hawthorn and Fremantle at York Park in Launceston. That's on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL Extra button. Hawthorn leads that game 6-6-42 to Freo 5-5-35. In that game, Warple has 13 touches for the Hawks. Caleb Sarong leads, in fact, has the joint number of disposals with 13 for the game, as does Connor Nash, while Cole Shadir has 2 goals for Hawthorn. It's all singles for the rest. We'll keep you across what's happening there. Later on at Docklands, the Twilight game next up, Bulldogs v Carlton. We'll take you straight there once we're finished here. And then later on, Adelaide versus St Kilda at Adelaide Oval, or Melbourne Essendon at the MCG, depending on where you are. But of course, you can find coverage of either game on the ABC Listen app. You can text us 0437 774 774. I'm catching my breath back. I just ran. I can't disguise it, Sato. I just ran along. I wanted to see if the young fella was enjoying his first day at a men's footy game, like a packed stadium. Sort of. The answer is yes. He's having a great time. But I shouldn't have run and tried to make it back in the halftime break. It's only a short time. That's why you're hearing me just try to put very long pauses in between everything I'm saying. Second half here, not too far away. Swans by 42. 0437 774 774. John from West Footscray. I'm in Queensland at the moment. I don't think that Collingwood will make the finals this season. Sydney, yes. Well, yeah, they're 2 games clear. I'm not quite sure this AFL season is up for grabs in 2024. What do you think? Yeah, well, it's an interesting... I mean, look, Collingwood had another stumble last night, didn't they? Yeah. So you're looking at a span there... As I just,
but it's still really tight through the middle.
Yeah. Even Gold Coast is still a chance of making finals as well. It's been spoken about plenty, of course, how tight this year really is. Doing a great job. Stanford Victoria, come on, Roos. They have the grunt. They have the nous. They have showed it time and time again. Hopefully they end the game with dignity. About Brodie Grundy, great contributor to the Swans this year, enjoying his footy, battling Cherry Bomb, Cherry like Mumford. Good commentary. Thank you to that correspondent. And Jules says, hi boys, hi team. Isaac Heaney needs no Brownlow. He is all class. Why was he rubbed out? Nothing in it. Such a humble gentleman, not like GWS opponents and bully. Well, from Jules. This is interesting. So your club, Alicia and Sato, and I expect no comment on this, but the Toby Green video, which served to take the mickey out of the Isaac Heaney video for the fans in the wake of his suspension being upheld and the appeal being unsuccessful. Tom Harley was asked about this morning on Melbourne radio. Said it was a lowbrow move from the Giants, who of course are renowned for their social media niggle and the banter, which I think most people really enjoy. The Swans haven't enjoyed that so much in recent times, so Tom Harley spoke about that. My understanding, Garvey, is that Isaac Heaney and Toby Green are friends and business partners.
Yep.
They are.
Isaac Heaney was made aware of what the Giants were doing and may have said to Toby and maybe to Jacob Gaynor, who's in charge of these things at the Giants, no worries about taking the mickey. Just let us send me the thing before it gets published. But no such publication happened. And therein lies a little more bad blood, I'd say, between the Swans and the Giants.
Look, it's a laugh for the rest of us. And... you know, for those who don't know, so Heaney gets rubbed out, posts a video to social media saying thank you to all the fans. A lot of people thought that was far too much for a one-game ban. And then the Giants poke some fun at it by doing a video with Toby Green about him getting a fine. Relations between the clubs are at an all-time low. That is serious. I mean, this has stemmed all season long, and this is another dagger from the Giants into the Swans. So, yeah, talk about the rivalry here. That is real. They dislike each other enormously. Alicia and Sato, what do you make of it all? Because that's the Giant shtick. Don't go to a gunfight with a knife if you're the Swans when it comes to social media, because the Giants absolutely love that stuff, don't they?
Oh, me or you, Sato? Yeah. Look, I should probably say no comment. But look, as a footy department, it's not spoken about all that much in terms of what the media department are doing. And I think, we're talking about it, right? We're talking about this stuff. I know that Toby and Isaac are great mates, but you filled me in with some backstory there about publications that weren't sent, so I don't know anything about that. But yeah, it's creating banter, it's creating conversation. People maybe outside of the Swans and whatnot are enjoying it, but I don't have too much to comment on because it's not something that we talk about in the footy department.
It's all part of the fun. By the way, per John's text around the ladder, it's 2 games between 2nd and 10th, with that win for the Cats last night up to the 3rd. Of course, Freo playing Hawthorn as we speak. It's a close one there, just underway in the 3rd term, but Hawthorn lead that one by 7 points. Teams are back out there for the second half here at the SCG. Still no movement subs Luke Parker and Curtis Taylor. But what happens from here? Of course, we heard from one person talking about finishing with dignity if you're North Melbourne, because they are a long way back, 7 goals as a matter of fact. But what do you see happening in the second half?
We've got to remember too with North, you mentioned in I think pre-game, they're if not the youngest side.
I think they are the youngest, yeah.
I mean, so you're going to get inconsistencies from week to week or in game. And they just dropped down defensively that quarter, and they really struggled with that ball movement coming out. So they really do need to rectify, what they're doing coming out of the back half, North. They need to set up quicker, ready for that ball to come back in. I expect them to probably knuckle down again this quarter. I'd like to see them try and open up the game a little bit more when they do have it. Maybe change the angles, maybe get some handballs going, Alicia. They're very stagnant in their ball movement. So I'd love to see them try and take it a little bit more with some speed and chaos, the Kangas.
Disrupts what the Swans are doing. If they put speed on ball, it disrupts the Swans' defence, which we've spoken about at length. I know in the past about how difficult it really is to kick your way through the Sydney Swans. So if you put speed on ball with a bit of chaos, it can disrupt what is a pretty tight defensive unit in the Swans.
Into the second half we go on ABC Sport. Here's Daniel Garb.
2 losses in a row. The Swans said enough's enough, please. They lead by 42 points to start the third term, but Tristan Cherry gets hands on the football, guides it to Simkin, who pokes North Melbourne inside 50. Lewis Melican read it well, though. Paul Curtis was wrapped up by Dane Rampey, and Melican just cut across. Took the grab, got it to Blakey. Gave it to Warner. Exits defensive 50 now. It was brilliant in the second term, Warner. Bouncing ball. Amati got hands to it, but didn't attack it. So Dylan Stevens gathers. Gave it to Aidan Corr. His kick was smothered by Taylor Adams, who won the football again. Got it to McInerney. Goulden, now Lloyd. The running game on for the Swans. Hayward is caught. The Roos win it back. Well done, Simkin, to do so. Got it to Davies Uniacke. Now back to Simkin. And marking on the wing is Eddie Ford.
Eddie Ford comes inboard now to the mark of Davies Uniacke. Pops it into the corridor. Working his way back there is Simpkin, the co-skipper. He's 60 from goal. Can they land the first blow of this second half? Larkey leads up from full forward and controls the ball to his chest. So a neat entry from Simpkin. Finds the leading Larkey, and he's 40 out directly in front.
There was a bit more sharpness to that, Alicia. North, when they did win the footy, it was huge from Simpkin competing. Swans were nearly through with that handball chain, and they just had enough pressure to cause a turnover. Once they got the ball, they were quick with their ball movement by foot. It wasn't handballs, but they were quick to kick.
Larkey lining up for his third. Don't North need this to start the second half? It's on its way. It's straight and true. Off Nick Larkey's boot. North do get the first inside 90 seconds in this third quarter on ABC Sport. North of 5-4-34. The Swans still lead 10-10-70 on ABC Sport. Your experts Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva.
Exactly the start they'd be after. The initial centre bounce, I think North Melbourne won that. So they've come out to play after half-time. I'm sure after some strong messaging. But as you said, they've got to move the ball a little bit differently. Don't let Sydney set them. And that's exactly what they've done, and Jai Simpkin absolutely stands up in the first few minutes of this quarter.
So Nick Larkey with 3 goals. Papley and McDonald have 3 for the Swans. Warner with 2. Toby Pinky, 2 goals in the first term. The double for North. Swans lead by 36 points.
It's good to see Larkey kick that with a bit more conviction too. That set shot.
Sherry and Brodie Grundy. Palmed down by Sherry to Davies Uniacke, who's held by James Rowbottom and wins a free kick. Well spotted by the umpire. Possession number 15 for Luke Davies Uniacke. Just guides it forward 50 metres to Tom Powell, who marks, and they gave it back to Davies Uniacke, but he left it behind, dropped it completely. So Rowbottom soccers it off the ground. Bouncing ball inside 50. Amati gathers, turns, snaps over his shoulder, and kicks a major. The Swans make the Roos pay for that mishap in the middle of the ground. With 2 kicks, it's through the big sticks, and Joel Amati's on the board with his first of the game. The margin back out to 42 points.
It's shattering if you're a North Melbourne fan, because they've done so well from the centre clearance, and they looked like they were about to hit up an inside 50 kick. I was actually looking ahead at the play going, they're going to take a nice little hit up mark inside 50 here, but the ball got left behind from Davies Uniacke, and with Swans just punished. I mean, we were able to scoop on the ball, and you got one-on-one ahead. Aidan Corr battled his best to try and win that footy, but Amati just had the space, was able to gather first and then snap over his shoulder. Disappointing if you're a North fan, that's for sure.
Back out to the half-time lead of 42 points. Grundy and Sherry in the middle. Down here, Davies Uniacke, collared by Goulden, drops the football. One of them goes in hard for the Swans. He's wrapped up as well. Umpire says, give it to me. Bright, sunny day here in Sydney. As the Swans look to get back on the winners list. Grundy's kick goes up in the air. Missed Adams. It's away by on for the North. Now Rowbottom gets there for the Swans. Kicks on the angle back to Goulden. Pops it inside 50. Marty leads into the pocket, but Core gets the spoil in front of him. And it goes out of bounds for a throw-in. 25 around from that right behind post at the Randwick or southern end of the ground. Swans 11-10, North Melbourne 5-4. 5 gone third term. Saturday afternoon for you on ABC Sport. Great to have your company. In Launceston, by the way, Hawthorn leads the Dockers by 5 points.
Boundary thrown inside 50 for the Swans. Falling on it is Dylan Stevens. His former teammate Errol Goulden catches him high. So a free kick to Stevens inside defensive 50.
I feel like, as always, Errol Goulden, the longer the game goes, the more influence he has. When we just saw him spread from that last contest, he's just electric at doing that.
Good grab by Teakle on the wing. Contested from the Stevens kick. Slow going for North. Teakle sends it to half forward. Rampy will fly and punch. Didn't get clean connection on it. 4-on-1 against Callum Mills. So North win it back through Curtis. And now Wardlaw, who was a man free on the wing, and that's Darcy Tucker who marks.
The former Docker goes inboard, back to McKercher. Can they link up here? He's called to play on. Young Tasmanian on his left boot goes down the pipe now. It's Smith-Scott, retrieved here by Lloyd. It's going to come back here for a free kick, and it will go out the way of that man in Davies Uniacke at centre half forward for North Melbourne.
A bit of front-on contact push.
Davies Uniacke pops it inside forward 50. Up the push from McCartan as well. It's mopped up here by Blakey of the Swans. Tumbling kick out here only as far as Archer. Gets it back here. Stevens kick smothered. Goulden there for the Swans, retrieves it. Shares it with Logan. Now off on the run from half back. It's with Florent. His kick a little untidy as well. Bounced away from Papley. Warner retrieves it now. Lays off the hand pass to Adams, who's run down from behind by Wardlaw. Hand pass works out there okay. Comes back from Marty to Warner. He can shape up and snap from 30 and bounce it across for a behind. Everything but the finish for the Swans. 11-11-77, leading North Melbourne 5-4-34. 7 gone third term ABC Sport.
It was like the older brother against the younger brother there, Chad Warner, in the backyard. Had so much time, toyed with the North Melbourne defence, but couldn't capitalise. North exit defensive 50. Marked by McCartan.
Yeah, Swans player coming off injured here. McInerney, we could see perhaps Parker come into the game sooner than expected.
That is a worry for the Swans because Justin McInerney is having a very good season just quietly. And that's a worry, limping off. We'll update you with news on that. Inside 50 they go. Big leap by Papley. Gathered by the North defence. The 1-2. Bailey Scott's got it. He puts the teammate under pressure though. Mills affected the contest. Goulden gathered, drives it at goal, just misses through for a behind. The margin is 44 points in favour of the Swans. A worry though with Justin McInerney injured, down to Declan Byrne.
Yeah, McInerney's going straight down to the rooms. Parker's taken the sub vest off. We can see that 26 jersey. Everyone's getting excited. Not quite yet made, but we'll keep you in check.
That will be a moment when that happens as they go beyond defensive 50. Rampy intercepts on a half forward here for the Swans. They're happy to have Mills back. They gave Heaney a standing ovation pre-game, but when Luke Parker takes the field for the first time this year, the Swans fans will be up and about. Rampy pops them back inside, attacking 50. Amati there in the contest with Core. Mopped up by McKercher. Shares it here with Tucker. He can exit defensive 50 for the Kangas.
Grundy cuts across and affects the contest. Well gathered though by Bailey Scott. He's well tackled by Melican. That affected his handball. Now Toby Pink is wrapped up by Rampy. We'll have a ball up on the wing. So Justin McInerney averaging 23 possessions a game this season. That's a career best number for him. This would be a bit of a blow for the Swans, even though they have a plethora of options in midfield as Cherry wins the free kick on the wing.
That's the thing. Heaney comes back in next week. They've got Mills and Parker back in, so depth is not really their worry at the moment. As effective as McInerney has been for the Swans. Sherry up to half forward, leaping up Rampy with a spoil. Down at the drop, Roberts to Rowbottom, fires it back to the veteran defender Rampy. On his preferred left side to link up with Jordan. And the Swans off the members' wing. Goulden running by. Another left footer, shares it with Grundy. Gets it back here, run down by Bailey Scott. Just got the hand pass away in time. It's with Sherry now for North, and now Curtis. Little 1-2 hand pass with Shields. Curtis pulls it in very short for Simpkin. Just went the required 15 apparently play on. It was Mark Bay, not play on. As it comes now to LDU. 55 from goal here for North. Can they make the most of this? It's Sydney who leads here by 44 points. Davies Uniacke goes high inside. 50! Strong grab, Zerha. Beat Blakey in the contest. All ends up, and Zerha is in at close range, 15 out.
Strong mark inside 50, and it's kind of been the way of the North Melbourne have been able to get some shots on goal. It's either they've got some fast run out of the middle and out of the centre bounce, or a couple of times now we've just seen some contested marks in there.
Zerha on the approach, just sneaks it in. Every goal matters here for North Melbourne. They close the gap once more. It's the Swans 11-12-78. The Roos now 6-4-40 through Cameron Zerha's first major of the afternoon. 10 minutes gone, third term ABC Sport. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, it looks like Luke Parker will come into the game any moment. He wore do you remember the old green vest? He wore that in the 2012 grand final. This might be the second most infamous time he's worn the vest. But yeah, Swans have made the substitution. McInerney is out and Luke Parker is awaiting coming onto the field. He's been subbed in.
I don't know if we've seen a replay yet of McInerney, but he was down on the ground.
He was standing the mark, and when the ball was kicked, I don't know if he jumped, but it was when he was standing the mark, he just went straight to the ground. So nothing in it at all.
In Launceston, by the way, Freo back in front, 6-9-45 leads Hawthorn 6-6-42.
Hope it's not an Achilles then for Justin McInerney. Swans lead by 38 points. Grundy has it in the middle of the ground. Long ball deep into attack. The big men underneath it, and McLean reads it best. Charging towards the football. Left up and marked on his chest. He'll kick from 45 out directly in front.
It's the play that's worked all day, Alicia. Kick the long ball in, but just leave it short enough for your forwards to run into it.
And here we go. Luke Parker, three-time Bob Skilton medalist. We'll come onto the SCG in a moment for the first time. The applause just building up around the SCG, but I'll stop for a moment to watch McLean kick on goal. For his first of the game, just an easy one in the second term. He kicks a hard one in the third. McLean on the board. Swans lead back out to 44 points. And after Callum Mills came into the team for his first game of the 2024 season today, Luke Parker now does the same. Two of the co-captains from last year reintroduced to the Sydney Swans team, and there's the round of applause for Parker.
He's going straight into the centre bounce, yeah?
Swans all get around him.
Down there, Declan, what's it like down there?
Yeah, I reckon there's a special place in every Swans fan's heart for Luke Parker. So big round of applause. Everyone's excited to see him out there, and yeah, straight into the guts.
Eagle-eyed Declan Byrne right across it in the VFL earlier when he wasn't in the warm-up. We thought there was something up with the Swans, and Luke Parker potentially coming in. Here he is as the sub on for Justin McInerney, so he's in the middle here. And he's taking on Luke Davies Uniacke, who gets first hands to it. Parker wraps him up straight away. The umpire will ball it up.
We just saw a vision of McInerney having his knee strapped and the back of his knee as well. So that's a worry for the Swans. Hopefully it's nothing serious.
They do lead by 44 points here, though. In the immediate term, Grundy dispossessed, bursting through Wardlaw for North. Shares it here with Stevens. His kick smothered. Bursting through, Powell in a two-man tackle. All over him straight away. In there again was Lloyd. And sandwich between he and Luke Parker. So Luke Parker showing good intensity early on here.
Another Swan down in the middle of the ground.
Brody Grundy's just in the hands of a trainer. We'll wait here for a ball up because Tristan Sherry is standing unopposed for the time being. McLean just making sure Grundy's okay, otherwise he'll contest the right. Grundy shrugs off the trainer for now. It goes, socket forward by Fox. McLean to Rowbottom. His hand pass picked off here though by by Callan Dawson, to beg your pardon. Now it goes back out wide. Sheasel's kicked down the line to find Zerha. Was neat on the outer logo. Swans by 44 here, 13 gone, third term.
Zerha guides it to half forward. Big leap by Toby Pink. In front of him though was Parker. Stevens gathers it for North Melbourne. Back to Shields, who pumps North into attack. Underneath it is Florent. Watched it well. Controlled it nicely. They gave it to Goulden, who is caught by Shields. In fact, Tucker it was. Zerha swoops. His snap on goal with the outside of the boot is through for a behind. So the margin is 42 points in favour of the Swans as they work it out to Chad Warner at right half back.
Move it quickly. Warner can find Campbell on the bounce. Just got there. Shrugs off Davies-Uniacke. No, he doesn't. On him like a backpack was Luke Davies-Uniacke. Brings him to ground for a ball up on the corner of the square.
I'd love to see North start to test the Swans defence a little bit more. You move the ball a bit quicker, give the handballs in that front half to get the ball in a bit quicker.
Parker bursts through, gets a hand pass away here for Papley. 3 goals and counting for Tom Papley. He's a long way from home here. Finds Warner on the wing. Room to bounce for the Chad. Hand pass back to Jordan. Sweeping wide now from the clean. He's 55 from goal. Just gets the kick away. High inside forward, 50. Wanting the leap. Lloyd goes up there, competes with Stevens. Brings it to ground to Stevens. And now the umpire will ball it up. 30 out for the Swans attacking goal round weekend. It's the home side who leads here at the SCG by 43 points. 12-12 plays 6-5. 15 gone third quarter.
Marty looking for Luke Parker. Wardlaw beat into it in the right back pocket and then shanked his kick completely. Fortunately for him, it just bounced in front of the boundary line. One bounce and over in the left forward pocket for the Swans. Lead by 43, down to Declan Byrne quickly on the boundary.
Yeah, the doctor just did a quick check with Brodie Grundy. I think it was a rib issue, but he's, looking like he'll be all right to keep going.
Umpire tosses it back in here meanwhile. Marty competes with Sherry in the ruck. Gordon on the bounce. Can't get to it. And again, we'll ball it up. Meanwhile, I think it's a game-high lead in Launceston. Freo 8-9-57 leads Hawthorn 6-6-42. Back live here. Umpire wastes no time. Ball in the air. Sherry wrapped up by Parker. Powell there for North Melbourne. Coughed up into the path of Lloyd. His kick smothered. Davies-Uniacke goes in hard again. Jordan a little too high in the tackle there, but the umpire will still call it a stoppage. 55 out from Sydney's attacking goal.
Very big numbers around this contest at the moment.
20 players you can throw a blanket over as Sherry down to Wardlaw. Sheasel could extract it cleanly on the bounce. Out there looking for Core. In the back of him was a Swans opponent. Florent coughs up the football here. Roberts shares it with Blakey. He gets out the back to share it with Parker. He marks on the eastern wing of the SCG. Sends them closer to half forward where Marty leads up and marks 65 from goal. Options inside 50 here for the Swans who lead by 43. And Marty assesses those options. Sends it high to the teeth of goal here. There's a 3-on-3. Waiting at the drop there. Bursting through. It comes to Warner. Received their hand pass from Fox, but Warner is wrapped up and the umpire will say it's going to be a free kick, holding the ball. So Bailey Scott was all over him, Chad Warner. He had prior opportunity. North's ball from full-back.
They exit defensive 50 through Bailey Scott. Eddie Ford tries to mark it. Second bite of the cherry, couldn't take it. And Tom McCartan just sees it over the boundary line. So Sydney lead by 43. Callum Mills, 8 disposals in his first game of the season. So just working his way back into the pace of AFL football. Luke Parker now honours the sub. An injury to Justin McInerney, which looks a little bit concerning for the Swans. He has a kick and a handball. Luke Parker. Cherry works his way to the front from the boundary throw in. Lost the handle on the football though, gathered by Jordan. A handball to Papley at right half forward. He is tackled by Luke McDonald. Tom Papley with 3 goals to his name. Logan McDonald with 3 as well for the Swans. Nick Larkey has 3 for North. Sydney lead by 43 points.
It's tightened up the game the last couple of minutes. Plenty of stoppage. A lot of numbers around the footy.
Another adoring ovation for Isaac Heaney, shot on the big screen in the coach's box. Back in it comes. Jordan, quick hands. Back to Goulden for the Swans. Sends his kick inside 50 to find the chest of Logan McDonald. Leads up well. Simple chest mark. 45 out directly in front.
Well, we've said that many a time from Errol Goulden, haven't we? Just an absolute bullet on his left.
How pretty was that?
Oh, it's almost too hard to mark. It's coming in that hard and flat. Brilliant. Great lead up too from McDonald. He's had a good game.
Logan McDonald's kicked 3 goals so far. Kicked 2 goals, 3 last week. Recently re-signed player for the Swans. Here he is for goal number 4. And makes no mistake this time either. 13-12-90 Sydney. North Melbourne 6-5-41. 19 gone third term on ABC Sport. On the boundary, it's Declan Byrne.
So just an update on McInerney, who did go down to the rooms. He came back out really quickly in time for a high five for Parker to get him onto the ground, and they were sort of asking how he is. He's since iced up the back of that knee, as he said, Garby. Had that calf issue last year. Doesn't look too dejected, so hopefully it's not too serious for Justin McInerney.
Logan McDonald kicked 5 goals early on last season. round 2 in fact, here against Hawthorn. It's his biggest haul of his career. He's on 4 at the moment with plenty of time left in this game. So a chance for Logan McDonald to register a PB today. Sydney lead by 49 points.
Just great connection with his midfielders there too. And there was an absolute runway in front of him that he could lead into, but you don't identify that if you don't have connection with who's got the ball and who's delivering it.
19 minutes gone in the third term. Well won by Luke Parker in the middle of the ground. Roberts to Adams, back of the square. He goes further back to Florent, who kicks from McDonald in a lead, who has confidence oozing through him at the moment. The ball will bounce in front of him, though, over the boundary line. Just next to the Swans bench. Sydney 30-12-90 of Melbourne 6-5-41. Sydney looking to snap that 2-game losing run.
Back in it comes on the members' wing. Grundy playing in front. Down to Parker. Clean hands off to Mills. Gets followed by Sheasel. Good follow-up here from the Rising Star winner. Little 1-2 hand pass with Zerha. Sheasel chops it back inboard again for Shields, and now Powell sends North deep inside 50 from the wing. Up they go. It was only Rampy, in fact, went up there with a spoil, but it gives away. It's a push there, which will go the Swans' way. So a free kick will go the way of Tom McCartan in amongst that pack. Sydney keeps a 49-point lead here. 13-12 plays 6-5. We've just hit time on now in the third quarter on ABC Sport. Meanwhile, in Launceston, Freo leads Hawthorn by 9. We'll go to Declan Byrne very shortly. Up on the wing it comes down here. Hand pass from Simpkin. Little 1-2 ball there with Sheasel. Florence kind of smothers the kick though. Off to Papley. Needs some support. Shares it with Goulden from the centre circles. Pops it inside 50. A little too wide for Amati. It's a race on foot down there with Callan Dawson. Amati taps it to advantage here. Dawson arrives late and the ball trickles over for a throw-in. Declan Byrne, some news from downstairs.
Yeah, North Melbourne have made their sub as well. So Curtis Taylor is just about to come onto the field, and I believe Liam Shields is been subbed down.
Curtis Taylor, the sub 2 weeks in a row for North Melbourne. Entering the fray for them. Boundary throw in deep in attack for the Swans. 49 points their lead. Late stages of the third term. Teakle down to Simpkin, who clears defensive 50. Bouncing ball. Wardlaw lost the handle on it. Good pressure from Callum Mills. And then Curtis traps the football under Mills. We'll have a ball up just outside attacking 50 for the Swans.
You really do notice Errol Goulden's impact just keeps lifting, doesn't it? It was said before, the longer the game goes, the more impact he has, and he's had a big quarter.
When he gets on that left foot, it is something to behold. Dylan Stevens didn't quite assess his options correctly there. His kick is straight to Tom McCartan. He goes wide to Robbie Fox behind the wing. And short to centre half back and Ollie Florent. Cries for 50, and then Florent played on quickly. Simpkin got a hand in on it. There's a push on the Swans player in Goulden, and he will get the free kick just next to the centre circles in the middle of the SCG. His 10th touch of the quarter, Errol Goulden.
Ooh, at his best.
Kick chopped off though by Wardlaw. Support from Ford, and now Curtis lays it off to Toby Pink. He can just thump it here inside forward 50. Larky's down there in the one-on-one with McCartan. Plays up at ground level here. Shares it with Sheasel to Zerha, who can snap here. It's going to trickle towards the goal line. Was there a touch on that? Zerha thinks he's kicked it, and yes, he has. I thought for money McCartan might have just got there with a touch on the boot, but Cam Zerha won't unite his second goal. And North Melbourne, in what has been described as a fairly even third quarter, Jason Saddington, have, it's still, 43 points. 7-5-47 North Melbourne. The Swans are 13-12-90, 23 gone, third term ABC Sport.
No, well, you're right, Spriggy. It was 42 at half-time. It's 43 now. So 1 point advantage to the Swans. Nice little throw in there from Larky too. Across to Sheasel, who...
Are they looking at replays?
Then gave it to, you can't call it back for the earlier bit, can you? It's just the actual score. Are they looking for the touch? You thought it might have been...
Well,
they're looking at something. It can't be the throw.
No, I think it looked like it could have been touched off the boot, but I think that's been cleared now, so away we go.
Zerha with a couple of goals. He's in some good form, Cameron Zerha.
It was just a really poor turnover, really, from Goulden. We don't say that too often in the middle. The short kick straight back to North.
12 goals now in his last 5 games. Zerha's Papley wins it in the middle of the ground. Thumps the Swans deep into attack off the hands of McDonald. Mills is there roving. Had a couple of North players to beat and did so, Callum Mills. McLean back to Warner. 51 out. Gets on the move. His kick at goal is through for a behind. 44 points. Sydney lead by 23 and a half minutes gone in the third term. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
The challenge for the North midfield is keeping up with Gordon and Warner as they do spread.
I think that's been, since quarter time, just the spread of the Sydney midfield. They've just been too good for North Melbourne.
As Mills comes in late to make the contest down there on Common for a throw-in. In fact, no, it's going to be a free kick on the way of Common here. So it's a little...
It is a little bit leashed to this style of play. I mean, that's what the Swans want to do, don't they? They want to handball and get that run game. Whereas North, very kick mark.
Up at the members' wing. Big pack, up they go. Melican at ground level, scurrying through for it, wrapped up by Sherry. Umpire says, give it to me.
And I'll try and explain this. What we're looking at the moment on the wing is a contest, and all of the North Melbourne players are on the inside of the contest. Sydney have got better spread and balance on the outside. So if they do win it, they're first to access the ball, whereas North Melbourne are stuck centrally in that contest.
Adams dumps Curtis Taylor, so a free kick going the way of the sub in North Melbourne. But Taylor wastes the entry here and Blakey floats across. Your experts are Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington on ABC Sport. The Swans are away off half back and they lead here by 43 points.
Lauren to Campbell, wider to Fox. Goes backwards to James Jordan at left half back. Doesn't like what's on in front of him, so goes laterally to Tom McCartan. A switcher to the right back pocket and Lewis Melican. Melican spots up Roberts. 10 metres outside defensive 50 for the Swans. Sydney leading by 44 points. 25 and a half minutes gone in this third term. They go corridor now. Campbell, though, was affected by the sun. Missed the football completely. And the Roos win it back. Well done by Campbell, though, with an excellent second effort to try and win it back for the Swans. And then a good tackle. We'll have a ball up in the middle of the SCG. Well done, Braden Campbell. The sun got in his eyes. He lost the football, but a couple of strong tackles later, and he was able to wrap it up.
Up it goes. Grundy reaching from behind on Sherry. Socket forward here for the Swans inside 50, but it's chopped off there by Common at centre half back. Now comes wide to the wing. They'll chip it around and Curtis Taylor runs into space. The sub 2 weeks in a row. He's out there for Liam Shields, as Declan Byrne mentioned a short time ago. So both subs made in this third term. Parker on for McInerney. There's believed to be a knee injury of some kind for Justin McInerney. As Blakey again intercept marks here on the members' wing. He'll look to switch. In fact, no, he won't. He goes back down the line. Blakey towards half forward. McLean jostles there with Aidan Core. Allows Warner to run on the football. Shares it with Goulden. Off in some space to Adams, who can straighten up from 30 out. Taylor Adams with the finish as well. The Swans just keep finding goals and they extend that margin again out to a clean 50. That makes it 14-13-97. North Melbourne 7-5 47. 27 minutes gone in this third quarter on ABC Sport. Your experts are Giants captain Alicia Eva and former Swan and Blue Jason Saddington.
Well, we usually see Nick Blakey try and bite something off in the middle of the ground, but on that occasion he kicks long to the 1v1 and McLean, instead of trying to mark it, he deliberately taps the ball to the front of the contest where Warner is unopposed. He bounces on that ground ball, passes it up to the open side of the ground, and goals.
It's a clever little set play almost, wasn't it? You see Warner came from boundary across the front, so he's hitting it almost directly to the right of the contest where McLean was, who did, you're right, it was a deliberate play to just tap it down into the space for Warner to run onto.
Game high lead for the Swans of 50 points, and they win it in the middle again. Grundy down to Rowbottom, who finds some space. It's deep into attack. They're under pressure again, North. McLean gathers, snaps on goal. It's another one for Sydney. In the space of 10 seconds out of the middle, Aidan McLean's popped it through for his second of the game. The lead is now 56 points, and the Swans are putting some hurt on the Roos.
It's good effort from McLean to be the crummer as the big man. Did it like a Tom Papley style crumb, but just the North defenders again just lost track of their opponent. And it was McLean was just able to crumb it. You have enough space to just pick up and snap. Good work out of the middle from Rowbottom too. Win the contest, get it forward. That's what you want to do. Put pressure on the Oppo defenders. Get it in there.
By the way, around the grounds in Launceston, three-quarter time there. Fremantle 9-11-65 leads Hawthorn 8-8-56. Phil from Werribee just letting us know on the SMS 0437 774 774 how fond he was of the old around the grounds service back in the day with the different reporters around the ground. We used to have that, but it cost too much money. Away it goes toward the outer side from the centre bounce. Robbie Fox looks to get away here. Hand pass untidy, gathered by Grundy. Off to Roybottom, pops it inside 50 here. Again, McLean in the contest. Is he paid the grab? He is. Hayden McLean may have 2 goals in place of 30 seconds. So he'll line up here with a set shot from 35 out on a 45-degree angle.
And these are coming off the back of some exceptional ruck work by Brodie Grundy at the last 2 centre bounce.
They've kicked 4 goals from centre bounce so far for the game, the Swans, which is a good number. If he's able to slot this, we're up to 5. The last 2 come from centre bounce.
Hayden McLean, he was goalless against the Saints last week. Kicked a couple of goals last time these sides met. Here he is lining up for his 3rd goal of the afternoon and his 2nd in as many minutes. Sydney controlling things here. McLean on the approach, starts at left, it stays that way, and it will be a minor score. 15-14, 104 to 7-5, 47. About to hit the half-hour mark here on ABC Sport in the 3rd quarter.
Chad Warner's 4th in the competition for score involvements. He has 13 of those today. Errol Goulden's 2nd in the comp in that statistic. He has 11 today. So, just so influential. The Swans' ability to break the game open as North Melbourne find themselves in some trouble in the back pocket again. The Kirchers kicked to McDonald was short. Hayward got involved. Short, it was a boundary throw in now for the... Well, deep inside 50 for the Swans. Right forward pocket. North Melbourne's confidence waning a touch here, to say the least. Swans lead by 57 points. Here is McDonald, though. It's the ruck contest. To Darcy Tucker, just tries to get rid of the football from defensive 50, but Jordan's there for Sydney, gathers it, gets around a couple of would-be tacklers, back to Roybottom. He pops it over for Parker. Here's a moment for the Swans fans to savour. The ever-popular Luke Parker, in for his 1st game of the season, has marked overhead inside 50. He'll kick from 40 out directly in front, and he might notch up his 200th goal in his illustrious career.
Well, the crowd will go up if he does it. It's North trying to get out of that defensive 50 again. They were under pressure. They had nowhere to go. They sprayed a kick. And, of course, the Swans set up defensively perfectly to get it in.
Luke Parker in his stride now. Welcome back to AFL football, Luke Parker. Every single Swans player, bar none, around him in a huddle. It's the 200th goal of his AFL career, and that's one he might remember as fondly as any other, considering what he's gone through this season. Exiled from the team in the VFL, 6-week suspension, long-term injury, finally back in. The Swans are out to a 63-point lead, courtesy of his 200.
Well, I'm sure if it was the Euros, the whole bench would have been off as well, getting around him to celebrate, wouldn't they? They were quick to get to Parks. It's fantastic to see him. I mean, obviously, it's been a tough start to the year. You know, he was stuck in the twos, desperate to get back in. There was no spots. They were flying. Gets the big suspension. So to get back in the team and kick a goal is huge.
Back in the middle, Grundy and Sherry. Missed Powell for North. Collides out there with Roybottom, and now Warner on the loose football, gathered by Davies Uniacke. Not long to go before 3/4 time. Swans by 63 points here. Up it goes. Parker involved again. Never runs the football this time, though. Kangaroos bring it away. On the bounce, Scott out towards half forward, but it's mopped up at half back by Robbie Fox of the Swans. And now Rampy back to Lloyd, who'll retreat in front of the members' stand. And now come beyond defensive 50. Very finds Hayward in the contest with Tucker. Another hot footy on the wing. Scott bursts through for North, shares it with Archer. Archer devoid of options. Hurries the hand pass along back to Tucker, and now Curtis pops it inside 50 here for North, right on the 3/4 time siren. And Sydney did find their groove again late in that 3rd term to lead by a game high 63 points at the final change. 16-14, 110 to 7-5, 47. Bigelow kicked his 4th goal in that 3rd term for the Swans. Papley still has 3, a couple each for Warner and McLean, who kicked both of his, in fact, one of his in that 3rd term, Hayden McLean, and singles to Amati, Adams, James Jordan and Luke Parker for his 200th AFL goal in his return. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, 3 for Larkey, 2 for Pink, 2 also for Cam Zerha, both in that third quarter. And that is the full list of goal kickers here for North Melbourne. It's the Swans by 63 on ABC Sport. This is Saturday afternoon footy at the SCG.
This month, find a brand new collection of audiobooks on the ABC Listen app. Spend some time in colonial Sydney for the true story of Governor Bly's headstrong daughter Mary in That Bly Girl.
He hadn't envisioned Bly's daughter being the sole sentry brave enough to face his truth.
If you're a fan of George Orwell, Anna Funder's Wifedom is a must-listen.
Deadlines ticking under every waking minute. I shopped for groceries.
Find these audiobooks and many more for free on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Tom Powell, who marks, and they gave it back to David Uniacke, but he left it behind, dropped it completely to Rowbottom, sockers it off the ground, bouncing ball inside 50, Amani gathers, turns, snaps over his shoulder, and kicks a major.
Blakey towards half forward, McLean jostles there with Aidan Core, allows one to run on the football, shares it with Goulden, off in some space to Adams, who can straighten up from 30 out. Heather Adams with the finish as well.
And they win it in the middle again. Grundy down to Rowbottom, who finds some space. Deep into attack, they're under pressure again, North. McLean gathers, snaps on goal, it's another one for Sydney. Darcy Tucker just tries to get rid of the football from defensive 50, but Jordan's there for Sydney, gathers it, gets around a couple of would-be tacklers, back to Rowbottom. He pops it over for Parker. Here's a moment for the Swans fans to savour. Luke Parker in his stride now. Welcome back to AFL football, Luke Parker.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Equal time at the Sydney Cricket Ground where the Swans lead North Melbourne by 63 points. Meanwhile, in Launceston, the Dockers 9-11-65 leads Hawthorn 8-8-56. Up next, we're off to Docklands for the Western Bulldogs and Carlton. Corbin Middlemass, it's a game of real consequence, must-win consequence, you would say, especially for the Bulldogs.
Absolutely, Spriggy. If they drop this, they could be more than 2 games out of the 8 by the end of the weekend, so particularly sharp for the Dogs. There was a bit of intrigue around selection when the teams came out on Thursday night. A lot of people looked at the Bulldogs lineup and thought, gee, they're a little short down back, particularly coming up against Curnow and Mackay and Tom DeConing that goes through there. So people thought, oh, maybe a late change for the Bulldogs with Alex Keith listed as an emergency. And then we got to yesterday, and Luke Beveridge actually came out quite strong and said, hey, I anticipate the Blues will make a change. They're too big up front. So given the fact they've named both Jesse Motlop and Durden as emergencies. But as it turns out, team sheets have dropped. There's no late change. So Carlton will be big up front. The Dogs will be a little small down back. We'll see how that plays out for Docklands. No late change here for the twilight fixture between the Bulldogs and the Blues. And it's a milestone day, of course, for the captain of Carlton, Patrick Cripps, who plays his 200th game. So plenty of reason for Blues fans to get here and celebrate. Coming up next on ABC Sport, Harvey Gallagher and Matt Kennedy are the 2 subs.
Great stuff, Corbin. Thank you. Look forward to joining you and the team there shortly. Here at the SCG, before we hear from our experts, Giants captain Alicia Eva and former Swan and Blue Jason Saddington. The subs made in that third term. So Curtis Taylor on for Liam Shields, which I believe to be tactical. The concern, though, Declan, was for Justin McInerney of the Swans. Some news from the Swans bench, perhaps?
Yeah, I just spoke to the Swans camp. They're not overly concerned, but they said it's likely something to do with the PCL, most likely a strain, so not worst-case scenario, but I mean, yeah, I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to quote weeks on it, but they're saying something to do with the PCL, potentially a strain, not as serious as it could have been.
They were icing the back of the knee, so yeah, PCL sounds
posterior.
Like
well done.
There we go. Thank you, Declan. More from you throughout the final term coming up shortly. Your experts on the aforementioned ABC Sport, Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington.
Well, it was a fairly even quarter for probably the first 20 or so, but it was the last 10 minutes again that the Swans, much like the second quarter, were able to just keep it in their front half and hem North Melbourne in, completely choke their defence for the Kangas as they're trying to bring the ball out, just no way through. And the more that the Swans sent the ball in, the more shots on goal they got. Go back to centre bounce, they win it out of the middle again, the Swans, and they were back in their front half. The North really struggled with their ball movement again through that last 10 minutes. It's been pretty slow all game. They don't have a lot of mark, have the runner going by, handball, receive and get the game going. So they really struggle with some ball movement, some good entries inside 50 North. But the Swans just wore them down again defensively, set out, when North are trying to come out of that back half. And the longer the quarter went, the more they choked them, and they got those goals on the board. Impressively for the Swans, it's been good for their tall forwards. McDonald's had an impact in the game. McLean's hit the scoreboard, and Amadi, I think, has had some good moments as well. But it's definitely the Swans out to a 63 points, which is a pretty good lead at three-quarter time.
And it's probably what we would expect. If you look at the experience of the Swans on the park and how strong they are offensively and defensively, it is probably what you would expect at the start of the game. For mine, I think North Melbourne, they tried to move the ball in a different way at the start of the third, but they've got to stick with it, and they've got to defend.
Into the final term we go. The ball bounced off the bonds of Tom Powell, and now Grundy has taken Cam Zurhaar high. So free kick going the way of the North Melbourne player Cam Zurhaar. High inside, forward 50 they go. McCartan running start, but Blakey, his teammate, coming in from the side. It's at ground level. The umpire will ball it up inside 50 for North Melbourne at the Randwick end. Just get to some of your texts throughout this final term. 0437 774 774. The game as a contest is certainly dead. Cherry's just pushed Brodie Grundy. And Grundy now contests the ruck. They're up against Callan Dawson. Out comes wide again for the Swans. Into the back of Parker. The only kick away. Out to Robbie Fox at left half back.
Fox has McDonald a long lead just behind the wing. He's taken the mark. Very good game, Logan McDonald. 4 goals to his name. Will Hayward's been quiet, but he's now marked it on the wing. Calls from the Swans bench to keep it moving, keep it moving. They lead by 63 points, and they kick it up to half forward now. It's a poor effort, though, from Hayward. Camped underneath it was Aidan Corp. He's taken the defensive mark for North Melbourne. Bailey Scott and Nick Blakey's fathers played together in a premiership for North Melbourne, of course. Their sons opposed against each other today.
Long history, of course, with John Longmire in that same era as well. A North Melbourne great from yesteryear as it goes out of bounds for a throw on the outer side. Regarding the whole sort of social media byplay with the Giants and the Swans and the Isaac Heaney and Toby Green parody, Sean in Sydney says, regarding any angst between the Swans and GWS, as a supporter I love them both equally, Swans more so this year, as long as both teams are beating the others, especially the big ones. I don't really care. Just need to grow the game in Sydney. Cheer, cheer, the west of the town, says Sean in Sydney. So he's combined the songs there. We were discussing that at half time, that whole situation with Isaac Heaney and the Giants' response as Jordan puts the Swans back inside forward 50 here. McDonald there, it's Luke in defence, who is collaring Callum Mills, and that will give the Swans skipper a shot at goal from deep in the right forward pocket. So we've seen Luke Parker return and kick his 200th AFL goal, which felt like his first, the way his teammates were getting around him, and here's Callum Mills to line up here with a set shot and push this game further beyond North Melbourne.
We'd be hoping they'll get around him if he kicks it too, wouldn't you?
He won't kick around. This is his 27th career goal, but they're loving that, the Swans. And they kick the first of the final term. 17-14, 116 to 7-5-47. 3.5 minutes played in this final term on ABC Sport. Your experts are Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington.
I was just watching Brodie Grundy then. He was the only player that didn't get down, but that's because he's been in off-the-ball scuffles with Cherry to start this last quarter. But he certainly applauded from 50 metres away. But there's a few little contests off the ball going on at the moment between the two ruckmen.
There has been, hasn't there? Grundy trying to get to that last ball up, and Cherry was just stopping him, saying, "You're not going there, mate." But GFO's Cal Mills would be saying, "Hey, Brodie."
It looked like he was about to go, and then he thought, I'm exhausted here.
No excuse.
I've got to contest another ruck contest in about 10 seconds, which you'll do in a moment.
And by the way, tight game in Launceston. Freo leads Hawthorn by 3 points. 9-12-66 leads Hawthorn 9-9-63.
Grundy clean down to Warner. The handball to Goulden. Well done, Tom Powell, though. Smothered the Goulden kick and got it to Toby Pink at half forward. Rampy, though, was right with him. Spoiled it away from Pink. Goulden can gather for the Swans. Back to Florent. Now Warner darts around Powell. He just sends it back to Goulden, who marks just behind the wings. Swans leading by 69 points here at the SCG. Goulden to Jordan, who kicks to half forward. And the long lead is Mills. Watching him closely is Jackson Archer, whose dad, of course, played in that 96 North Melbourne Premiership team as well in Glen. But Mills has won a free kick, in fact, for high contact against Archer.
Winning goal in the VFL was Cooper Harvey. There was a few old North names in there. Boomers, of course, one of our ABC favourites as well. They chip it around here. It's come back and forth to Mills, and now something off the ball. I didn't see it. It was well away from where the ball is, but Zerha has a free kick here for North Melbourne from left half back. He can kick out to find Teakle on the outer wing, drives it long inside, forward 50. McCartan there spoiling Larkey from behind, and it's over for a throw-in. 40 around from goal at the Randwick end, at North Melbourne's attacking end. But it's the Swans who lead here by 63, in fact 69 points here at the SCG, 5 gone final term.
Did I see Boomer Harvey still playing local footy?
Oh, yeah. He's looking... Yeah.
Unbelievable.
What, you're not still playing Saturday?
Oh, hell no.
Ball in dispute inside attacking 50 for North. Rampy's well tackled
Actually, just
by Brent Teakle. We'll have a ball up.
Troy Luff down in the corridor. He's still playing. Luffy's 54.
Yeah.
Good effort.
Ball up. An attack for North. Grundy looking for Florent with the palm down. Curtis gathers it. Parker and now Florent again. Wrap up Zerha. He got hands on the football. So ball up in the shadows of the Victor Trumper stand here at the SCG. Swans leading by 69 points. Errol Goulden with 32 disposals. Leads all comers on the ground. Here's Brett Sprigg.
Up in the air it goes. Grundy wins it down. Zerha gathers though. Shares it off to Simpkin. Walking around here again. Teakle sends it to the hot spot. It's spilled down there by Curtis Taylor. Mopped up by Fox of the Swans. Now to Haywood. Been quiet this game, Will Haywood. Off for the hand pass. Again to Lloyd, and now Blakey's released. The Lizard in some space. A second bounce. Scott's chasing him. Blakey goes inside 50. Amati leads into space and marks in the pocket. Amati's 45 from goal. They've got on leading out as well, but Amati holds the footy for now, fancying perhaps a chance for his second.
First time we've seen the Lizard in full flight today. He's had a few intercept marks floating across the pack, but we haven't seen him with that run and carry. It's a sight to behold, though, isn't it? The old frill neck goes out and off he goes. Just the back. Little legs start turning.
Joel Amati, just one goal in his past 3 games since his bag of 9 against the Crows. He's kicked 1 so far this afternoon. Here he is for his second, kicking from the angle on 50. So off the side of the boot. Up goes Sherry in defence. Spills it, though, into the path of his teammate Comben, and it's eventually rushed through for a minor score with Harry Sheasel. So a minor score for the Swans, who lead by 70 points. 7 gone final term. ABC Sport. Quick look around the grounds in Launceston. Freo still leads. In fact, no, Hawthorn has the lead back. They lead Freo by 3. 11 gone final term there.
And Luke McDonald's turned it over straight to Chad Warner. Ill-directed kick inside defensive 50. Warner's marked on his chest. He'll kick from just inside 50 on a 45-degree angle to the left, looking for his 3rd goal of the game.
Again, just difficulty getting that ball out of the back half. This time just directly straight to Warner.
Chad Warner. This will float out to the right. Reminiscent of Logan McDonald's kick here for the win against the Dockers after the siren. Skewed off the side of the boot. This is out of bounds on the full. Sydney's lead remains at 70 points.
North kick out beyond defensive 50. Blakey goes up. Big grab. Can't quite pull it down. Amati gathers a loose ball here for the Swans. Shoves away the tackle of Archer. Shares it again with Fox. Little 1-2 involved. Campbell will come back to Robbie Fox, but he tracks it in front of the old grandstands. Now balks back around Archer. He wobbles a kick inside 50. Coming up again, McDonald for the Swans. Spills the mark. Again, under pressure, McKercher in defence. It's just knocked away by Patley with a smother over for a throw-in. So Freo now take back the lead in Launceston. 3 points the Dockers way. 10-12-72 plays 10-9-69. So the close one is there. And Tassie will keep you across what is happening there while Sydney leads here by 70. Amati and Sherry are tangled up. Now, was there something here untoward from Sherry which would give away the free kick? Yeah, the block, as Amati did hit the deck quite heavily. This will be a Swans free kick coming up from 20 out directly in front almost.
Tunnelling in the ruck, almost.
That's why he came down so heavily, just seeing a replay. He was up there high pretty quickly, but yeah, the free kick will go the way of the Swans, as Alicia Eva mentioned.
Yeah, well, Amati, he jumped early, didn't he? And as Cherry went to push, Amati was already in the air, so he's taken his legs out and made the contact while he was already in the air.
Amati opens up the angle here, kicking across his body as some goal kickers are wont to do, and he does that for his second. So the margin extends out to 76. They're 18, 15, 123. to 7-5-47. And just for what it's worth, they had some big wins this year, as their big percentage suggests, the Swans, but this would make it their biggest one if this margin continues climbing. They beat the Hawks by 76. That is the margin here against North Melbourne. 10 gone, final term. ABC Sport, your experts, Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington.
I was watching Brodie Grundy again then, and he went straight over to Cherry and just gave him some advice around ruck work inside defensive 50, I'm sure. But
there's a bit simmering away there, isn't there?
There very much is.
Even not too long ago, one of the kicks that went inside 50, Cherry went up for the mark, and I think someone sort of made a spoil with across the top of his head a little bit too. So there's a bit of play with Tristan Cherry out there at the moment. He's causing some stir.
Cherry in his 50th game. Brodie Grundy leaps all over him there. Talk about a battle between the two ruckmen. Gets it down to row bottom. And then Darcy Tucker with the tackle on the Swans player who was slow to get up in Jake Lloyd. So the ball up in the middle of the ground. Sydney leading by 76 points over North Melbourne. Grundy down to Parker. And now Florent. Quick kick to centre half forward. Fox couldn't mark. Sheasel, who's been quiet today, gathered it. Turned it over though to Grundy. And now Errol Goulden on his left. It's across the face. It'll bounce through for a behind. 77 points is the margin in favour of the Swans now. 10.5 minutes gone in the last term.
Quick kick out here for North that comes to Comben. Meanwhile, around the grounds, Launceston, 14 gone, final term. Freo still leads Hawthorn by 3 points. 10-12 plays 10-9. Around the D50 here, Davies-Uniacke will come back wide to McKercher. Off here to Sheasel. Sheasel, so far today, 23 disposals and counting. As the kick goes beyond defensive 50, Blakey makes the contest with Curtis Taylor coming the other way. And that's punched into about row 4 of the ladies' stand here at the SCG.
North Melbourne just cannot get the ball inside their forward half.
They've really struggled to get any sort of ball movement and game going offensively.
A lack of marking target around centre half forward, don't they? As Sherry does well out of the ruck to just grab it and kick it forward to Paul Curtis, who was marked on the wing next to the logo.
The time they take sometimes just allows the oppo to get defenders back.
Kicks into the forward pocket. And that's a good mark by Cam Zerha, who has tried really hard up forward. He's in some good form at the moment, Zerha. He's taken a nice mark there. He'll kick on a 45-degree angle from probably 45 metres out to the right.
Yeah, I think that's the only way they've really had shots on goal, isn't it? It's gone in and someone's been able to take a contested mark.
Zerha for his third goal of the game. That's not his best effort. It's across the face. They'll contest it. Falls to the ground just outside the attacking goal square for North Melbourne. We'll have a ball up. He's out of contract at season's end, Cameron Zerha. His future is still unknown. I think he's waiting to see how things transpire at North. They're improving at the moment, but obviously it's set back today.
Up it goes. Stoppage. 84 dispossessed by Grundy. They'll clear here the Swans through Rowbottom. And it's going to be here a free kick coming back North's way.
Downfield.
Downfield, in fact. So he's paid it here to go down to McLean after Rowbottom was dealt with after he kicked. So McLean has it on the outer wing. Wide to find Goulden. Errol Goulden now with his 34th disposal coming up here for the Swans. Back in board to McLean, who marks on the outer edge of the square. Back to Goulden again. This time a raking kick inside forward 50. Leaping up Papley. Papley kept his feet. Hayward leapt up, in fact. Papley will snap over the top here and bounce it through for his 4th goal on his 28th birthday. Party time for the Swans. After a disappointing fortnight, they now lead here by 83 points. They are 19, 16, 130. The North Melbourne 7-5-47. Papley with his 4th.
And I mean, when the Swans, whenever the ball goes inside 50, they're scoring. And they lead the competition in that. But just the ease at which they're able to move the ball inside 50 at the moment, it's just too easy. And then particularly off the back of downfield, free kicks, it's impossible to defend. And Papley was probably unlucky he didn't get the ball sooner because he was out in a paddock by himself. But when the ball goes inside 50, they just don't look like not scoring, the Swans. And Tommy Papley's had a great day. And I know we spoke about Chad Warner at length in the second quarter, but Errol Goulden in this second half, he's just lit the place up. That's his 14th score involvement.
Round the grounds in Launceston, James Sicily has put Hawthorn back in front. 11-9-75 leads Freo 10-13-73. About midway through that final term there.
Swans lead by 83. Nick Blakey said they want to throw the first punch today. It took them a quarter. They've well and truly knocked North Melbourne out now. Or maybe the white towel's been thrown. Either way, Swans are cruising away. Here's Goulden with possession number 36. Kicks for Hayden McLean inside 50. Off hands, gathered by Core and now Sheasel. Callan Dawson under pressure. They're still going, the Swans, with their attack on the ball. Well done by Hayward to effect the kick. That allowed Matt Roberts to mark, tracking back with the flight of the football on the wing. Roberts kicks to left half forward. Grundy's underneath it. Cutting across was Callan Dawson. Well done, Hayward. He wants to get involved. He's won the football back for the Swans. Papley's looking for it. Sheasel's there. Papley, in the end, takes Charlie Comben over the boundary line. He's half his size, but he's enjoying his day, Tom Papley. It's his birthday. He's got 4 goals. His team's up by 83 points, and he's giving it to the opposition. That's a full catalogue for Tom Papley.
It's a perfect day, isn't it?
But you can just hear, I think that's Leon Cameron, you can hear in the effects, Mike, just how much they value forward 50 pressure.
Back in it comes. So the Swans attacking 50. Warner fires the hand pass to Campbell. Off a step from 52. Goes up. It'll land in the pocket. Onto the chest down there of that man Comben. Comes to Sheasel. Oh, it's picked off by Parker. Intercepted it straight away. Charged down the Sheasel kick and sends it through for his second. It is a moment to forget for the otherwise brilliant Harry Sheasel. His teammates come to console him. But as I say, it is party time here for the Sydney Swans, who now lead this game by 89 points. They're 20-16, 136 to North Melbourne 7-5-47.
Yeah, well, Paula, poor old Kangas. It just coming out of defensive 50 today, they've just found it so hard. And on this occasion, they actually tried to manufacture something. I think the handball, take mark, actually give to the runner the handball, which was Sheasel. But then he's just chipped it straight into Luke Parker's hands, who's coming right in front of him. It's they've just really battled to get through, either kicking it out of defensive 50 or trying to manufacture something to get through it. It's been a tough day for them. And it's really difficult then if you're a forward in the front half of the ground. You're not getting much of a lick of the ice cream.
Little reality check for Harry Sheasel in North Melbourne today. There's Powell in the middle of the ground. The Kangaroos, his kick to half forward is a good one. Marked by Curtis. Gives it to Sheasel. Drives north inside 50, off hands. Gathered by Florent. He finds Jake Lloyd in the left back pocket.
So I don't know what your thoughts are, but it's just like when North Melbourne have gone inside forward 50, they're only scoring from a contested mark. Yep. I don't think they've kicked any goal bar Cam Zurhaas from ground level.
Here goes the Lizard. Great kick to find Nick Blakey. A couple of bounces in the middle of the SCG from 55. Oh, they were ready to rise as one. You can see everyone around the stands getting to their feet. Unfortunately for Nick Blakey and the Swans faithful, it's through for a behind, but it's one of the great sights. Along with the big Tom Papley goal, it's Nick Blakey running through the middle, the mane of hair flopping on his shoulders. He couldn't quite cap it off. Swans lead by 90.
He had you up then, Garby.
Short kick to find Comben in the right back pocket. Meanwhile, on Launceston, Hawthorn still leads Freo by 2 points. 6 minutes of game time left, so I'll keep you across all of that. I think that'll finish before our game does. Amadi, a towering grab on the wing here at the SCG. As the Swans firm for their biggest win by way of margin this year, off the back of 2 tight losses, just to reaffirm their premiership credentials. Roberts goes back here to find Campbell. Got one eye on what's happening in Launceston. Slides the kick here, Campbell out to Lloyd. And now Curtis Taylor on there for North. Gets it away towards Stevens, the former Swan. Inside 50, and a strong juggle grab by Eddie Ford. On that occasion, Eddie Robbie Fox. So Ford here is 55 out. Pops it inside the arc. Running onto it is Davies Uniacke, who thinks about straightening up himself here, but he'll go back and take his set shot.
Going back to your comment before, Alicia, correct. It's just been going inside 50. It's a contested mark or nothing for North.
And that was uncontested that time from Guy Simpkin.
Ford's mark was a good one-on-one. But yeah, it's there's been no lead up. There's been no fast play for him to try and get some easier shots and attempts at goal.
Guy Simpkin, last time these sides met. Sorry, Alicia.
Right. I was just going to say, even if it's going to contest, it just feels like there's no representation at ground level. snap a small forward goal or anything like that. Call this.
Kicked 2 goals and 20 touches last time these sides met, did the North Melbourne co-captain. His set shot here is wobbling back and is a goal. So it's all in consolation for the Shinboners. We've been humbled here by the Swans as we approach time on in this final term. It is North Melbourne 8-5-53, Sydney 20-17, 137. All-important score check, by the way, in Launceston. 4.5 minutes left there. It is still Hawthorn by 2 points over Freo. 75 plays 73. By the way, crowd here, 34,663 at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
And I know before people come at me on the text line, I know Cam Zurhaar kicked a goal at ground level in the third quarter, but maybe the opportunity has been few and far between this game in terms of looking at inside 50 numbers, but just when teams send an extra forward up to stoppage because stoppage might be a danger area, that's usually a smaller player, and it's sometimes going to be really hard to then turn and burn and get back inside 50 to get to work at ground level. So just something I've noticed today. The Swans have just been all over them at ground level.
Into time on in the last. Swans lead by 84 points. Here's Bryn Teakle, though, at centre-half forward. The kick to Larkey was a good one. Well spoiled, though, by Tom McCartan. That's been a good battle. Gathered by Tom Powell. Back to Davies Uniacke on his left. Looks for options inside 50. Laurent was potentially holding Larkey. No whistle there. Zurhaar gathers. Back to Pink, who then has completely lost the handle on the football. Zurhaar gathered it back, though. Had a snap-on goal. It's well marked by Jake Lloyd in his own defensive goal square.
I almost commentator cursed myself then. Zurhaar at ground level, shot on goal.
So North had won 2 of their last 5, 3 losses in that time by a combined margin of only 21 points. It's 84 points the lead to Sydney today, though.
Strong contested grab here from Charlie Comben, who marks it right half forward here for the Kangaroos. Meanwhile, James Sicily has kicked 2 in a row for the Hawks, who now have breathing space. They lead the Dockers by 8 points in Launceston with 3.5 minutes of game time left. Back live at the SCG, time on final term, and it's Wardlaw who's tackled out of bounds for a throw-in on the junction of 50. So keep across what's happening there. I haven't seen Sicily's kick yet, but he marked that from Mab Chol, who just set him up. And anyway, that's the tight game. This has been a blowout, certainly. We'll keep you across what's happening, though. Back in it comes. Down here, Zurhaar bustles through a pack, tackled by Haywood. Papley sort of doubles back and now kicks wide of the wing for Goulden. Contested grab as Wardlaw came in late and now racing towards the boundary line. And Goulden does slap it out in space. McLean goes to gather. In comes for the North Melbourne side as now it's back with Wardlaw from right half forward. His kick touched, so Blakey can't be paid the mark. He'll rebound, though, for the Swans.
And he's got Luke Parker all in his own in the middle of the SCG. Dropped the mark, though, but had plenty of time to regather it. Parker in his first game of the year, out wide to James Jordan. Shields his eyes from the sun. Just sends it back inboard to Matt Roberts.
Meanwhile, Hawthorn by 8, and Luke Bruce could potentially make it more here. So you just call the game here, Garvey. I'll try and do my best.
There's Will Hayward. Kicks inside 50. Parker with the overhead grab. Almost took it. Dropped it at the last moment. Jackson Archer there. Marty wins it back off him. Archer with the tackle, though. Ball up inside 50 for the Swans, who lead by 84 points. We've gone 22.5 minutes in the final term.
Kick it in the mound of the mark, Harry Sheasel style. Meanwhile, it's going to be a free kick for a block here going Tristan Sherry's way. That was a situation for Luke Bruce. Hawthorn lead by 8 in Launceston. 2.5 minutes left there. A bit more game time here left in Sydney in the bright sunshine on this Saturday afternoon. Heading off to Bulldogs Carlton next at Docklands. Here's Powell for North. Up the line now for Zurhaar. He marks in space. Blakey closes him down late, but Zurhaar has the footy and now centres inside 50. It only finds the chest of Dane Rampy. So intercepted again. And they'll go beyond defensive 50 here, the Swans, marked by Haywood at left half back. ABC Sports, Saturday afternoon. It's the Swans who lead here by 84 points over North Melbourne.
Ladder leaders, just reminding everyone of their quality. Errol Goulden, possession number 38. To Roberts, back edge of the square. Now to Blakey, guys it to centre half forward. Well picked up there by Parker. His handball missed the target, though. Then the kick, clean bowl, George Wardlaw. So Rampy can win it back for the Swans. On his hands and knees, handballs out wide. Looking for Lloyd, got hands on the football. It's a scrappy game late. Eventually picked up by Bailey Scott. To Sheasel. Now Curtis. Bounce pass handball. Players trying to get clean hands on the football. Eventually Rowbottom does. Squeezes the kick out to Blakey. And now Grundy, left half back, looks for his options. Has a man in the middle of the ground in Goulden. Well done by Davies Uniacke though. Cut across and smothered it. Goulden though soccers it off the ground. Long ball inside 50. McLean marks it. Well, if it's going to be a scrappy game, just leave it to Errol, thanks. With possession number 39 off the ground, roosted at 45 metres to McLean, who marks.
Just quickly, Nick Watson with a tough set shot from out wide has kicked it for Hawthorns. They now lead Freo by 14 points. Minute and a half left in Launceston.
Well, that certainly wasn't the most glamorous 3 minutes of football. Mistakes left, right and centre by both sides. But again, I've mentioned it for the last quarter, Sydney Swans are just out everywhere, all over the park.
That was Goulden's 40th possession, in fact. Hayden McLean for his third goal has missed it, but it's 15 score involvements, 15 inside 50s and 40 disposals for Goulden. I think you like to give the votes to other players, but sometimes the prime movers for the Swans just leave you no choice. Not that I want to preempt what you're going to do. Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva.
That'll be yours, Eva. I'll make the votes yours. I never discussed this pre. I just sort of get to the last quarter and say, who's doing the votes? We'll make it Alicia Eva, the Giants captain, here on ABC Sport. Back to the members' wing. One down here by Blakey into Jake Lloyd's path. Sherry comes front on here. He's collared by Grundy. The umpire will ball it up. Meanwhile in Launceston, Hawthorn leads Freo by 14 points there. 13-9 plays 10-13. Minute and 15 seconds left in that game. So Rowbottom slung to ground by Sherry. Ball comes loose. Scott shows some dash on the wing, shares it with Simpkin. The co-captain puts it inside 50 here for North. Ford juggles it into the path of his teammate Curtis Taylor. The umpire's going to pay the mark here for Eddie Ford. So had enough of that, said the umpire. So he'll convert here from 35 out, or attempt to convert 35 out, an angle just better than 45 degrees.
He actually paid the mark, did he?
I believe so. It was a chopping of the arms.
No, I'm not sure. It's just... It was a mark. It was. He didn't have much of it for.
I thought he signalled mark.
Yeah. No, you might be right.
It's the same result anyway. Eddie Ford will line up his set shot here in these closing stages of the final term. The shadows grow across the Sydney Cricket Ground. One of their three rising star noms last year, Eddie Ford, on its way, steers it through. So a late consolation goal for him. The margin back to 79 points, which, as it stands, will still be the Swans' biggest win of this year so far. It's Sydney 20-18, 138, leading North Melbourne 9-5-59. Coming up next, Bulldogs Carlton with called Middlemass and the team at Docklands. And then later on, Adelaide v St Kilda at Adelaide Oval, or Melbourne Essendon at the MCG. Of course, all footy available on the ABC Listen app, on the AFL or AFL Extra button.
Some news from that game at Docklands between the Western Bulldogs and Carlton. Adam Treloar late out for the Bulldogs with a calf injury.
Okay.
Big blow for the Dogs.
It is a late out, given there were no changes when we last spoke to call Middlemass at three-quarter time.
We'll find out in a moment, but you'd imagine he's hurt himself warming up for the game.
Full time, by the way, in Launceston. Hawthorn win that game over Freo by 13 points. So what's that for the Hawks now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wins in their past 7 starts.
Yeah. Sam Mitchell having a huge impact at that football club. The man he replaced, Alistair Clarkson, a tough day today for his team as North go inside 50. Bouncing ball over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in next to the behind post. Sydney lead by 79 points. 27 and a half minutes gone in the last. And I think Alicia Eva might have done the votes already.
Oh.
She's handing them over to Jason Saddington.
Nice bit of conference there between our experts.
Yeah. Having a bit of a...
We're a democracy. Back in it comes, inside 50 here. Grundy down to Ford. North's attacking end. He was brought down by Grundy on the follow-up, and now the footy comes loose over for a throw-in again.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. This is a tough one today, these votes, gentlemen.
We'll just squeeze them in, I reckon, before 4:30 local time, before we head off to Docklands. Umpire heaves it back in again, inside 50 for North Melbourne. Grundy can clear it away, only as far as, well, it was marked in close there by Fox. Lays it off to Warner. Dashing off half-back here for the Swans. In some space, gathered by Core for the Kangaroos. And now Sherry competes with Rowbottom. Powell takes on Goulden. Footy's socket forward there by Adams. Picked up off half-forward, all there for the Swans. Shares it now with Parker. And then Florent gets involved as well. Jordan runs onto it in the pocket, shares it now with Goulden. He snaps in field, it bounces to the top of Parker. There is McDonald for the Swans. His kick is turned over. And again, they can clear as it comes back to Cherry, and they can go beyond offensive 50 through the former Swan, Dylan Stevens.
He'll turn it over there to Chad Warner, and through the fingertips of Warner, in fact, but Rampy's there to gather. Back to Warner, who had a massive second quarter, Chad Warner. 31 disposals for him all up to get the Swans going after a tense first term. Rampy deep into attack. Back there is Callan Dawson. There's a free kick going the way of Dawson for a hold against Luke Parker. Sydney leading by 79 points. Excellent response from the Swans after losing 2 in a row. A reality check for North Melbourne as Darcy Tucker marks a left half back.
It's a bit of a reset for both teams, isn't it? The Swans, okay, we've got that win. It's a good win. Let's go again.
Simply beating North Melbourne today wouldn't have satisfied anyone. They had to have a big statement win, the Sydney Swans, and they've certainly done that here at home this afternoon. Their biggest win of their 2024 campaign, to the tune of 79 points over North Melbourne. 2018 138 to 9-5-59.
Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
4 goals each for Papley and McDonald for the Swans, 2 for Warner and McLean, as well as Parker and Amati as well. Singles, Taylor Adams, Brodie Grundy, Callum Mills also on the board late for the Swans, while for North Melbourne, Larkey kicked 3. Pink and Zerha each with 2, as well as missing one more somewhere, which was kicked late in the game for North Melbourne by Jai Simpkin.
Cheer, cheer the red and the white, honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
Swans flex their muscle to win here by 79 points, at one stage led by 90 in this final term. They led by 2 points at quarter time, by 42 at the half, 63 at three-quarter time, and in the end, as I say, 79 points is their win. Also in Launceston, Hawthorn beat Freo by 13 points off 30 Bulldogs, and the Blues next at Docklands. Jason Saddington, you give us your thoughts on the game before we hear Alicia Eva's Player of the Year votes.
Yeah, it was clinical from the Swans in the end. You know, they came into the game off a couple of losses. They wanted to get down to business, and they wanted to do it early. That was the call. Well, the first quarter was pretty tight, and North did a great job. But after that, it was really the Swans, just through their defensive setup and their pressure. Once they had the ball in the front half, North Melbourne really struggled to get the ball out. They couldn't get any ball movement going because the Swans were defensively sound and set up really well. And their forwards were able to cash in off the back of that, weren't they? The North defenders probably caught a bit flat-footed at times, but the amount of ball that kept going back in, you know, McLean, McDonald, Amati were able to take marks, get plenty of shots on goal, and they just continued to drive further and further ahead as the game went. So a clinical win from the Swans, and one that they'll be pumped with to get their season back on the rise and back to where they wanted it.
Giants captain Alicia Eva, who are your 3 best?
Well, I've gone 3 for Goulden. I think he started pretty quietly, as we said in the call, but then finished with a 41. It's 15 score involvements for mine, and when the game got going for the Swans is when Goulden got going. In the second half, he just exploded, and that's when the scoreboard blew out. So just his class going inside 50s. He's had 15 inside 50s, and we spoke about how the Swans always score when they go inside 50s. So 3 votes for him. 2 to the birthday boy, Papley. Kicked 4 goals too. He was the one to get them going early. And it's not just his scoreboard impact, it's how he pressures inside forward 50, and I know we called that right into the last quarter as well. So 2 for Papley. This was the hard one for me. I had Grundy ? Warner ? McDonald ? We've gone with McDonald. Kicked 4 goals too, was a really strong target up front all day, competed one-on-one really well in the air, and yeah, rewarded with some goals on the scoreboard. So there's my 3-2-1. Honourable mentions to Grundy and, of course, Chad Warner, who just had an explosive second quarter.
One more time. Goulden 3, Papley 2.
And McDonald 1.
McDonald 1.
Logan McDonald, that is.
Yes, there we go.
Swans variety.
Early on when the game was tense, he was really instrumental, wasn't he?
Was.
McDonald, so that should probably come into it. A big game for him after a couple of tough weeks for him, missing late shots to potentially win the game. One of them was to win the game, the other one potentially against the Kilda last week for Logan McDonald.
Kicking off goals early on, you don't have to have that clutch moment, do you? You've already got that moment. It's already gone because you've won the game. And Justin McInerney, of course, the concern for the Swans with a possible PCL, some sort of knee injury. He was subbed out in the third term, which allowed Luke Parker to be subbed in. Of course, Isaac Henney returns next week. The Swans next are away to Brisbane.
How big's that?
That's a massive game. That's the early game Sunday week at the Gabba. Well, North have got Carlton at Docklands. That's in the twilight game on Sunday to close round 19. So that's what's up next for either of these two sides. The Swans break to different parts of the SCG. They'll go and thank their fans. 34,000 or 34,663 from memory was the number. In fact, I've written it down here. There we go. 34,663. The crowd, and yes, they get their winning ways back on track. Their 14th win of the 2024 campaign, and John Longmire gets another one there in the win column against Alistair Clarkson. It's now ahead of 14-10 Alistair Clarkson's way for what it's worth. But the Swans far too strong here this afternoon. Thanks, Sato. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, no, thank you. Good fun.
Thanks to Alicia Eva, as always. We'll see you shortly as well. Daniel Garb, as ever, for your company on ABC Sport.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you to Declan Byrne, who will get some reaction from the Swans rooms and bring it to you later on ABC Sport. Thanks to our tech, Nick Radojkovic, to Craig Davis in the studio, and to you, most importantly, for your company as well. If you're listening through Sydney News Radio, you're heading off back to regular programs. ACT listeners heading to the NRL, of course. Everyone else off to Docklands, Bulldogs and Carlton. The fun continues. The best place to find it on ABC Sport is via the ABC Listen app. Wins to Hawthorn and the Swans on this Saturday in round 18 so far.